Our book, The First Principles of Philosophy, was written somewhat over 20 years ago. And it is inevitable that in the years of research that followed after the publication of the work, some points of interest should arise, and a discussion of this kind of commentary or addenda to the original work is probably useful and reasonably meaningful. Our first branch of philosophy is called metaphysics. And I think we have to realize that in ancient times, the term philosophy itself extended over a very large part of ancient learning, including many subjects that have since been divided into specialized fields. Essentially, the foundation of philosophy is the metaphysical part. Thus, in nearly all ancient systems, it is placed first as the primary or groundwork for the entire study of philosophy. The term metaphysics comes from the Greek and means, rather simply, beyond physics. Beyond, in this case, means further from the appearances or the material aspects of things. It means beyond the ordinary researches into the mysteries of nature and of formal studies and of the phenomenal universe which we inhabit. It may be said briefly that metaphysics deals with the hidden parts of physical procedure. It was known and recognized by the ancients that all visible things flowed from invisible sources. All nature was supported upon invisible foundations. Life itself, though infinitely manifest in its diversity, is concealed and unknowable in its origin. Metaphysics, therefore, covers the invisible origins of things which gradually move into a visible state. And it may also be said to be concerned with other things, not only invisible in origin, but remaining invisible, having no exact manifestation on the material plane of life. The first philosopher of distinction to devote a complete work to the study of metaphysics was Aristotle. And as we study his remarkable volume, which is named The Metaphysics, we realize perhaps more fully than in any other of his writings the extraordinary genius of the man. We come to know clearly that Aristotle did not deny the existence of a transphysical universe. He did not for a moment question the secret fountains from which all manifestations flow. He did, however, take the basic attitude that there is no interruption of what might be termed the grand pattern of physics. Metaphysics was therefore the better part of physics itself. It was not a separate study or a separate consideration, but merely the extension of physical knowledge toward the world of causes, where things are less obvious or evident, more difficult to measure and to estimate. Perhaps Lord Bacon summarized Aristotle's position rather well when he said that when physics properly understood, there will be no further need for metaphysics. In other words, these two terms cover the hemispheres of a single sphere. Metaphysics is nothing more nor less than the orderly extension of the universe back toward its own cause. Man attempting to understand, attempting to rationalize those parts of the creative processes which do not directly come within the area of the sense perceptions. Aristotle would have taken the position that if man was able suddenly to open new eyes within himself, and was able therefore to observe the universe with more skillful or adequate faculties, he would find that there was no break between the visible and the invisible. What we call the break is the boundary of our own sensory perception. It has nothing to do with the orderly structure of the universe itself. Also, there was nothing in the classical concept of metaphysics that can be compared with the popular usage of the term as we so often find it today. Today, metaphysics has become a synonym for a kind of liberal religious mysticism. This is not actually contrary to the meaning of the word, but it certainly does not fully explain it, nor are the various religious sects which regard themselves as metaphysical devoted to the primary objects of this branch of philosophy. Metaphysics is not a faith any more than physics is a faith. Metaphysics is an area for research, but we are not able to use in this area the same instruments with which we carry on our exploration of the hemisphere of physics. We cannot use the equipment that is set up to measure things that are tangible, that have immediately recognized dimension, that can be captured in various experiments or made known to us by the cunningly contrived instruments and devices which we have gradually perfected. Therefore, we have only one essential way of exploring the area of metaphysics, and that is by the reasoning power of the mind. Now, the reasoning faculty is again something which we do not too greatly understand. Reason is not acceptance, nor is it belief, nor is it faith, nor can it be regarded as a form of superstition. As Plato points out to us, reason is an instrument. Reason is just as certainly a scientific instrument as the telescope or the microscope. But both of these instruments have to be skillfully prepared. And if the telescope is not made by one thoroughly versed in the production of such instruments, it will be faulty and probably of very little value. In the same way, reason, unless it is cultivated, unless its processes are sharpened by clarity of thinking, can do very little to help us to discover the reasonable. The end of reason is to discover that which is reasonable. We say reasonable because we cannot, within the proprieties of philosophy or science, say the discovery of that which is true. We have every reason to believe that if we can be completely reasonable, we will arrive at truth. But we are not sure that man is capable of perfect reason, any more than we are sure that he is capable of creating a perfect device or even an infallible instrument. Every instrument, device that we have ever created, we have improved down through time, even after we believed that we had reached a degree of perfection in which no further improvement was probable. It is the same with the reason. No matter how skillfully we train it, no matter how judiciously we use it, we realize that we are working with a living faculty or power, that this is an instrument subject to growth, subject to improvement in and of itself, and also that it belongs to a being continually evolving, continually increasing in insight and knowledge, and enlarging the areas of its skill. Thus, we can say with more or less conviction that that which is reasonable nearly always proves to be true, but this is not infallible. But then there is nothing in knowledge that is infallible. Reason permits us to explore areas where the faculties which we commonly employ cannot penetrate. But reason does not permit us to come into conflict with common sense, nor does it enable us to assume that any extension from the known and from the visible shall be in conflict with the known and the visible. We do not find such conflict in nature. We find that all things are suspended from their proper causes, that these causes are consistent with the effects which they produce, and the effects in turn bear witness to their causes. We learn, however, by the use of reason, that it is possible to estimate the nature of many causes by a consideration of the effects suspended from them. Thus we come to the point of the Aristotelian philosophy, the a posteriori concept, that from the study of effects we may come finally to participation in the nature of causes. This use of the reason to explore the area of metaphysics usually requires that we have a profound judgment, a skillful and adequate training, that we are fully equipped with what is known on the subjects which we investigate, and that therefore we do not regard metaphysical insight as in any sense of the word something that takes the place of knowledge, something that is better than the reasonable faculties. Rather, that it is the best way that we have of using the total power to know which we possess. Reason, therefore, becomes our all-sufficient guide. And by means of it, we come to certain conclusions. These conclusions have stood the test of ages. And while in various periods of history, that which is reasonable has been assailed and declared to be beyond demonstration, the world in the end always returns to the reasonable, referring it even to the factual. The reason for this is that the factual, as we understand it today, has a quality of sterility about it. Facts are for the most part static. They are not dynamic. One of the reasons for this is that the facts that we are able to comprehend are terminal facts. There is much that precedes them, but very little that follows after them. Therefore, to possess facts does not mean that we have keys which open new doors. We have only the power or the privilege or the ability to contemplate these things which we have observed, and from this contemplation come finally to the same conclusions that we originally held. Thus, facts are not exceptionally stimulating, and very few facts have great solutional value. These facts become the obvious thing, and around the structure of the obvious we build an almost total indifference. Facts, therefore, have a tendency to blunt our interests. They cause us to substitute the obvious for the reasonable. They disincline us to effort, investigation, and the arduous pursuit of knowledge. Possessing what we call facts, we feel that we have the better part of knowing, and therefore falsely assume that our knowledge is complete. The difference between facts, therefore, and things reasonable must always be that we are seeking not merely for that which is evident, but for those causes which explain the evidence. Reason, therefore, is forever seeking the reason for things, the reason for conditions, the reason for circumstances. And the training the reason becomes dynamic because it causes us to be attentive to the conditions or circumstances which are prior to the obvious. We may therefore say that history will tell us that in 1492, Columbus, shall we say, contacted the Western Hemisphere. This fact, however, is of small, vital knowledge. It can be memorized and forgotten. But behind this fact itself is the tremendously dramatic story, the circumstances which led to the voyages of Columbus. These voyages were in effect the cause of which lay deeply hidden in the complications of European statescraft, in the opinions and attitudes of men, in the prejudices and intolerances of the time, in ancient traditions, and in old records that we scarcely ever bother to examine. Thus, facts are like icebergs, the greater part of the important value being submerged, and metaphysics must deal with the study of these submerged or invisible factors, without which visible things have little or no essential meaning. It is obvious, therefore, that to work into the research of a metaphysical nature, we have to become explorers of a difficult and sometimes dangerous country. We have to leave behind many familiar things, but always trusting upon principles. We must advance our studies systematically, thoughtfully, reasonably, cautiously, and yet at the same time with no arbitrary restrictions imposed by prejudice or intemperance or intolerance of attitude. Thus, metaphysics is really that part of learning which man some way most favors, because it is his only way of trying to explain himself, trying to find out where he came from, the reason for his own existence. the true nature of the universe in which he lives, the laws which govern creation itself, the energies which abide in space. All of these imponderable values cannot be reached by the common processes of knowledge. They belong, therefore, to the sphere of metaphysics. And with this realization, we see how rich this sphere is, how meaningful it can be, but how carefully we must consider it, always observing that it is a lawful area, not a region of mysteries or enchantments, not a fantastic dwelling place of monsters, nor a world of fairy tales and nightmares. This invisible world is actually the greater part of existence. For if man could estimate the terms of what he knows in terms of that which is to be known, he would realize how very little he has accomplished. Man is still living in a very small area of light in an infinite region of uncertainties. Metaphysics begins usually with what is commonly known as ontology. An ontology is that general branch of learning which deals with the effort to discover the nature of being. It seeks the answer to the question, who am I? It also seeks to go beyond this point and to discover, if possible, that being, substance, essence, or nature, which is at the root of existence, and which must be assumed to exist. Now this comes to one of the first points of possible conflict between science and philosophy. Philosophy, particularly metaphysics, insists that it is the only reasonable solution to the mystery of existence is that this mystery is suspended from being, from a fact of some kind. This fact is unknown and invisible. And whether we regard it as a substance or an essence, a creature or a force of some kind, there has to be, according to the reasonable concept of man, a reasonable power at the source of existence. If there is no such reasonable power, if reason does not exist in space, it is not conceivable that it can exist in man. Man cannot be a unique creature. Neither his magnitude nor his attainment justifies such arrogance. Therefore, every condition, state, or quality which exists partially in man must exist totally in the universe itself. So the ontology, in its effort to establish the nature of being, can follow either the scientific point of view, which seeks to restate the question, or can head straight into the metaphysical problem, which seeks to answer the question. When science approaches the question, who am I? Science takes usually the ground that this question in this form is unanswerable. Therefore, it amends the question. Instead of who am I, it tells us that the ultimate possible answerable question about man is, what am I? When we say, what am I, we then move into a discussion of the attributes or qualities of man. Of what is he composed? What makes up his nature? what is the root or substance of his own personal existence. Science has some answers for this what, but no answer for the who. Science takes another important question and handles it in a very similar way. Science says that there is no answer to the ultimate question, why? Why is anything? The average 5-year-old child beginning to become aware of the mystery of existence has a certain audacity that has not been tempered by experience. Therefore, small children ask the question, why? They want to know why their parents act as they do. If the parent does not know, the question is extremely difficult. So science, helping distracted parents and contributing what it can to the smothering of young minds, takes the attitude that we cannot answer the question, why? Therefore, as one professor said, when we say why, we mean how. Now, why he didn't say how seems to be a little dim, but at the same time, we are supposed to automatically exchange one word for the other. How opens a different kind of world. We can answer the question, how is man formed? If we are willing to limit this to the study of the prenatal epoch. We know how he came into existence. If we want to go a little further and examine into the fertilization of the ovum. But when we ask forthrightly, why? This is much more difficult. How we got here, up to a point, is understandable. Why we are here in the first place is unknowable. Now, science does not like to deal with unknowables. They are always embarrassing wherever they occur. Therefore, in order to retain a certain complacency, it has narrowed the area. It has built a wall between physics and metaphysics and forbade anyone to look over the wall. If you look over the wall, you are a sickly mystic. If you dare to go beyond the circumference which has been established by formal techniques, you are then held to have lost your scientific orientation and to be wandering about in a sea of conflicting absurdities. This, however, does not entirely discourage philosophy, although I think we can say that it has discouraged most 20th century philosophers. They say old Professor Jowett of Oxford was the last man who was not discouraged by this particular situation. With him, universal knowledge is said to have perished. But the fact remains that man has been endowed with the power to ask the unpleasant questions. He has been given, even in his childhood, the courage to ask the basic why. He has also been given the faculties which will not rest until he is able to penetrate the obvious and come to some deeper insight into the substance of his own nature. Reason will attack head-on problems that science has not the courage to assail. Science, therefore, assumes that reasonable procedures have no foundation in scientific procedure. Aristotle denies this when he affirms that the reason is a scientific instrument, the most complete and perfect of all instruments. For without it, every other instrument either fails or could never have been devised. Yet if we take all other instruments away, reason itself remains and can reconstruct anything that has ever existed and fashion anything that is yet necessary. For it is not well to sell reason short. It is better to try to understand that reason naturally deals with either physical or moral abstractions, and must bring them into order, and must create the codes and concepts which govern all specialized knowledge. Dealing from the ontological point of view, therefore, metaphysics deals first with the nature of being. Can being be defined? The answer is, can man be defined? If anything which exists can be defined, then being, which is existence, can be defined. What we cannot accomplish is a blanket definition. We cannot create a definition that exhausts the potential of being, but we can establish certain basic concepts. First of all, a thing to exist must be. If anything exists, the principle of being exists. There can be no escaping this rather obvious but neglected truism. Being is therefore an establishment in time, place, or space. Being is something which has of itself an endurance. Reason has never been able to accomplish a thoughtful apperception of a condition or time in which being did not exist. Nor can we rationally comprehend any time in which being ceases to exist. Being, by its very nature, can have no beginning, nor can it have an end. If it had a beginning, we are utterly defeated, for the reason that if there is a beginning to that which is primordial, eternal, and unchanging, if this had a beginning, it could never have existed, because there is nothing from which being itself could descend. If being, therefore, is not eternal, it could not be, for there is nothing from which it could be generated. If it was generated from itself, we are in the same dilemma, for then being could only be generated from being. And we are right where we started from, that being itself is eternal. We cannot assume or conceive that being can end, for that which ends must have had a beginning. These are the requisites. We used to refer in theological studies to what has been called the theological one-ended stick, but we do not hold it in great regard. This one-ended stick is something that starts as a beginning and then goes on forever and ever. This is the one-ended stick, and there is no such a thing. Consequently, when we say that being comes into existence, or we try to assume that the uncreate, the continuing unchangingness, if we assume that this comes into so-called existence, We must then affirm that existence is only one of the aspects of being, and that being apparently is created simply because it changes its appearances but not its substances. If something emanating from being, which we have not previously known or seen, comes into the area of our physical comprehension, we say this thing was created, or that it has come in some way out of the everywhere into the here and is with us. But this cannot be assumed to mean that this thing which we first comprehend at a certain state of its own existence began where the comprehension began, or had no existence prior to the time in which we could comprehend it. Thus, ontology is confronted with a very severe choice. Being is either forever or for never. Now, if we assume that being is for never, that there is no such thing as being, we take a very absurd position because we wipe out ourselves along with everything else. And as one observer in the philosophical world once said rather pathetically, that if we could actually eliminate ourselves, we could explain everything. But this does not seem to be very convenient either. Consequently, we finally come to the conclusion that man as a creature has the power to conceive within himself the existence of a nature abiding forever in eternity, permeating, penetrating all things, having in itself an inevitable continuum, and that this thing which exists must properly be termed being, essence, or substance. We say that it is essence because it is the most subtle part of all things. We say that it is substance because it is the only endurance, as Plato points out. That which has the greatest endurance has the greatest substance and reality, although we cannot perceive it. So ontology, certainly in the classical period, came to the rather quiet and actually irrefutable position that the universe, cosmos, the vast galaxies of stars, the vast expanse of the Milky Way, and others extending to infinity beyond our comprehension, choir after choir of angelic forces, all of these exist within and of being. They are. Therefore being is. Being is. Therefore they are. Having established this, we establish the ultimate reservoir of conditions. For being becomes not only the total reality, but it becomes the total substance and source of all that exists. There is no longer any problem of creation being fashioned out of nothing. The old Rosicrucian adage, nothing from nothing comes, appeals at this moment. Everything arises in something. Nothing arises in nothing. And because all things do arise, and we behold this vast expanse of existence, We therefore say that it arises from being, it originates in being, it is perpetuated by being, it is nourished and sustained from the substance of being, and when it appears to disappear, vanish away, or cease to exist, it has merely returned again to the essence of being itself. Thus we no longer have an empty space dotted with creation. We have an infinite life surrounding and penetrating all so-called space and sustaining this infinite diversity of manifestation within itself. Once we solve this problem to the best of our ability, and reason seems to convey to us that we have approached as nearly as we can to the ultimate hypothesis, we now hypothecate a universe of infinite supply, a universe which contains within itself all that is necessary for itself, and that this continually renewing existence renews from the totality of its own available elements, principles, and essences. The second point that comes to the metaphysical consideration is not so much what we shall call this ultimate, this absolute, this unconditioned. But we must now move this unconditioned from its own eternal subsistence to what we might call a state of activity. In other words, how does the infinite, for any reason whatsoever, curtail its own infiniteness? Because it becomes obvious that universals give rise in themselves to particulars. By what peculiar power does this universal variously restrict itself, condition itself, partition itself, and cause to arise from its own totality the phenomenon of parts? The ancients held this to be perhaps one of the deepest of all mysteries. And there have been several efforts to explain it. Perhaps Aristotle's explanation was as good as any other. He probably derived it at least in part from the older fragments of the Pythagorean lore. Now, Aristotle takes the ground that being, because it is totality, contains inevitably within itself what might be termed an archetypal nature. Plato's doctrine of archetypes appears here. Being, though infinite, is still in a mysterious way a being. Being, because it is total, is the only creature, creation, power, or substance that has total knowledge. Not knowledge of a mental nature, not knowledge as we know it, not thought or mind as we understand these things, but a total existence in which none of these attributes is deficient. Being is therefore the ultimate of mind. It is the ultimate of substance. It is the ultimate of essence. It is the ultimate of process. And it is conceivable, at least Aristotle so held the conception, perhaps following Plato's definition of the divine animal. Plato and Aristotle are in rather close agreement, therefore, that this being, this essence, is not apart from law, but possesses or holds within itself not only substances but processes. The ultimate processes of all things are therefore an infinite pattern residing forever in the infinite itself. This infinite pattern arises not from mind, but mind from the pattern. This is why the Egyptians and some of the Oriental peoples point out clearly that it is the thought that produces the thinker, and not the thinker who produces the thought. What we call the thinker is a process in the unfoldment of the process of the thought itself. So the concept, simply stated, is this: that all of the conditions that arise in being are inevitable, because being itself is inevitable and contains all inevitabilities. Our comparatively patient and not particularly well recognized Tibetan brothers, not too numerous, far from our ken of knowledge and science and all these things, have stated it very simply, but perhaps as wisely as any other group that ever existed. Namely, that there is a periodicity in the archetype of existence. Through existence moves vast motions that are essentially part of its own nature. As the body of man carries within it the circulation of the blood, as the vast pageantries of the universe result in the mutations of seasons, as the tides are variously controlled, as all things have an ebbing and flowing of themselves, whether it be the ebbing and flowing of waking and sleeping, or of life or death, or of growth or decay, or of coming forth and declining or retiring from manifestation. These principles, reason tells us, have their final abidance in being itself. Therefore, being is capable of causing to arise in itself, or perhaps in the Hindu thought more accurately, is unable to prevent the rise within itself of the great cycles of periodicity. Consequently, being is of its nature infinitely and totally fruitful, and is constantly bearing fruit, this fruit being the harvest of the worlds, as the old wisdom of the Hebrew elders has pointed out to us. So to explain creation, we simply realize that creation is an eternal process, that creation is part of the foreverness of being, that there was never a time when creation was not, but all creations as such, like all men as such, have their beginnings and their ends. But just as all men must perhaps limit their years to 4 or 5 score, yet humanity never ends. This is because of the infinite creativity of life, constantly replacing that which vanishes away, and therefore constantly continuing, although the particular instruments of continuance may change. So to eternity of being as such, we add the eternity of process as such. We add to this concept, then, that creativity is forever, that never the time it was not, and there is never a time when it shall cease. Yet everything moving within this vast process, except being itself, has a continuance only in time, having a beginning and an end. And this beginning is in being, and the end is in being. But being itself continues to manifest from itself infinite life forever. This brings then to the minds of the ancients who devised these problems the next important consideration. That is the nature of God. Shall we assume that God is identical with being? We have here two distinct points of view. Here we have the emergence of other phases or factors in the potential totality of the essence of being. Being is of a manifold nature. Yet of all of the things which it contains within itself, the forces, powers, principles, and energies resident in it, there is one most mysterious, primordial, as difficult to define as being itself, and as some have held, co-eternal with being. Or at least, if not co-eternal, the first and inevitable production of being. And to this the ancients applied the term consciousness. Now, consciousness really means awareness. We are not assured that in its own essence and substance being is aware. But we do know that it produces from itself infinite awareness. And that this infinite awareness always finally turns toward the conscious experience of the nature of the infinite itself. This awareness, therefore, in man is the awareness of himself. He may be aware of this, but he cannot examine the object of his awareness. In the universe, consciousness is the eternal awareness of the nature and existence of being. But this awareness may or may not be capable of understanding itself. But consciousness becomes, so to say, the symbol of the objectivity of being. The first manifestation of being is infinite consciousness. An infinite consciousness carries within it its own substance or nature, with which it is also co-identical. For infinite consciousness is therefore one with infinite life. Life consciousness being terms for the aspects of one thing. Consciousness in itself is life. Consciousness in its manifestation is awareness, or the power of life to bestow upon creatures the sense of self-existence. So the ancients came to the conclusion that if we would properly and definitely define a deity, we must assume that God is primordial consciousness. It is the primordial self-knower arising from the eternally unknown. The self-knower, however, cannot, as far as we can comprehend at least, be actually capable of knowing its own source. God is therefore like the Scandinavian Allfather, the great culture hero Odin, where we are told in the ancient sagas that Odin, the god of the world, knew everything except his own nature and his own fate. This he could not know. These things were beyond him. But deity represents the island of consciousness arising in the great ocean of being. This island of consciousness comes forth according to the infinite law that being is forever flowing into manifestation through a focal area set up, which is called consciousness. And the primary end of consciousness is that it shall expound, define, restrict, limit, and reveal that which is the law of being itself. Therefore, consciousness becomes the basis of the power to interpret the processes arising from being. This is the way the ancients sought to explain this. And this covers that phase of our subject which is essentially referred to as ontology. Anyone can argue these points to the end of time. It is perfectly possible for the most ignorant person to deny that which he can neither define nor comprehend. It is perfectly possible to take this mysterious void, which is the extreme apex of metaphysics, and declare it to contain whatever we will that it should contain, or that it shall not contain anything that we will that it shall not contain. But the fact remains that whether we recognize or accept or do not recognize or deny, we in no way alter the nature of being itself. Whatever it is, that it is. And from thatness comes everything that exists. So we then pass to the next branch of our subject, which is the nature of knowledge and of truth. And here, I think we have already somewhat anticipated our situation. Knowledge and truth represent two expressions of a thing. We assume that knowledge is true. That which is not true is not knowledge, said our old friend Dr. Jelly. And we also assume that the end of knowledge is that we shall know that which is true. We then come to a very interesting problem in metaphysics, which is summarized in the famous question asked by Pilate at the time when Christ was brought before him. He looked at the Nazarene and he asked the question, what is truth? And the Nazarene was silent. Truth, therefore, is the ultimate abstraction of all knowledge, to the point that knowledge itself is united with being. Therefore, truth is ultimately the perfect and complete knowledge of being. Not only its substance, but its processes. Under such absolute terms, the truth is the thing in its absolute nature. Truth is that which is, regardless of seeming or appearing. Truth is therefore that which can penetrate all seemingness, or things as they appear to be, to the discovery of absolute reality as it actually is.
The truth of a thing is therefore the total fact of the thing. Its nature, its essence, its substance, its purpose, its origin, and its destiny. Under such condition, truth is not overly abundant. But what we commonly refer to as the truth is merely the fact of a thing on the level of physics, not on the level of metaphysics. Yet a fact bears witness in a strange, shadowy way to a truth. And that which is a fact in matter must be a truth in energy. So we have this nature of truth itself, and how man may or should regard himself as capable of participating in truth. The answer lies that at the abstraction of metaphysics, at the ultimate of essence itself, or being, we have that which is. Between that and the present state of man with his imperfect faculties is the universe of things as they seem to be. Wisdom dictates that man must gradually penetrate seemingness, must gradually outgrow delusion by appearance, must ultimately overcome any prejudice, conceit, or deceit within his own nature by which his judgment or his reason may be impaired. And it is then assumed that to the degree that man is absolutely reasonable, he comes closer to that which is absolutely true. He will not reach it because he cannot be absolutely reasonable. But he can improve his present lot considerably by even a modicum of hard mental exercise. He can know much more that is true than he now knows. And he can also rescue himself from addiction to that which is not true, which he has not yet learned to recognize as not true. So we have in our second problem this effort to define truth. If being exists, truth exists, because truth and being must be regarded finally as qualities exceedingly similar, if not identical. If there is a being, this being can be known, and that knowing is truth. But at any given time or at any given condition, the creatures evolving within the substance of being and possessing incomplete and imperfect faculties may not be able to experience the actual fact of truth itself. So we are truth seekers, or we are wisdom lovers, which is the friendliness toward wisdom, which is the meaning of the term philosophy or philosophia. Friendship for truth. But we cannot claim that we possess it. But if being exists, we cannot deny that truth exists. Therefore, we must gradually, as we can, overcome the interval or reduce the interval between our own comprehension and the essential reality that can conceivably be comprehended. This takes us to that phase of the problem which we say the nature of knowledge. The nature of knowledge is the nature of the attained. And what an individual knows may be considered as the substance of his attainment. Knowledge is relative. Truth is finally infinite or absolute. Consequently, it is not possible for us really to refer to relative truth, although we do it. What we really mean probably is that we are dealing with relative degrees of knowledge, for the truth itself cannot change. That part of truth which we comprehend we call knowledge. Therefore, a knowing person is a person who knows something about truth, but does not know truth per se. A person of knowledge is a person who has become familiar or expert in some area, which is itself an area of truth. Actually, philosophy does not recognize any essential difference between sacred and profane knowledge. The individual who learns the Latin language is learning something which in one way or another is an attainment in knowledge toward truth. Something is conferred here, more than the mere ability to speak a language. All mastery of things unknown or unmastered may be considered advancement toward universal knowledge. For knowledge is that part which we do know. And upon knowledge we have built the civilization and universe as we comprehend it today. It is knowledge that has given us our arts and sciences, our industries, our crafts, and our trades. It is knowledge which has given us a certain expertness in the areas where physics itself operates. It is knowledge also which has caused us to extend the sovereignty of our own purposes as far as possible out into the universal existence. It is knowledge that may sometime land a spaceship on the moon or on the distant planet. But all this knowledge is on a level, and it is within the area of physics. In other words, it is in the area of material things, which to some degree at least are comprehended by the concrete faculties of the mind. We are extending our search out further and further along these rays that seem to emanate from absolute truth itself. Each of these is a pathway. We begin at the outer extremity or circumference of this radiance and move gradually toward its center. That which we have yet not reached, we look forward to and approach in terms of the unknown. That which we have conquered, that which we have mastered, that which we have transformed from the state of being unknown to the state of being known, we call knowledge. So as we proceed, knowledge increases. Theoretically, that brings us closer to universal knowing. Thus we may say simply that all true knowledge must be in conformity with the laws of being, must be a revelation of being in one of its conditioned aspects, and therefore by specialization one of us may go further in music and another in art. But all of these accomplishments are possible because of being, and being is released or revealed in some way through all of the conditioned accomplishments which are possible in nature or for man. So for simple purposes, the truth is divided into the known and the unknown. The known is knowledge. The unknown is the vast area yet to be conquered by the material powers of man to a certain point, and beyond that, by the rational, reasonable, intuitive, or inspirational powers of man. Now this carries us naturally to the next point. What is energy? To the classical thinker, energy is simply a conditioned kind of life. Life within itself is like a great ocean. Life in itself has its currents and its tides and its seasons. But in its own nature, it is in eternal suspension. But when life, for one purpose or another, is caused to be objectified, when this life principle itself becomes the mover of things, when this life principle begins its vast pattern of circulation, by means of which it causes things to have existences within being, we call this energy. Energy is the power within the thing by which it lives. And the particular problem of energy is therefore the aliveness of a thing and the expansion of that thing from within itself by processes of growth, by which we also imply processes of evolution and ultimately processes of generation, or the transmission of life from one generation to the next. Energy, therefore, is that by which we are internally vitalized. Now, if in the course of this energizing, the individual is caused or moved to an action, this action becomes an aggressive expression of energy. And where energy is turned from the self to that which is not the self, as in the conquest of environment, or as a means of preserving or perpetuating its physical existence in a universe of conflicting energy. When this occurs, when energy moves the thing rather than moving within the thing, we term energy force. Force, therefore, is a conditioned energy. Force is energy which is being revealed or released by an aggressive motion or an aggressive procedure. Energy is moved into a forceful relationship with things. It is released by an action of the will. And the will, therefore, may be best explained, perhaps, much as Schopenhauer explained it along Buddhist lines, when he points out that the will is the director of the use of energy, that the will itself is floated upon energy, and that in the accomplishment of its own purpose, will transforms energy into force. And that by which men live becomes transformed into that by which men do, or create, or fashion, or modify their own existence in relationship to other things. So the problem of life moving into the form of energy sets up the metaphysical universe. Energy moving into the state of force sets up the physical universe. Therefore, over the physical universe, the Greeks placed the demiurgus, the deity Zeus, whose symbol was the thunderbolt, and who represents the principle of force used to bring forth an orderly condition, which is the empire of the gods. Force, therefore, is the prince of the material world against which Jesus turned. Force is that phase of man's energy expansion, by means of which he sets up his own kingdom in the abyss. Or, if we wish to be less thoughtful of that point and go into the Gnostic concept, it is force personified by a mental agent or ensouled by a mental agent that brings forth material creation. Therefore, the mind of the Demiurgus, or the mind of the world god, by the use of the thunderbolts which represent force, takes the primordial essence of the 12 titans, the universal field of energy, and transforms this energy into force, and by force creates and then governs an area set aside for the manifestation of a world, a solar system, or a cosmos. Man, in turn, in miniature, reproduces this procedure. Thus we say that man may be a spiritually living creature, a mentally energized creature, and a physical creature operating and existing by virtue of force. Because it takes force to move the blood through the arterial system. It takes force to move the hand. It takes force to play the piano. It takes force to drive a nail. These things represent the activities of body. But this force is possible because the mind and the subtler inner life is energized and vitalized. And all this is also possible only because man is a living creature, and that life itself, in its manifestation, breaks up into energy and force and forms another creative triad on a lower level of manifestation from the divine triad. The next point that we wish to make here is of the nature of divine and human relationships. We can't take up the whole study of the 7 points of metaphysics, so we limited them to 4 in our announcement for the evening's work. Now we have a very interesting problem. You have a farmer who goes out and sows a field. And we will say now that the plants which he sows are going to be of great size, and that a jungle will arise where he has sown. Now this jungle is the result of his own sowing. But when it grows to its full maturity, man himself can no longer control it. He can no longer find his way through the jungle that he himself has sown. Therefore, we may say also that the seminal principles of existence sown in space by that eternal energy or essence which created the world finally results in the manifestation in space of a formal creation. The creation of suns and moons, of planets, and of asteroids and comets, and a vast and involved chemical situation which lies below the threshold of our common observance. This world in which we live is a mass of chemical reactions, a mass of energies moving, a tremendous interplay of forces permeated throughout by life, and all of these different manifestations being grounded in essence, substance, and being, so that we have a very complicated procedure. And out of this strange earth into which the seeds of the infinite are sown, there finally grows forth man, who is of the earth earthy, and whose creation is allegorically described in the formation of Adam. Man, therefore, is, like all products born of seed, he is alive. In his aliveness, he carries, rooted within the depths of himself, the whole vast mystery of life. By his own very nature, he participates in that very nature which alone is. And in the course of his growth over a vast period of time, this creature, which we call man, has risen from a comparatively helpless and hopeless condition to one of highly developed resources, powers, and potentials. So now we have the point of view shifted. Man has become capable of the experience of self-knowing, and he has also become capable of the experience of God-seeking. He finds himself standing in the presence of a mystery, enveloped by this mystery. Whichever way he turns, it extends from him in every conceivable direction. He finds that he exists within an infinite universe and that he is a very tiny and comparatively insignificant fragment of this universal totality whose body nature is and God the soul. So man, whether he is highly skillful or not, finds himself as an existence within existence. He finds, however, that his existence is restricted largely to the area of his own body, that he cannot escape from this body except by death, that he cannot be more than he is at any time, but that he does possess physically, morally, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually the power to grow. Confronted with this concept, the Gnostics, and to a measure the Neoplatonists, developed what is called the system of aeonology. That is, they devised the idea of a twofold process taking place constantly in nature. The positive polarity of that process is the motion of the infinite toward finiteness. That forever heaven is moving toward the earth. That forever life is becoming embodied. That all spiritual things, like the angels described in the book of Enoch, are coming down upon the mountains of the earth. That the gods are moving downward. That every force that is truly divine, the great creative processes, are droppings, as Plato tells us, like tiny seeds from the Milky Way, falling into the mystery of generation, ignorance, and death. These being merely terms for the obscuration of the essential consciousness of these lives. So the ancients felt that there was a great universal motion by which total being was moving inevitably toward the state of being totally embodied. At the same time that this is occurring, these seeds that were planted somewhere in the dark earth of primordial growth and development have been growing upward like plants from the surface of the earth. Therefore, man is a kind of plant growing upward. Man is rooted in the earth, and he is seeking to ascend to the sky. Eternity is rooted in the sky, and is suspended, as Plotinus tells us, like an inverted tree or flower, with its effulgent blossoms revealed through the nature and appearance of the stars. So we have two contrary forces in operation. man in a process of perpetual evolution, existing within a universe in which being is in a process of eternal involution. This combination means that being is continually permeating or radiating like the sun, and man is continually seeking to ascend and be reunited through growth with the luminous source of himself. Thus man is ascending a ladder of 7 rungs, and eternity itself is descending to a world of 7 degrees, qualities, spheres, or parts. In the Gnosis, these were represented by emanationism, in which eternity is forever emanating the qualified or conditioned aspects of itself, and man is forever emanating the over parts of his own nature, which are his intuitional and inspirational elements or characteristics. Somewhere these two meet, and it is the meeting of these two values by means of which heaven and earth are united. It is in this way that the two opposites are reconciled, and as the alchemist said, we produce the mystery of the fire that is fed by water, and the water that is not extinguished for the fire. So we have this common meeting. Man has body, mind, and spirit. The infinite must likewise have spirit, mind, and body. The body of man belongs to the body of the infinite. The mind of man is part of the mind of the infinite. The spirit of man is derived from the eternal essence of infinite spirit. Man has been so constituted that he can reach a degree of insight in which he can bridge this mysterious interval between the creating power and the created creature. So according to the old beliefs and the ancient traditions, there comes a time in which man becomes capable of regaining a point of equilibrium between creator and creation. And this interval between creator and creation is the abode of creature. And man is a creature. The word man is from the ancient Hindu Manas, the thinker. Manu, the lawgiver. So in the emanation theory, man ascending gradually approaches a condition of comprehension. Eternity descending comes gradually near enough to man so that man can comprehend this universal procedure. And it is because these two powers are moving toward each other by eternal law that man himself more or less comes into existence. Because man represents the creature which contains both the creator and the creation. As Paracelsus said, man is bound to the elements by his body, to the planets by his soul, to the stars by his spirit. So the spirit in man links him to the eternal. The body of man binds him to the temporal. Between these two, the soul of man, his mental and emotional coordination, acts as the bridge, so that the individual is capable of making the transition from the state of not knowing to the state of knowing. Because of all creatures which we are capable of knowing or comprehending ourselves, Man is the only one in which there is a Homer's golden chain which locks the rock of earth and binds it to the pinnacle of Olympus. Man, therefore, has the chain of bodies, the chain of vehicles, without a break. And man is the lowest creation in which this is true. Therefore, man alone has a perfect ladder on which he can ascend, from the material to the mystical, from the mystical to the rational, from the rational to the divine. This constitutes his road or his path. And it was held in ancient metaphysics that it's because of this chain of vehicles alone that man is capable of understanding metaphysics. If he did not possess the internal instruments of knowing, he could not even wonder about the reason for himself. But because he possesses these, Plato points out that it is a shame indeed, a great pity under the sun, that possessing this power to know God, man should be willing to live in ignorance and die in ignorance. That having values, powers, and potentials by which he is lifted above all other creatures and has the means to attain union with the radiance of the infinite, that he is willing to remain a mole, clinging to the earth, burrowing within the earth, assuming his blindness to be his proper state, and denying expression continuously to these urges and impulses within himself which would rebel against his own impotence and would impel him to seek his proper destiny, as described in the mysterious Gnostic hymn of the Robe of Glory. So that we have, in this situation, another point which metaphysics brings out, and that is the strange, incredible, unsolvable restlessness in man. The human being is never at peace, never at rest, and never able to escape from the impulses and the pressures that tear him and in one way or another disturb him. The reason for this restlessness is that man's impulses, his life facts, his realities, and his energies, all belong to the infinite. Man's natural instinct is like that of the bird, to be free. He wants to rise into the higher air. He wants to spread the wings that have been concealed within the body of clay. He wants to go home. He wants to be part of the great citizenry of space by which he is wonderfully equipped and for which he is destined. Yet in the presence of this tremendous desire to grow, he finds, as Goethe says, that there is a self within him which in the earth aspires. There is something in him that binds him also to the trivial, holds him locked within the narrow confines of his earthly cage, and causes him to count as most blessed those situations which most affect him illy and contribute to his misery. But man cannot rest because he belongs to the light. He belongs to the ancient road that must bring him finally to the full expression of infinite existence in himself. He must go home. He must be one with the infinite by becoming himself infinite. Thus he cannot endure with complete complacency that which frustrates the complete purpose for his own existence. Thus he is ill at ease. He cannot accept the condition in which he finds himself. He is too big for the world he has accepted and too weak to learn how to escape it. He cannot be satisfied with what he is, but he hasn't the courage to be more. Thus the disciplines of philosophy, the great schools set up in antiquity for the cultivation of human conduct, were intended to instruct man in his eternal destiny, strengthen him in his resolution to claim his proper birthright, and to provide him with the various instruments through the use of which he can achieve that end for which he was destined. These instruments, this process, this insight, and the science involved in the perfection of this part of man, these together constitute the subject of metaphysics. Thank you very much.
There's probably no subject that is more difficult to appreciate on a popular level than this rather dry and dismal problem of logic. Logic is an offense to most people because they much prefer to be illogical. They find logic a very frustrating thing, and the definitions available in dictionaries and standard reference works are either inadequate or utterly confusing. Yet actually, logic can be a very interesting subject if we begin to apply it to ourselves or try to gain some practical insight about the processes of the human mind. If we possess essential facts, there would be little use for either logic or reason. In fact, most of the branches of learning that we know today would be useless if we had a small group of inevitable, eternal facts available to our comprehension. We use the word fact today rather loosely. We use it to define anything which seems to be obviously and undeniably true. And we do have a small number of what might be termed trite facts. Facts that no one will ever question, but in themselves will contribute very little to our improvement, our happiness, or our security. Thus, there are so-called self-evident things which no one chooses to question or deny. Every once in a while, however, someone assails one of these self-evident things and has demonstrated that many of them can be successfully assailed. For example, it was a self-evident fact in the 13th and 14th century that the earth was flat. No one questioned it. Today, in the 20th century, we know the earth is geographically round and financially flat. But that is a little different from the original thinking. We know that people were burned at the stake, boiled in oil, ridiculed, and persecuted for affirming things that we now call to be facts. This can only have one essential meaning to us, namely that even obvious facts may not be factual. Realizing, as we must in philosophy, that we are dealing with a universe of values, most of these values essentially unknown. we must develop various means of self-orientation. If we cannot know that which is inevitably and eternally true, then we must deal with probabilities. We must deal with those beliefs and convictions and policies and attitudes which seemingly have the greatest amount of integrity and veracity in them. Logic comes to our aid in this particular type of emergency. Logic helps us to escape the tendency to develop what Epictetus calls a falling sickness of the mind. It prevents us from being imposed upon by common or vulgar errors. It prevents us from overlooking the more obvious hazards, difficulties, or inconsistencies in reports and so-called facts. Logic is of two kinds, generally broadly divided between pre-Aristotelian logic and post-Aristotelian logic. Post-Aristotelian logic was a systematic science of logic, built up by a very careful classification of processes and procedures and the perfection of logical instruments, by means of which we were able to refine to a certain measure those common processes which we know as common sense. Logic was really formalized to press forward the conclusions of the individual on matters which he commonly regarded as normal, reasonable, probable, likely. Pre-Aristotelian logic was called natural logic. And natural logic is part of the wisdom of the folk. Natural logic is the shrewdness of the old farmer, the almost untutored skill of the village lawyer. At a time when books were few, problems were rather simple, the lawyer depended largely upon common sense, and so did the judge. In those days, the confusion of litigation as we know it today did not exist. And for the most part, justice was discovered by simple, rather ordinary procedures. Natural logic also helped the semi-civilized person to come to certain conclusions that were consistent with his general attainment. Natural logic, therefore, must have some bearing upon the capacity of the person to be logical. It was not a formal structure that could be passed on from one person to another and be universally true for all concerned. It was a kind of homely insight that developed around the natural thoughtfulness, the natural penetration of certain minds that seem to have special abilities in being thoughtful or reasonable or sequential or orderly in their thinking. Thus, in most communities, there were a few logical persons who were greatly called upon for their advice, their opinions on various matters of significance. Perhaps the most useful phase of logic for us is that it is related to the science of the reasonable. In every contact we have in life, we are challenged to determine within ourselves the reasonableness of situations. We are required to determine the reasonableness of the news that we read in the paper, the reasonableness of the explanations given to us by friends and associates for their various activities. We are expected also to be able to defend in a reasonable manner our own feelings, our own beliefs, our own attitudes, on a variety of common issues. The enemy of the reasonable, of course, is not just merely thoughtlessness, it is largely pressure. One of the most common causes of unreasonableness is the desire of the person, we will say, to get something for nothing. This is a common affliction of our race, and never have we suffered from it more than at the present time. Never have we been so gullible. Never have we been so over-influenced by pretension. Never have we lost our common sense in the desperate desire to have things the way we want them to be, regardless of whether the way is reasonable or not. Logic is part of philosophy because it has to depend upon the development of certain philosophical instruments in consciousness. The person, to be logical, must have some framework or background of reasonableness. He must have some foundation in natural law. He must have some comprehension of the probabilities of existence. And having gained a basic knowledge of such principles, he must have the courage to apply them. And he must also have the memory necessary to bring them to attention at the proper time. Perhaps one of the simplest examples of this that we can advance quickly is the problem of Buddhist philosophy. Here we have a very complicated system which has passed through numerous reformations and changes based upon two laws: the law of causality, or cause and effect, and the law of rebirth, or reincarnation. To the Buddhist, these are real fixed points in thought. He builds his entire concept of life around them. Under the law of cause and effect and its manifestation as karma, he has been taught that he is not ever going to get something for nothing. He accepts this. He accepts it not only as a philosophical truth, as an ethical fact, as a moral reality, but as a spiritual inevitable. Now, we cannot say that it is possible to demonstrate to the ultimate degree of finality the factualness of the Buddhist position. We can accept it, we can reject it, we can admire it, we can dislike it. But we can only come to the point of saying that in the light of the structure of the philosophy itself, it is reasonable. Furthermore, in the light of human experience, it is reasonable. After all, we have all tried to get something for nothing. We have found it one of the most expensive procedures that there is. We have been disillusioned, deceived, and cheated hundreds of times in our efforts to build a universal value called a bargain. We know in our heart of hearts and our mind of minds that real bargains are extremely rare, and that to discover them at all requires a great deal of judgment. They can occur, but only under the most fortuitous circumstances. Thus, in the Buddhist concept, the individual is not looking for a bargain. If something comes to him a little more easily than might seem to be normally the probability, he begins to call on another one of his laws, or another phase of his law, to express this or to understand it, and that is the law of karma. He decides that perhaps he has earned a little better destiny than he thought, and therefore occasionally something unusually pleasant or agreeable occurs to him. On the general pattern, however, of a universe built upon the law of cause and effect, it is not difficult to build a fairly solid structure of logic. Nor is it so difficult to be logical about the life of the person if we accept the idea of reincarnation. But these are merely two examples, not to press the point, not to affirm that these are the best of all beliefs, but merely to point out that the individual, in order to develop logic, must have certain basic beliefs. He must have certain concepts that are large enough to satisfy him that they are true. And then he must apply to these the various developments of reasoning powers and experiences which occur, fitting that which happens into the pattern of that which he believes to be a reasonable universal plan. If he is able to do this, of course, he is protected against a great deal of imposition. And he is able to be logical in the terms of the basic beliefs that he holds. And this, of course, is more or less as far as logic can go. Logic is a way of proving a certain conviction, but it is not a way of proving that the conviction itself is true. Logic is to unfold a thing according to its premise. If it is consistent with its premise, it is logical. But this does not mean that it must be factual. But today, most people have fairly good premises. They move from reasonably well-developed common attitudes. These premises have been strengthened by education. They have been strengthened by the historical experience of our race, by tradition, by observation, by experimentation, and by what we term authority, which I regard as about the least of all, but it's still there. These foundations are available to us, and we can build logically in harmony with them. Also, we know that for a thing to be logical, there must be a relation between what happens to us and what happens to other people. Now, here is a bad example of logic. It is logical that good should come to us because we deserve it. It is illogical that good should come to others because they do not deserve it. Our assumption in this always is that we, by nature, are superior to others. That while it is perfectly reasonable and perfectly probable for another individual to be victimized by poor judgment, this is just not possible to us. We have a kind of infallibility in us. We can say when someone else is in trouble, it serves him right. But when the same trouble comes to us, to borrow a line from Kipling, the bottom is out of the universe. We no longer have any faith in anything. Thus, we are unable to realize or to admit that we all have the same fallibilities, that we are all subject to the same mistakes, and that therefore we have no right and no reason to assume that any attitude that we possess gives us immunity to the common events of life. So logic can help us. It can help us to build a universe around certain concepts. And certainly the law of cause and effect is one of these concepts. It is a concept that if we want something, we must earn it. And also that if we want $1, we must earn $1, not 50 cents. It is a concept that what we earn will ultimately come to us. And then we go into another level of logic. And we say to ourselves, what is the meaning of the whole concept of earning and paying? Certainly, we work hard. We gain certain goods or chattels for our labor. These goods we spend or trade or do something with to gain other ends that we want. But what is the meaning of it all? After a lifetime of barter and exchanging, we depart into a universe which, according to the opinions of our philosophers and theologians, will not be devoted to bartering and exchange. That most of the things we do here are peculiarly related to this kind of life. So it is perfectly reasonable to ask the question, why do we spend 70 years here doing things we may never do again? Now, this is a kind of a sticky question. Now, if we're materialists, there is no answer. There's not only no answer, but there's no reason why we should have lived here in the first place. If we are theologians and believe that we are going to drift off into some paradisical abode where we will spend eternity with the angels, this may also be optimism, but it gives us no real incentive for becoming skillful merchants, good mechanics, does not even give us any particular reason for any art unless it be music, and we are stuck with a harp sometimes. But outside of this, there is no reason for it. Rebirth tells us, well, perhaps we'll come back and need these skills again. But the question then naturally arises, how many of these skills will be in survival by the time we come back? Will we be working hard to perfect a capitalistic system to find that we return 1,000 years from now and capitalism is extinct? What do we know about these things? So we ask ourselves all kinds of questions. Children ask. We do not know the absolute answer. We hope we have a reasonable answer. But if someone turns around, picks a hole in our answer, and discomforts us because we are unable to demonstrate our point, then we have been deficient in logic in the development of our solution or our approach to the matter. We have to have not only things that are reasonable, but things which can be demonstrated or manifested to the best of our rational ability. So logic is the means by which we put our ideas into neat little packages, label them, and have them available when we need them. Ideas which will influence us and which we can communicate in an articulate manner to others. This is especially a responsibility of parents to children. The answers that they give children must be logical, and they must be reasonable. The child may not be able to distinguish the reasonable elements, but most children can discover the lack of logic, and they will turn right around and ask the inevitably embarrassing question. This type of thing discomforts parents, but what it should point out to the parent is that he never had the answer, and that his own need is as great as that of the child. He has been drifting along without any clear, reasonable explanation for the very problem the child is bringing to attention. And it's very apt to be a key problem, a basic problem, and a very valuable one. So logic inspires the person to make sure that his own answers, his own thinking, his own solution to problems are not only reasonable, but in the lines of consistency are defensible in a world of doubting friends, relatives, and neighbors. The problem of logic means that we must face the logic of other people. They tell us something we disagree with. There is no use in disagreeing. There is no use in shouting. There is no use in sulking. We must have a better answer, or the other person's logic stands, whether we like it or not. If he is logical, if he has developed his premises correctly, if we are unable to find any flaw in the unfoldment of his basic ideas, then we must either agree with him or become better students ourselves in order that we may find flaws that normally we would overlook. So that logic helps us to straighten out, clarify, simplify, and direct both thought and word. Logic helps us to put into a concise statement our ideas about a matter. One thing we observe in logical people is that they very often lack imagination, that they are perhaps too concise, that they are uninteresting because they approach everything in such a peculiarly realistic way that they manage to take most of the romance and drama out of life. This, again, is because they have had too much Aristotelian logic and have never found that the development of the logical faculty is a very beautiful, interesting, dramatic, dynamic thing. They have become logy in it. They have become bound by rules only, until the rules have become more important than the ideas. All rules exist merely in order to clarify ideas. The rule is not the important thing. It is merely the frame by means of which the picture gains new dignity. And to substitute the rule for the picture, or the frame for the picture, is to become a pedant, to become this type of mind that was so criticized in the Middle Ages, which we call today the scholastic, and which at an earlier time the Greeks called sophists, meaning today in our thinking those pedants whose knowledge was more apparent than real. Logic in our daily working with problems can always gain some help by the generalization of particular ideas. Today we have to realize that we live in a world with billions and 3 billions of other people. And therefore that in some ways any attitude that we have, any belief that we hold, must have a fairness about it, must have a larger integrity in it. It cannot be a private idea. We cannot live in private worlds ruled over by a private set of laws which we have invented, defended by a small army consisting only of our own faculties, and perpetuated regardless of the evidence against it that may accumulate in the world around us. We cannot have these private worlds. When we are unable to be big enough and broad enough to escape from these private worlds, we retire into them under pressure and become introverts. Very often the introvert is simply a person who does not want to live in the world as it is, but in a private universe of his own. Now, if he stays there, refuses to come out, he may remain in this private universe for his entire lifetime. He may populate it with his own kind of gods and godlings. He may make his own rules to run it. He may decree who he will permit and who he will not permit to be a citizen of his private world. In the end, however, he generally has no citizens but himself. This kind of attitude, while perhaps not carried to this extreme, is a common failing. We like to feel a certain power to interpret things as we want to. This is all right up to a certain point. Beyond that, it is a form of self-hypnosis or self-over-suggestion in which we gradually force a dignity upon our opinions which they do not really deserve. So we have to say to ourselves when we take attitudes, what would happen if these attitudes became general? Immanuel Kant, in his categorical imperative, gives us a good example of this policy. He tries to place a criterion upon man's concepts and precepts. He says, for example, that the final test of everything is that a belief of ours, fully matured and developed and unfolded according to all of its potential, if the code by which we live, the production of our own thinking and feeling, if this code became universal and all men had to live under this exact code, would there be universal justice? If there isn't, then our own code is wrong. In other words, if our code is not a code that we could live under, if it was administered by another person rather than ourselves, then things are not good with us. If we cannot create a way of life which is fair to all men, it is not fair to us. And it may be an expedient thing which we cannot immediately change, but it is not an ultimate, nor is it something greatly to be desired. We must always attempt the universalization of our attitude to see whether we would like to live under such a system. This is almost another statement of the Golden Rule, which occurs in over 40 religions and philosophies. It is simply a statement of the idea that would we really want others to do to us what we are moved to do to them? If we feel like taking advantage of them, would we be just as happy if they took advantage of us in the same way? If we would not, then we shouldn't start it, because the law of cause and effect will move in. So logic finally helps us to live in such a way that we can be happy under the law of cause and effect. It teaches us to sow wisely in order that we may reap happily. It tells us to plant what we expect to harvest, and that we will not have a harvest contrary to the planting. It also warns us to guard the crop carefully during the difficult periods of its growth. For if we neglect the harvest, we will diminish the fullness thereof. It places the universe under a pattern of law. If we do not want to be lied to, we do not lie. If we do not want to be exploited, we do not exploit. If we do not want to be deceived, we do not deceive. If we do not want to be neglected, we do not neglect. We take it for basic fact, as far as we are able to extend fact, that it is extremely logical and reasonable that the things that we do will have inevitable consequences in us, and we must be prepared to live by them. Now, why and how shall we demonstrate this? Logic again comes forward. If we assume this concept of sowing and reaping to be just, how can we logically defend it? We can defend it in a great many ways. We can defend it in the common ground of all logic. First, we can defend it mentally, for we are able to prove by straight thinking that this is true in justice. This is true in man-made law. This is true in every experience that we know. We gain further support from it by the observation of natural phenomena around us. We observe the various habits of creatures. We recognize the wisdom of the ancient saying, waste not, want not. We know that this is part of the folk wisdom of our people. History can give us terrible examples of those who have broken these simple rules. So by degrees we build up a very powerful defensive structure. This is not pure logic, but this is what might be termed natural logic. It is the kind of logic which guided the conduct of our ancestors. We can, however, by the skillful use of words, formularize all these facts into simple, direct statements. These direct statements appear in themselves to be beyond controversy. They cannot be denied. The sequence of them must therefore come to a reasonable and inevitable conclusion, and that conclusion is logical. Now, there's no reason why everyone should spend the rest of their time trying to work out logical theorems or make use of the Aristotelian categories in order to arrive at certain conclusions that they want. The problem is largely the preservation in modern man of natural logic, the simple homespun variety, the kind that is the wisdom of the young which will confound the old on many occasions. We can gradually develop a kind of common sense which, if we are mindful of it and continuously live according to it, will take out of our lives many of the unpleasant incidents with which we are afflicted. We can remember certain very simple formulas in the working of these problems. We can say to ourselves, a certain man has cheated us. This man, in turn, has cheated others. And we must therefore come to the logical conclusion that he is not honest. And on the basis of this conclusion, we must be on guard against him at all times. Now, this is not so difficult if we are quiet and in an impersonal mood, but you'd be surprised at the stream of younger people who come to me who have made illogical marriages. Not because they were not students of Aristotle, but because they lacked ordinary common sense. A person under the glamour of romance, for example, will come and tell me frankly that she has become smitten by a young man who has been for years a chronic alcoholic. This individual has never been able to keep a job, and he has a bad police record. But she feels that in spite of all this, he is a good man, basically, and that she is going to be able to reform him in 10 easy lessons. Now, by this we have a good example of bad logic. She is not going to accomplish such a thing. The testimonies are against it. The testimonies indicate that in her emotional attachment, she has lost sight of nearly all of the essential facts. Another individual comes to me with a business problem. He has a man with whom he is closely associated in business. In a number of personal affairs which have arisen in their lives, matters largely of friendship or social relations or incidental things, the man who came to me learned several matters about his business associate. First, he learned that he was a tax evader. He learned that he chiseled in every way possible and was perfectly willing to perjure himself on his tax return. But my friend said, well, after all, taxes are not very fair, so I don't blame him. Maybe I'd do the same thing. A little later, he found that this man had a beautiful and congenital habit of lying. Whenever he was in a difficulty, he lied. When he didn't want to do something, he lied. The lies were mostly comparatively harmless. They were just nice little white lies, but they were getting a little gray with constant wear. He also found out that this individual was perfectly willing to drive a sharper bargain than the facts justified. That this individual was perfectly willing to misrepresent products. He was perfectly willing to promise delivery of goods that he could not deliver, not because he wasn't supported and backed by the firms with whom he dealt, But he knew they were slow of delivery. He knew that he could not promise these things, yet he promised, fully aware that he could not keep his word. Little by little, the man who came to me got an impression of this man that was pretty bad. But after having this impression built up and sustained for several years, he was never able to understand why this man suddenly cheated him. There was just no other probable outcome. Logically, reasonably, this man would ultimately cheat anybody for the fact that he had this kind of a basic disposition. But because he was friendly, because he was affable, because he was good-intentioned, apparently, the people with whom he dealt were off guard and were seriously imposed upon. Now, anyone who has the tendency to think straight can avoid these kinds of problems. He can also avoid problems of excessive debt. He can guard against allowing his emotions or his appetites to cause him to take on unreasonable responsibilities that he cannot meet. If he sat down and figured out the law of probability, he would be in a much stronger position than he is under his present way of thinking. One man came to me who had a little more of the logical attitude within himself. I think he wanted me to help him to be illogical, but I couldn't oblige. What he was explaining to me was that he was buying a house. Actually, he was buying a house that was way out of his financial class. He was buying a house, and he sat down with me and he figured it out. He says, it is going to take me 20 years to pay for this house. And in order to pay for it, and to maintain my family in a reasonable security, I cannot be sick for one day or out of work for one day in that entire period of time. Is it probable that I can make this transaction safely? The answer, of course, it isn't. It isn't so. He would have to have some backlog to protect him. If this man had enough additional funds to maintain himself for 2 years, at any time during the period under consideration, he might have taken the chance. As it was far too dangerous. Yet most people would never stop and think of this. They'd think of only the refinancing, or the possibility of bluffing their way through, or the even more dangerous situation of ending up with various indebtedness on which they're paying from 12 to 20% per annum. People just will not sit down and quietly put 2 and 2 together and get 4 as the result. So if we can train minds just a partial way along this thinking things through policy, then we find that there are many simple rules, simple guides, simple ways by which we can protect ourselves against unusual and unreasonable stress. Wherever we do not make this protective move, where we do not think these things through, we hazard not only our security, our happiness, our friends, but we also hazard our health. The individual, having made unreasonable moves and forced to defend them in one way or another, may pay with his life for the additional anxiety that he has brought upon himself. So the philosophical pattern here, the great value of philosophy, is that it shall cause prudence, that it will not restrict the person in the reasonable fulfillment of reasonable desires, but will prevent him from taking on unreasonable futures which he may not be able to meet. This philosophical pattern will prevent him from mortgaging years that are not yet his. These principles will help him to be able to sit down quietly and reason through the intensities of his own desires, reason through the pressures of his own ambitions, and try to arrive at a course of action which is defensible in terms of common sense. If he can do this, he will not have too many difficulties. So what we call natural logic is that the person shall have normal expectancy as to the outcome of the various things or patterns with which he is concerned. He will set something in motion with a full awareness of the responsibilities and the opportunities. That he will accept debt advisedly, knowing that sometimes he must accept it, but he will never abuse the privilege of owing money. He will never go so far in a situation that he endangers all because he must have something. This type of discipline takes philosophy out of the realm of abstraction where we have tried to keep it in the cloistered sanctuaries of universities and puts it to work where it belongs, in the daily existence of individuals who must defend themselves in this particular generation against a wild array of illogical and unreasonable pressures. The individual must become more quiet as the world becomes noisier. He must become more careful as the world grows more careless. He must compensate for every dereliction of society by a further intensification of his own integrity. Otherwise, he is ultimately going to be drowned in a sea of common mistakes. Now, when we come to sum up this problem of logic and of the reasonable, we must naturally flow with it into the next branch of philosophical study, and this is ethics. Now, ethics is concerned primarily with two problems, but before we approach them directly, we know that ethics must seek the definition of morality. Ethics has to do with the nature of moral good and moral bad. Now, this problem is hardly less complicated than the one involving logic. And it is somewhat more difficult because good and bad emotionalize so rapidly and rationalize so slowly. The whole problem of good and bad is extremely relative and has been subject to more ramifications and changes in the course of human history than perhaps any other basic concept. However, in the basic definition, morality must be that by means of which individual conduct contributes the most to collective security. Morality must have to do with the individual's concept of what is right. And what is right must be a positive statement of value. Morality then does break down into the two divisions which I mentioned. Morality being, first of all, what is the present good? How are we to approach the problem of contemporary value? But morality goes a step beyond this. For morality must define the nature of future good, because it is only by the definition of future good that civilization grows. Without a vision of something better than it is, everything fails. Thus, we must have not only a nature of good as we know it, but of better as it could be, or as the future naturally implies, a reasonable growth. This growth being a growth not only in a state, but in value. So we can say that ethics has to do with the basic problem of value. It has to do with decision as to that which is most necessary and the greater good. And it therefore is the type of decision which may cause the patriot to sacrifice his life for his principle. It may cause the parent to sacrifice more slowly the years of life for the protection of the child. It may be the conviction which causes the person to depart from worldliness, dedicate himself to some missionary endeavor, and bury his life in some jungle or swamp. These are values. Values which we find expressed on every level of human activity. So we now consider first the problem of ethics as an effort to determine the nature of morality. Now today we think of morality almost entirely on the emotional level of physical human relationships. This is not according to philosophy. Morality, according to philosophy, is actually motivation. Morality is the reason behind conduct. And whatever we do, are we motivated by the principal powers or values that we associate with ethics? Are we motivated by integrity? Are we motivated by virtue? Are we motivated by the fact that what we plan to do is necessary, useful, proper, and therefore generally commendable? Morality includes the element of mental and emotional integrity and physical honesty. Honesty is the long physical shadow of integrity. And many persons who are honest from fear only. They are not persons of basic integrity. Morality, then, has to do with whether or not we shall compromise value for any reason, for any consideration. Logic would say, don't compromise it because it is unreasonable. Ethics would say, do not compromise because compromise is not good. We move now from the standard of the reasonable and the practical to the standard which is largely dominated by the function of the human conscience. Good becomes to the individual his standard of action. If his standard of action is too low, then it is obvious through his conduct because he is not good. So each person has to determine in his own way a standard of morality. And it will involve a large number of different activities. One of the most common decisions he has to make is the degree to which he will compromise integrity to utility. This is the great question of today. It is a question that is faced in every field of human activity. It is faced by everyone seeking employment. It is faced by nearly everyone who has a job. It is a decision that comes frequently into the home. It has much to do with the fact we have or do not have friends. And it may have a great deal to do with the bank balance. These problems are problems of ethics, and they are problems which involve primarily the degree to which we are willing to sacrifice advantage to the maintenance of principle. Well, this question is open to very large debate. The general tendency of people today is to give it less and less attention. And a person will consider himself as reasonably virtuous if he is as honest as conditions permit. And of course, with conditions permitting less and less, he is not gaining very much in moral stature with the passing of time. Now, each person has the decision to make, and the problem of the ethical life of the individual is summed up in philosophy in a very simple manner. And yet this simple manner is far greater instrument than we realize. Namely, that each individual must live in a way in which he can live with himself without stress. This does not mean that all persons are going to be able to make all ethical adjustments immediately. To the average person, the problem of ethics and the problem of morality both are related to a relationship between the individual and his own life. For example, a person belonging to a religious group may be instructed by this group, as some are, that it is a moral sin to turn on a television, a radio. It is a moral sin to go to a theater or a dance, and it is a moral sin to read romantic or non-religious literature. That puts the lid down pretty tight on this person. So his problem then is, how does he feel about it? If he has assumed this faith, if he is convinced that the faith is true, if he has voluntarily committed himself to what he regards as the deepest religious principles that are possible to him, he is by this act committing himself to the rules of that organization or group. If he is sincere, whether he is reasonable or not, if he is devout, whether he is sensible or not, he cannot break the rules which he affirms to be true without damage to his own character. This is the inevitable product of the conflict in ethical standards. It means, therefore, that anything of a moral nature which offends the individual is going to damage him. In some instances, the individual has gone directly to the organization and resigned, as making a statement that he is no longer in favor of it. But if the organization is religious and he has taken certain sacramental obligations, the question is, can he resign from his vows? That is a very much more difficult problem. It is done. It has been done frequently. But what is the result upon the person? Is this individual damaging himself? Is his emancipation of such a nature that he is able to realize that he was mistaken in his previous allegiance? Is he able to sense that perhaps he is breaking an obligation which was taken in terms of a belief that is not true? Even presuming this to be so, can he break an obligation that he has taken to himself? This is a strong moral problem. There is no trite answer, because the individual has to live with himself. And out of the mystery of his own conscience must come finally that which he can do and that which he cannot do. Now, in addition to the private opinion or the private conviction of the individual, the world has built up gradually a collective pattern of ethics. This collective pattern has been contributed to by nearly all of the surviving civilizations and many that have not survived. The great descent of man's concept of morality and ethics constitutes one of the most powerful of our psychological heritages.
we have gradually built most of our morality around Scripture, most of our ethics around philosophy. Yet in this phase of the problem, they are essentially identical. The only difference being that while our ethical assumptions or our ethical convictions may be defended by a certain reasonableness, either logic or other instrument of philosophy, our moral or religious allegiances can be defended by faith only, or by the mysterious factor of intense realization or intuition or inspirational guidance. Therefore, morality rapidly moves toward the metaphysical, whereas ethics remains very largely in the realm of physics, a kind of metaphysical physics, but in a more material sense. Morality, therefore, can be traditional, and it can be highly personal. But we do have certain standards, and civilized nations must live within the general patterns of these standards. And where the individual diverges too far from the morality and ethics of his time, he is subject to censure. This censure may take many forms, but it nearly always results in some misfortune, some difficulty or unpleasantness, which the offender must accept, and which may gradually work a hardship upon him. Within any structure of ethics, however, we also must continue to recognize the unethical person. We realize that any traditional form can come in violation with individual attitudes, and that therefore what we call crime, which is the violation of the laws of men, or sin, which is theologically a violation of the laws of God, that both of these exist and have existed from the dawn of time, and that actually in matters of both crime and sin there has been comparatively little progress. There has been a certain refinement, but these two values have not been advanced as rapidly as our skills or attitudes on other subjects. So that today, as far as our moral and ethical lives are concerned, we are making precisely the same mistakes as our most remote ancestors. The only difference being that we are making them in a rather more sophisticated manner. Perhaps this in itself is an indication of lost ground, because it is assumed that increasing intelligence should have given us greater control of our own conduct. Morality, then, as a practical subject, has to do with the individual gaining emotional control over conduct. Ethics with his gaining mental control over attitudes. Both of these have their very obvious and very practical expressions in human society. And nearly everyone who is interested in advancing himself, gaining a better attitude toward life, freeing himself from old fears and doubts and anxieties, and gaining a sense of integration in life and into the life of the universe, must try in some way or other to discover principles which will guide his ethical and moral convictions, and at the same time not offend his intelligence. This is not always easy, but gradually systems of philosophy have accomplished this. We know that for the most part, the world's greatest heroes, those for whom we have the greatest admiration, regarding them as the noblest of human beings, have been outstanding examples of constructive morality and ethics. We know also that great systems of religion are in relative agreement as to what constitutes morality. Great systems of philosophy are in relative agreement as to what constitutes ethics. and even on the material plane of life, where ethics is most apt to be violated, the ethical structure of society holds ethics to be desirable, to be necessary, to be proper, and regrets the loss of ethical integrity, even though it does not support that integrity. So each person does have a reference frame, and this reference frame must be in terms of time and place. And the reference frame makes available to him the best ethics that the world has known. It makes available to him the highest concepts of morality which man has achieved. And it presents these truths, or these realities, or these concepts in the most persuasive and reasonable way, pointing out the proven dangers of transgressing these standards. The simplest attitude that we know of, perhaps, in ethics, is found in the recommendation or admonition of Jesus as to what constitutes the law and the prophets, namely that we shall love God and live honestly with our fellow men. This constitutes what might be termed natural morality and ethics. If we love a spiritual principle, we are again reminded of the words, "If you love me, keep my commandments." To love God is to live according to our conviction of what God requires. To claim to love, and at the same time to go contrary to this claim, is not only to subject us to inconsistency, it is going to subject us to conflict within ourselves, causing sickness. I believe we will demonstrate in the ages that lie ahead, somewhere along the line, that a very large part of sickness, for which we now give innumerable possible causes, actually arise. These various types of sickness arise in man's inner conflict between his conviction and his conduct. If this could be completely cleared out within himself, it is quite likely that he would live longer and live more happily, have more energy and better health, inasmuch as all of his resources are involved in the subtle condemnation of himself, which he practices whether he admits it or not. And under pressure, nearly always, the lack of ethics, the lack of morality, will bring further hazards, which cause again further concern, until the individual collapses in the responsibilities of his own mistakes. So we think of ethics and morality not only as virtues of the spirit and of the mind, but necessary guides of conduct and action if we wish to have the maximum value out of the physical life that we live. So we can say now that morality for the individual is based upon a series of attitudes or a series of concepts which are developed rather broadly and deeply in Neoplatonism. Certain values have a common nature in the universe. The various manifestations of universal law give different expressions to an identical group of values. These values interpreting themselves in many, many ways. For example, one of the ways in which things which are reasonable manifest themselves may be termed orderly. A thing is orderly, in which the parts of itself are in proper relationships to each other. a thing is in order when there is no longer any disorder in it. And this lack of disorder actually means that there is no conflict in it, no disagreement in it, no asymmetry within the structure of that thing. So that which is termed orderly may also be termed reasonable. Because when we achieve an orderly state of the mind, we are reasonable. When we achieve a reasonable state of the virtues, we are moral. When we achieve a moral state in relation to certain specialized fields, such as, for example, the arts, we discover that morality and virtue suddenly manifest as beauty. Beauty is only another name for this same orderliness that we started out with. Beauty is everything in its proper relationship to everything else. Now, we may say that standards of beauty differ with various peoples, but this is true almost exclusively because of familiarity. We give a certain acceptance to things familiar. But at the same time, these familiar things must be acceptable to our standards of aesthetics and integrity. So virtue, beauty, goodness, love, faith, hope, all of these different terms more or less represent the manifestations of one principle in various areas of activity. And that which is beautiful is harmonious. That which is harmonious is ethical. Then we have a scientific sequences. We have scientific types of order, as we represent it in the magnificent universal geometry manifested in snowflakes. We say that a snowflake is a magnificent example of universal order. Because it is this, it is beautiful. Because of it being a representation of universal order, it must be good. Because that which is manifested according to its universal has to be good. It is when it is distorted away from its universal that it ceases to be good. So we are dealing with all kinds of patterns. We are dealing with musical harmonies. For the Greeks were very quick to point out that musical discords were immoral, and that the individual who permitted himself to be influenced by them would destroy part of his own integration. Now, whether they are fashionable, whether everybody likes them, whether they give a certain unreasonable stimulation to jaded nerves, the fact remains that discords are not good. And that which is not good does not produce good. And that which is not good, when brought into contact with the consciousness of the individual, hurts that individual. And if this not good remains too frequently as an oppression upon the spirit of the individual, his own moral nature is injured as a result. We may say the same thing of various color harmonies. An asymmetrical work of art is not good. That which by its nature is without morality, by its implication is without ethics, by its structure is without order, and by its color or form is without harmony. This thing is not good. Now we have no longer the Pythagorean attitude that inanimate things can influence us. Yet we know they do, regardless of whether we admit it or not. We know that the environment in which we live may be inanimate, but it is an influencing fact. We know that our profession is not a living entity, yet it will change our character. And we must also always point out that we can be and are constantly under the pressure of various abnormal situations. So in our ethics, we have to realize that there is ethical and non-ethical art. This brings us to another point. Can we use three terms here? Can we say ethical, unethical, non-ethical? We have used this conveniently in recent years in various ways. We say moral, immoral, and amoral. We use various terms to indicate a neutrality between the extremes. The purpose of this neutrality being to deprive the subject discussed of any value, assuming that it can be neutral. That we can say that a thing has neither good nor bad meaning, therefore that it has no meaning. But we are not in nature able to demonstrate that anything that exists has no meaning. We have no way of demonstrating that any situation, condition, or quality that arises can be neutral, even though we may try to make it so. Everything must finally verge toward the good or the bad. It cannot be completely in equilibrium. We're reminded again of the good words of the Holy Book, namely that which is neither hot nor cold the Lord speweth out of his mouth. And this is the problem of all this so-called equilibrium situation, a situation in which the individual feels free to express himself in any way that he wishes to because he does not put a directive upon that expression. He doesn't have to. The expression itself has to be direct. Therefore, he must take responsibility for the directive regardless of whether he is willing to assume that responsibility or not. He cannot say, as some parents do, we can lie among ourselves, but the children must tell the truth. He cannot say this. He cannot say that he is using a non-directive line because he is advising the children not to lie. He cannot escape the fact that whatever attitude he takes has a directive. And in this world there is no person so humble or so ignorant or so perverse that he does not have at least two disciples in the course of living. Someone is going to copy him. Someone is going to use him as a standard, whether he is high or low on the level of human affairs. So we cannot avoid the idea of the final ethical and moral results of conduct. Therefore, we must dismiss also the amoral, non-ethical universe which we have been trying so desperately to maintain. There is not one single thing in nature that does not affect any creature that is conscious of that thing. We may assume there are forces or situations that do not affect us because we do not know of their existence. They may affect us subjectively, however. Of this we are not sure. But one thing we do know is that the sunrise and the sunset, the full moon and the new moon, the rising and setting of the stars, the sounds of both man and nature, the architecture around us, the various processes and policies which we create, the clothing we wear, the food we eat, the attitudes we hold, the attitudes that others hold to us, all of these things and an infinite diversity of other things, all affect us. All affecting us in terms of strengthening morality and ethics or tearing down morality and ethics, causing the individual to verge toward the good or away from the good. And life as a total experience is made up of these innumerable pressures, which in some way must come into a summary. They must finally form one compound, And this compound then becomes, we may say, the symbol of the total result of living. We have advanced a little by innumerable and diverse courses, or we have retarded ourselves a little by one group of factors or another. But every individual coming out of this life at the end of an embodiment leaves this world a little better or a little worse than he enters it. No one leaves in a completely neutral condition. No one takes out precisely what he brought in and no more and no less, because he cannot survive over a period of years without in some way being affected. Thus, we know that morality and ethics constitute continuous challenges to our integrity and to our values. And we then try to find simple ways of applying some of these challenges to the obvious associations of daily living. The individual, as Plotinus points out in his essay on the beautiful, requires various types of nutrition to support his life. Plato, again, in the Banquet of Olympiodorus, gives us the same general thinking. Man exists only because of nutrition. His entire manifestation is due to the fact that there is enough fuel provided to enable him to continue in various functions. This fuel is not all of one kind, any more than the fuel used in a very elaborate machine may be all of one kind, as in a combustion motor where at least 2 or 3 kinds of ingredients or fuels or materials are necessary to maintain the efficiency of the device. Each person, therefore, as Plotinus points out, must receive nutrition. He receives it in many, many ways. He receives it from the sun and the moon and the stars and the earth beneath his feet. He receives the magnetic currents of nature, which are invisible to him, but which must certainly be nutritional to certain invisible parts of his own composition. He lives in a universe of energies, to which he responds in varying degrees according to his nature and constitution. In addition to these factors, he has 3 obvious forms of nutrition necessary to the maintenance of his physical existence, not as a body, but as a person in a body. In other words, the personality, the character, the temperament, the compound thing we call the individual in the material world must have 3 basic types of nutrition. He must have physical food. If this physical food is diluted, polluted, or corrupted, he will be sick and or die. If this food is not available, he will starve. If this food is not of proper quality or is inordinately indulged in, he will ultimately destroy himself. Therefore, immoderation in all things is destruction. He must therefore have proper food of a proper kind, under proper conditions, and in proper amounts. This food must be good food. By good food, we come into a moral question now. It must be honorably produced, honorably prepared. There must be no adulteration or chemicalization or evasion of good or pure food and drug laws. Anything that contaminates the food contaminates the body and injures it. And we are rather careful in this because we do not, any of us, particularly want to die of ptomaine poisoning. We do the best we can and grumble at the fact there is so little we can do in comparison to what we believe would be an ideal diet. The second thing that we have to have, as Plotinus tells us, is nutrition for other parts of the life. What food is to the body, beauty is to the psychic integration. The individual must receive a continuous nutrition of harmony, beauty, order, morality, and symmetry. He must be exposed continuously to the affirming within himself, or the restoring within himself, of the supply of idealism for which the soul is in continuous need. If the soul receives contaminated food, it sickens. If the food is too bad, the soul, as far as its function for man is concerned, may be said to die, although it does not actually perish. But it is sickened unto death. And any food which destroys the harmony of the soul destroys man's ability to be a well-organized, well-ordered, happily adjusted human being. For every day, just as man takes in food, so must he likewise take in beauty. Now, the Chinese have a very interesting policy about this, which, while it is not necessary to our thinking entirely, shows that even 3,000 and 4,000 years ago, the Chinese, like the Greeks, were aware of this. And they tried to work it out in a very simple matter of food symbolism itself. The Chinese say that a meal placed in front of you must be nutritious. That is, it must be composed of food that is well prepared, nourishing, properly grown, and properly ripened, and properly diversified to provide a balanced ration. Now, this is all utility, and the result could be a kind of an emaciated-looking hash of some nature. Might have everything in it, but it would not be especially palatable. But the Chinese says that no matter how nutritious the food is, if it is not beautiful to the eyes, it is fake. The individual must find beauty in the food. He must look at the plate and he must say, this is a lovely meal. This is a magnificent bit of still life. This is something that I enjoy looking at. And because I enjoy looking at it, I'm going to digest it better. The third thing he says, I am now going to take a bite of this food. My sense of taste must be pleased. The food I eat must be an adventure of some nature that is delightful. The food must have quality. It must have texture. Some of it must be crisp. Some of it must be soft. Some of it must be smooth. Some might require a certain amount of condiment. Others, we want only the natural flavor without anything added. Flavor must be protected. To the Chinese, the most dismal thing in the whole world is overcooked food, cooked into a stew in which there is nothing left. The next thing that the Chinese like in connection with it is that it must smell good. It must be attractive to the sense perception. And they even go so far as to have all kinds of food products that sound good. You can hear the crisp and the crackle and the snapple of these foods and all these things. The Chinese says that when your five senses are equally pleased, the meal is well prepared, the food is nutritious, the environment is good, that there is no greater way of ensuring health, and that there is no way in which an individual can dig his grave more definitely and more distinctly than by shoveling in a mass of material which neither pleases him nor delights his soul, and for all he knows may not even nourish his body. So the Chinese tries to get at it all in the meal. But he does add conversation, he does add a pleasant atmosphere, he does point out that the service is good, it helps to make this whole thing an experience of the soul, which is fulfilling of artistry and all these things. Now, this can be done very simply. It doesn't have to be as elaborate as the Chinese thing. But the Chinese is right when he says, you must plan it, you must eat it thoughtfully, you must enjoy it, it must be important, or ultimately it will do you no good. In the Greek theory, after you got to the point of beauty, where every day the soul must be fed with art, with good music, with literature, with kindly associations with nature, a few moments in the garden, a view out over the ocean, to look at a beautiful picture, to read a beautiful poem, to meditate upon some kindly and learned work, or to find some great grace and beauty in the words of the saint and the sage and the Savior. These are the experiences of every day. If we do not have them, something dries up in us. Something becomes deformed, distorted, until we are no longer beautiful people. And then, as the Greeks pointed out, the mind must also be fed. To feed the mind with prejudice is like feeding the body with tainted food. It is going to sicken the mind. To feed the mind gossip is like feeding it food which has no nutritional value. Nothing is good is going to come out of it, only waste and residue that is of no value. To feed the mind a superficial thing is to try to live in the kind of a world in which we would feed the body nothing but French pastry and hope it would survive. There has to be solid mental food. Food of thought, food of reflection, food that comes from the rational consideration of the values and problems of life, the food of philosophy, the food of science, the food of education. These things have to be provided. And if the personality with its three major parts is not so sustained by a balanced nutrition, it becomes sick. And Socrates points out that the first sickness that the soul exhibits is the deterioration of its morality and ethics. Just as surely as the body begins to function badly if its nutrition is in some way destroyed or perverted, so man, deprived of the total diet necessary to his integrity, is injured first in the most subtle parts of himself. The body may go on because he may be stuffing it with enough calories to hold it up, or he may be taking enough supplementary vitamins to get by on. But you can't do this. You can feed the emotion sophistications, which might seem like vitamins. You can feed the mind systems of brittle thinking, which might seem to be stimulants. But at the same time, the mind, unless it is given the food upon which mind grows naturally, and the emotions, unless they are given the nutrition which helps emotions to mature, deepen, and enrich, unless these values are provided, the individual begins to deteriorate from the top down. He deteriorates first in the compromising of his ethics. He deteriorates in his indifference to learning. This gradually results in antisocial attitudes of all kinds, the loss of respect for himself and for others, and the gradual development of an excessive criticism that is not controllable. If his aesthetics or his moral life is not enriched, it is impoverished. And the individual who has a rich, deep understanding of harmony will not do things which are discordant, asymmetrical, or emotionally wrong. But where he has no education, no culture, no insight into value, he has no basis for the recognition of true value in beauty, in friendship, in love, or in any other subtle emotional relationship which must depend upon the intuitive power of the emotions to recognize the beautiful and the good. If he has this inner nutrition, he will not become a delinquent. But if this nutrition is lacking within himself, he will. Confucius gives us this formula so wonderful. He points out that everyone says to young people or to older people, be good, do what is right, this you must do, this you must not do. And the scriptures of the world are burdened with thou shalt nots from the beginning to the end. But this is not the answer. It is like telling the child not to eat what it wants. The answer does not lie in this building of high banks and barriers against conduct. The decision, the real solution lies in building within the individual a total concept of integrity. So Confucius said, if you want a man to be honest in his dealings, teach him music. It will change him inside himself. If you want him to be a good husband, teach him poetry. If you want him to be a kindly father, teach him philosophy. If you want him to be a good workman, give him religious insight. Don't go after the details that you want him to do, but make him a totally bigger person inside. And if you do this, he will be a totally better person on the outside. You cannot prevent this modification of his own life. So if we want to make these changes, which we realize would be a little helpful now and then, if we want more courage, we must cultivate these values. Now, as most philosophy has demonstrated, these values are corrective of the excesses against which they have been properly contrived or built up. The individual, for example, who is selfish, has lost symmetry of soul. If he gains beauty of soul through the enrichment of his emotional experience on all reasonable levels, particularly in aesthetics, this individual, as his appreciation grows for that which is truly beautiful, inevitably becomes less selfish. The individual who has discovered great beauty is like the Chinese, who, having discovered the infinite wonder of Tao, has very few desires as far as possessions go. He is not controlling himself. He is not going without because he must decide between virtue and vice. But he suddenly discovers in the cultivation of beauty that selfishness is simply foolish. That the only things he can ever really own are the things which are in his own consciousness and which can never be taken from him. So as before he might have been trying to gather up a little comfort from the world, he goes out and sits quietly under a tree and shares the eternal comfort of the universe. All changes within the individual, therefore, lessen negative intensities. And as he grows in morality and ethics, by the quiet encouragement of these things, he becomes a totally better person. And that is one of the reasons why, for so many years, we have been doing everything possible to interest people in music, in art, in fine things outside of religion and philosophy on which their minds have become so set. They are trying so hard to be good and to be wise that they do not realize that this beauty that they need and this wisdom that they desire will grow within themselves by the almost effortless effort that is Taoism itself. The simple, increasing love of beauty, the recognition of nobility, the quiet enjoyment of gentle learning. These things are the medicines and the foods by which the inner life of man matures and perfects itself. The man who loves beauty does not need to fear death. He may not be able to take his pictures and his paintings and his etchings with him, but he will take with him the power to enjoy universal beauty. The man who loves music may not be able to take the old violin with him, but he will be able to be quiet wherever he is in space and hear the music of the spheres. So all these great values enrich the inner life, and in so doing confer upon man the benefits of an immortal existence which will be eternally beautiful. In this thinking and in this way, we can get around, behind, and under the more formal structure of logic and ethics, and come to the realization of this important reality of the natural ethic, the natural logic, through the simple acceptance of which we grow as we were intended to grow. Not by great pain. The lily of the field does not grow in pain. It grows in fulfillment. It grows because growth is its natural quality. Man has this same natural quality. And it is true, as the king of Israel said, looking upon the lily, that Solomon in all his glory is not arrayed like one of these. Actually, the growth of things protects these things. They do not suffer till they pause in their own growth. They do not come into pain until they resist beauty, resist truth, and resist wisdom. And when we understand that, we will have a solid ground for a great constructive approach to ethical and logical philosophy. Well, our time is up, so we'll see you next week.
Excursions into the Encyclopedia Britannica are always interesting, if not always illuminating. In the 14th edition of this distinguished handbook, there is no entry of any kind under the word soul. It is simply completely ignored. Turning to the older form, anima, by which the soul was recorded by Aristotle, we find no entry under that. Hopefully we turn to psyche to see if this will be more profitable. There is a brief entry under this word summarizing the fable of Cupid and Psyche, containing no intimation or suggestion that the word has any other meaning. So we turn to psychology and find there the opening statement: psychology is the science of the mind. Thus the soul, as we are more or less inclined to think of it, receives no major heading in this work. There is no doubt that by checking the index we will find many articles bearing upon the religious and philosophical meaning of the concept of soul, but it rates no major entry, no mention. This is more or less the result of a trend that has been going on now for better than a century, in which the effort has been consistently made to identify the internal life of man entirely with his mental and emotional structure. It has been taken for granted that all older concepts were more or less exploratory, that they were seeking to understand a certain internal part of man, but that all of this exploration has come more or less to naught, and what remains is the simple fact that inside of man is a mental instrument, and that this mental instrument, which also has emotional factors involved in it, may be and should be scientifically considered as the only soul that man has. This, of course, is utterly contrary to the very institutions of philosophy from which even the term psychology originally came. Psychology does not mean literally the science of the mind. It means actually the science of the soul. But in order to have some comprehension of value in the use of this term, the soul, I think we must spend some thought and consideration in trying to estimate how the more ancient groups of people, scholars, mystics, philosophers, considered this part of knowledge, this part of philosophy which deals with the human psyche or anima and its involvement in mortal concerns. There have always been two distinct points of view on this, and perhaps the conflict between them has led to the confusion of the present day. To one group, the soul represented the internal self. It represented, therefore, in broad terms, all of man apart from the body and its energies. The soul was, therefore, the person in the body. It was the soul that actually constituted the thinking, feeling, moving force within man. It was the soul that bestowed character. It was the soul that gradually, through the vicissitudes of life, came to dominate the material organism and transform it into an instrument for psychic purpose. The soul was therefore a true being in itself, more or less inhabiting the suburbs of an invisible universe. And it was the soul that, animating the body, entering into it, transformed this body into a living thing. This concept of soul we find among most ancient religious and philosophic groups. There was a second group, however, possibly inspired by the early philosophies of the Egyptians, that held that the soul was a kind of overtone of the body. That the soul actually was something like the Greek idea of the immortal mortal. The soul had a beginning because it arose from man's internal reflection. It had an origin because it was created out of the very life of man. But having once come into existence, it became an eternal thing, unfolding and developing from the mysterious psychic seed that had been planted in the structure of nature from the very beginning. Thus, to these people, the soul was like a flower or a plant, with its seed in the dark and mysterious earth of man's spiritual nature, and its blossom radiating out into the various phases of enlightenment which man attained through his evolutionary process. It was the soul that really constituted the body of experience. It was fashioned out of the labors of man.
The 12 labors of Hercules contributed to the creation of the soul. And that being in which there was a mature soul, or a soul grown up in wisdom and experience, was a hero, a person of great spiritual endowment. The soul, therefore, really constituted an overself, much in the quality of Emerson's oversoul. But this overself was something that man had to build. Much as in our ordinary way of life, man builds through experience his attitudes, his character, his disposition, his temperament, and the very maturity to which he ultimately attains. The soul growing up in man, therefore, was like a person passing through life, learning as it proceeded, gaining certain lessons, and accomplishing in older years a kind of wisdom, a wisdom arising out of living itself. The soul was consequently this wisdom body. It was this enriching character within man, becoming ever more, and by its own growth leading the body in ways of wisdom and truth. The Eastern peoples more or less follow this same concept, except that they extend the pattern to make what we might term the psychic self as something which evolves not through a single lifetime, but along the whole chain of re-embodiments included in the concept of reincarnation. Thus the soul is that which is re-embodied. It is that which continues to grow behind the changing faces and forms of embodiments. The soul begins with man, begins with his earliest evolution, but continues in an unbroken sequence of growth, passing from one body to another, gaining some new instruction, insight, or understanding from each embodiment. And it is the soul and not the person that grows richer in wisdom. The soul, therefore, becomes, at any given point or time in the evolution of consciousness, the leader of the personality. Within the soul is locked the experience of previous lives, meaning that in some instances we observe persons born with greater erudition and insight than others. We see some more skilled and more gifted. We see the rise of genius. We behold those whose aptitudes and abilities are extraordinary. To the Eastern mind, these represent soul endowments accumulated through the long cycles of rebirth. So we do have two essential concepts, one being that the soul is the person, is the being, the other that the soul is this something that grows up between body and spirit, filling the interval between the two, acting as a bridge which becomes stronger and more adequate for the transmission of consciousness from within or experience from without. It is around this concept that the soul is something that is building with man that psychology gained its consolation and differentiated its own point of view. Psychology, however, has usually taken it for granted that man has only a single embodiment. Therefore, that the soul has its origin, its growth, its maturity, and its end within the span of a human lifetime. But it is in the soul, even in this concept, that what we might term the richest part of life is unfolded. It is the soul also which becomes the source of the various pressures and intensities which mark individuality. It is this soul, variously conditioned according to science by both heredity and environment, that the individual must turn to for the understanding of his own inner life. His life consists not only of his conscious experience, but of certain subconscious or unconscious experiences, which can become powerful forces in the modification of his character. So we come to certain simple concepts about this, by which we translate certain levels of activity in terms of psychology. We say the conscious mind is that part of man's mental life which responds normally to the various stimuli which are the expectancies of living. We can say, therefore, that two persons, A and B, may be involved in this. A is a friend of B. B has always been kind to A. Therefore, A is fond of B. There seems to be no problem here. We can explain the reason for this like in the natural tendencies and temperaments of these people. We find there is no mystery whatever in the association of these two persons. Each is reacting according to obvious circumstances, circumstances which we can explain without any consideration of dark, mysterious elements. But we may take another A and B for a momentary comparison. A knows B, and from the first day he met B, A heartily disliked him. B has done nothing to injure A. B is not aware of any reason why this antagonism should exist. B naturally likes A, but A naturally dislikes B. Now why? This problem is no longer so easy of solution. We can no longer put together some evident and obvious elements and say this is cause and effect. We now find A reacting in a manner inconsistent with environmental phenomena. A is not fulfilling expectancy. A is under some kind of a conditioned pressure. So the problem must arise to find out, if we can, why A, who has not been injured by B, and may have received favors from him, still dislikes him. To find the answer to this, psychology seeks to probe into the subconscious part of man's mind. It seeks to discover, if possible, hidden reasons for the animosity that exists. One of the simplest of all these hidden reasons could be similarity, or perhaps association. It is quite possible that sometime in his life A has known someone resembling B. This other person in some way was unfair or unkind to A. Therefore, when A meets B for the first time, this old hurt, this wound, this unhappy situation is refocused, and A associates B with a previous injury. Thus he naturally has an antagonism which will remain unless he is a big enough person to overcome the subconscious prejudice. Here we see another type of pressure moving less obviously under the surface of A's personality. Out of the study of A's secret pressures, therefore, a certain type of psychology has been developed. It has attempted to discover the reason for unreasonable mental and emotional conduct. To some degree, it has been successful in this, but in some cases it has been almost completely unsuccessful. Also within this area, there is another problem with which psychology has been still less adequate, and that is where it is not a matter of A disliking B, but that A has a deep and wonderful gift for music or art, and B has none of these characteristics. B is comparatively giftless. He is simply an extremely ordinary person. A is an extraordinary person. Now, the question of the psychological pressures of excellence, this question is more difficult to solve than that of prejudice. The answer we would naturally seek in the classical way, whether A has been subjected to some environment in which he had peculiar advantages over B in the attainment of genius. This may or may not be a fruitful line of research. Probably 3/4 of the time it is fruitless. The next question is, can we trace this from heredity? Is it possible that in the background of A there have been great artists and great musicians and great achievements, even though several generations back? Tracing this is, of course, increasingly difficult as we retire where fewer and fewer records are available. But often there is almost nothing to indicate that this is the solution. It may well be that A comes from a family of 5 children. Of these 5, he alone is talented, but all the others share in the same heredity. This offers question which is at the moment more or less shelved for future consideration. It will not fit into the approved pattern of things, but the human mind is very slow to change patterns that seem to be reasonably satisfactory, whether they are applicable or not. So we then have to try to find out, if possible, how it happens that A has entirely different endowments from B or from other members of his own family. And this would seem to point out the necessity of increasing the perspective on the psychic life of man to include more than one embodiment. It would seem necessary to assume that A carries a potential, that this potential came from somewhere, and that this potential was not an accident. It was not something that was merely fortuitously bestowed. It is easy enough to fill the universe with accidents if we want to think this way. But this thought very seldom contributes anything to the advancement of concrete knowledge. We must then assume that all abilities have their origin in some reasonable cause. And here's where psychology gets itself into one of its primary difficulties. Being unable to explain any cause that is consistent with its own concepts, psychology is forced to fall back upon an abstract concept of heredity that cannot be demonstrated for lack of data, or it must fall back upon the fortuitous belief that somewhere in the environment, recognized or unrecognized, the solution to the mystery must lie. Or else it must take the ground and circumstance that some individuals are endowed and some are not, for no good reason. Psychology has been dealing with the problem of no good reason for some time. It has been forced to assume too many accidents, and it has also been forced to associate the individual with too many modifying circumstances over which he has no control. From this approach, we finally come to the principal dilemma from a moral and ethical standpoint which psychology faces, namely that it forces upon us an amoral universe, a universe in which there are no values, where things simply happen, and there is no excuse for their happening. There is no reason why one individual should try harder than another, because there is no probability that effort will ever be actually rewarded. Rewards are not in terms of efforts, they are in terms of accidents. While this in the very abstract laboratory approach may be comparatively meaningless and contribute very little to the complication of human life, when this reaches out into society and becomes a dominant thought or a dominant opinion or a dominant belief, it does and has undermined man's ethical moral life. It has given him a peculiar attitude toward things, an attitude essentially unlawful and meaningless, an attitude in which values as such no longer have any distinguishing boundaries, a universe in which anything can happen, and nearly everything does, and there is no particularly good explanation for the greater part of it. The ancients would not accept this. Perhaps they were too simple in their thinking, too direct to acknowledge such a concept. Perhaps they were too wise to accept it. But in any event, they would not build their universe upon this idea of incident and accident. They insisted that all things in nature had reasons, had explanations, that everything that occurred according to some reasonable plan, pattern, law, or truth. Consequently, that the differences in human life, human behavior, human attitude, human estates must be lawful differences, not accidental differences. And the only way they could solve this was by extending the lifespan of the human being, so that that which was not accomplished in the present life could be traced to a previous embodiment. And that which was not worked out or fulfilled in this life must be extended into a subsequent embodiment. In the ancient concept, the primary end was that justice should be universally applied, whereas at the present time, the concept of justice has very little place in most scientific thinking. It has no bearing upon the psychology of accidents with which we are so heavily dominated in modern thinking. Now, psychology has as its theoretical achievements two ends, both of which are regarded as essentially useful, and within certain reasonable boundaries they are useful. One is psychoanalysis and the other is psychotherapy. Psychoanalysis is the effort to understand man, to understand the reasons for his attitudes and for the various unreasonable emotions and thoughts that arise in him. Under analysis, a certain amount can be demonstrated. It can be shown, for example, how dangerous prejudice can be. We gain a very valuable insight into the reason for unaccountable pressures that distort the person, which damage the individual himself, and which bring upon him numerous misfortunes in life. It has been well demonstrated in a number of cases that the individual, heavily burdened by internal intensities, can damage his life, his health, his career, and his social standing by permitting these ancient grievances of his own temperament to continue to dominate action. Thus, if the person becomes too pressureful as the result of incidents which occurred in this lifetime, if the individual has reacted badly to all the experiences of life, if he has fallen under the glamour of self-pity, if he has inordinate ambitions, if he is determined to achieve his own ends regardless of cost to others, whatever unnatural, unreasonable, unethical intensity may affect him will certainly bring with it results that are detrimental to his happiness and peace of mind. Psychology, then, shows that a bad disposition does nobody any good, and this is a very basic and valuable discovery. The only answer that they do not seem to be able to work out at the present time is what to do with a congenital bad disposition. How it happens that some individuals seemingly are born in the objective case and never get over it. How it happens that some persons are difficult from the beginning, easily inclined to neurosis, likely to take the wrong angles and the wrong views of everything, whereas others, born in the same families, under the same social conditions, in the same races, and in the same countries, are much more docile, easily regulated, and more idealistic and constructive in their points of view. These problems are still tossed back into the mysterious bin of heredity and must remain there until some wiser solution is found. But there has been sufficient to prove beyond doubt the simple fact of mental hygiene, namely that as the individual thinks, he will pay in terms of happiness and health. Now, the psychoanalysis dealing with this phase of the problem leads naturally to psychotherapy. How are we going to get the individual out of his bad habits? This has resulted in a break into smaller schools of most of the larger psychological streams. There have been many different groups arise, each of which has a different approach to this problem of psychotherapy. Some hold that the most important thing is to place the individual under counseling, to keep him extroverting his pressures until he exhausts them. Others feel that the individual can gradually be taught to appreciate by a kind of inward experience the quality of his own mistake. And out of this will come gradually a rescuing or restoring of normalcy by the efforts of the patient himself. Others have resorted to hypnosis, drug therapy, and everything that can be devised by modern science to help the individual to fight the tensions which his own pressures and dispositional intensities have created within him. To a measure, this type of psychotherapy has been helpful. It is especially helpful in advanced cases of psychiatry. But all in all, we cannot say that psychology as it is today is a perfect art or even nearly a complete science. Such is not the case. It is still a dependency, dependent upon the large structure of philosophy for its realities, for its integrities, and for its survival. Fortunately, the present trend is toward this realization. And where a few years ago the psychologist was a very complacent person, certain that he had the final key to human happiness, he is now far less certain of this. And part of his increasing modesty is due to the circumstances of contemporary life. He is discovering, rather to his amazement, that although we have more psychologists than ever before, we have more mental illness than ever before. He is beginning to sense that something else is necessary, and that psychology, without certain internal integrations within its own structure, can contribute to problems rather than to their solution. And working on this problem, psychology is concerned today more and more with the restoration of an ethical structure. In other words, it is seeking to be re-identified with the principal stream of philosophical descent. In the mystical way of looking at all of these problems, in the classical psychology, the ancients accepted certain facts that modern psychologists are loath to accept. They accepted, for example, the existence in man of a spiritual energy or a divine life principle. That this divine life principle animates all things, supplying them with their life requirements very much as the sun animates all of nature and sustains the infinite diversity of growth and unfoldment everywhere obvious in the natural world. That this inner light or life or power should be termed a spirit or spiritual principle is only consistent with the early experiences of human beings. Therefore, the ancients, for the most part, some exceptions, for the most part held the validity of a spiritual principle, that man was a motion of life through time and space, that this life had a certain fixedness in it somewhere, that this life was something doing something. It was not merely a series of interrelated phenomena with no essential basis. This life itself, according to the ancients, had as its primary purpose a mysterious motion called evolution or ideation. This life, at some primordial time prior to man's ability to restore such conditions in nature, was immersed within a material principle from which it gradually evolved what we call body. The ancients symbolized this primary union of life and matter in the seed, or the form of life in which the life itself is locked within some kind of a shell. This life, locked within matter, gradually unfolded, gradually strengthened, gradually flowed out, producing the phenomenon of growth. This growth we observe everywhere. We observe it in the growth of plants, of trees, of animals. We see it whenever we look around us in nature. We see things growing mysteriously but majestically, even as the great tree grows from the tiny acorn. And we seem to behold in this nature's eternal process of unfoldment. And according to most ancient peoples, spirit was unfolding through body. And in the process of its own unfoldment, it unfolded the body which it occupied. Therefore, it was the spirit itself that was forever building nobler mansions for its own purposes. The ancients recognized spirit and matter as the polarized opposites of a universal essence or principle. They did not regard matter as something apart from spirit, but as a condition of it. They did not represent or figure spirit as being isolated from matter. Rather, they regarded spirit and matter as the polarities of one eternal agent. And man's spiritual life, descending from the mysterious roots and sources in the unknown, uniting itself with body, ensouled body, and transformed body into a living thing. Body rising from the earth, passing through the infinite diversity of manifestation which we call the evolutionary process, gradually unfolded its own potentials from a monocellular organism into the compound being which we call man. The action of life upon matter caused matter to take upon itself design or purpose. It was as though, as the German mystic Davy says, life placed its seal upon matter. And matter therefore received the impression of this seal and manifested the design, inscription, or monogram that was placed upon or cut into the seal. Davy calls this seal and its impression the signatura rerum. It is the great signature of the divine power. Now, when life seals matter with its monogram or its mysterious heraldic device, the seal itself is called form. For the union of life and matter always results in a compound, and this compound is a form consisting of material elements held into some kind of a pattern by energy. This form, like the mysterious geometry of snowflakes, means that something has crystallized around patterns, around a magnificent geometry of life itself. And the ancients held that man was a compound consisting of this mingling and fusion of life and matter, and that as a result of this mixture or commixture of this chemical process in the universe, man became what we see, what we know, what we experience today. He became an informed or formalized being. Now, as the union of spirit and matter produced form, so according to the ancient belief, this fusion also produced a mysterious thing called soul. Soul was therefore the invisible counterpart of the fusion of spirit and matter. And then man became a creature possessing a form, possessing faculties, powers, perceptions, reflections, the capacity for meditation and concentration, when he developed the mysteries of memory and forethought and intuition and inspiration. As these powers began to develop within him, they resulted in the gradual development of a new creature. This new creature had a body similar to the bodies of animals. He had a life eternal in the light of God. But between this body and this spirit, there was emerging, evolving, and unfolding a mysterious individuality. This individuality was the person. This individuality was man, or manas, the ancient Sanskrit root word for man, also meaning the thinker. Thus man became a living, thinking being. And with his living and thinking, he reacted in an infinitude of ways to the challenge of his environment. We can trace this evolution back to the Stone Age. We can trace it back to the time when man first desired to perpetuate the records of his own kind by making crude drawings and sculpturings upon the walls of caves and on the faces of cliffs. We can see his struggle through the beginning of arts and sciences. We can see him discovering fire. We can find him gaining gradually skill in the hunt. We find him inventing weaving and pottery, little by little advancing himself. Other creatures that we know did not do these things. Some showed rudimentary tendencies to social organization, as the ant and the bee, but they never developed beyond a certain degree. We find man, however, going on and on, not only adjusting himself to the world in which he lived, but gradually developing the abstract faculties of the mind. We find him speculating and thinking about things. We find a religion arising in his consciousness. And little by little, this fusion of spirit and matter, producing, as we say, the rudimentary principle of mind, began to enrich this mind. And this mind, in turn, began to enrich the life of the person in the material world. And by degrees, over vast periods of time, the mind took leadership over the body, and more used the body for its own purposes. Man no longer simply existed to survive. As soon as mind began to take over, man began to think in terms of leisure. Man began to contemplate the possibility of an inner life apart from the mere struggle for survival. Out of leisure came the arts and sciences, the philosophies, the literatures, all of the music, the theater, the drama, dance, every development of man's psychic life. These all came from the leisure or the power of the individual to have a life inside, where a life which it was not necessary to completely smother in order to maintain physical existence. So man gradually began to conspire on how to gain for himself greater freedom from the stress of material need. He learned by degrees how to save the seed and augment the crops. He learned how, by industry, to make useful devices. He invented light so that his hours of darkness would not be so complete, and he would have greater time for contemplative life. Little by little, therefore, the human being built up between spirit and body a structure of experiences, a structure rich in the story of the struggle of an inner being to express itself. Now, religion may in some instances identify this inner being totally with spirit. But the animal has spirit. The bird, the fish, the insect, all these creatures have spirits. They are all alive. They are just as much alive as man. But they have never individualized this mysterious middle ground. They have never taken life and gradually given it a certain integration. They have never created the power to create leisure for themselves. They've never found the way to use this leisure. If these other creatures had ever gained this power and this skill, they would probably have long ago overwhelmed man, because they outnumber him, and in many ways they are infinitely more resourceful than he is. But they have never had this sense, this mysterious power of gaining mastery over destiny. So we find gradually in this middle distance between spirit and matter the arising of the true human being. We find him therefore suspended twixt heaven and earth, dominion wielding. He is like the Chinese triad of heaven, earth, and man. For in man, heaven and earth are locked, and they are also revealed. Man, through his own individuality, is gradually revealing the universe. And in so doing, he is also exploring, discovering, contemplating universal phenomena. Thus the ancients were convinced that there existed this soul in body. that this soul was the highest expression that we have of the manifestation of universal energy. That it was a particular manifestation, that it was a highly personal one. The human soul cannot belong to anything except man. And the human soul could not come into existence until man became a self-responsible agent. The human soul has to gradually gain through experience. The human soul has to react to pleasure and pain. It has to discover its mistakes. It has to advance its virtues. It has to punish its defects. Until finally, because it has individuality, because it has a certain moderate determinism, which it calls free will, this soul is capable of growth, capable of becoming. It is also capable of limiting or delaying its own growth. But because this growth is part of universal life itself, it cannot completely destroy the power of itself to grow. It can damage this power, but it cannot frustrate its purposes. Thus man arises as the Son of heaven and earth. He arises as having been endowed by nature with the richest part of natural heritage, and endowed by the divine principle with the potentials of his own divinity. Man then is indeed a creature in whose nature the ultimates and the extremes of existence are both bridged and reconciled. On this basis, then, we have the concept of the soul as it was understood by the Greeks and by most other ancient peoples. And because this psychic power gradually gained the knowledge of itself and gained the power to contemplate its own structure, its own majesty, and its own manifestation through the study of its consequences as a force in life, so man began to develop a science of his own soul. He gradually developed realizations of how the soul could be advanced in its purpose, how it could be retarded, what would enrich it, what would impoverish it. He also gradually came to know the needs of the soul, what was necessary to its growth and happiness, its normalcy and order. Plato gives us a considerable discussion of this particular subject. And like most of the Greek philosophers, he assumed that finally the soul was a geometrical equation. It was a kind of mathematical creature. It was a creature that could be best symbolized by numbers, and by their arrangements, and by the unfoldment of the symmetrical Platonic solids. The soul also, in addition to all of these other characteristics, according to the Greeks, being, so to say, a product of the union of heaven and earth, could be lured away from its middle place by the various circumstances of life. The soul was perilously poised on the roaring ridge of heaven. It was truly in a middle ground or middle distance between extremes. And man's own abilities to maintain the equilibrium of the soul, these abilities determine very largely the health or sickness of his own psychic self. If the soul was caused by the intemperances of living to verge toward the body and become identical with it, then the individual was termed a materialist or a sensualist. Then it was that the soul, instead of regulating the body, became its slave. This is the allegory behind the story of Samson, who, having been blinded, was bound to the millstone of the Philistines. This soul that is blinded by materialism becomes, as it were, bound to the millstone of the material world and its problems, grinding out corn for profit, continually enslaved by the very body which was fashioned for its purpose and for its unfoldment. As the soul went or verged nearer and nearer to body, it was said to enter into a stupor, or to become obsessed or possessed by body. It became numb and intoxicated with the pressures of the senses, until finally this soul descended into a darkness, losing all sense of its own existence, forgetting that it was a living thing, and remembering no part of its divine origin. A point again brought out for the parable of the prodigal son, and in the Gnostic legends by the hymn of the robe of glory. The soul, having thus lost all sense of its own divinity, of its own nobility, became simply an instrument for the gratification of the sensory perceptions. Its thoughts were only in terms of the comforts of the body, the fulfillment of material ambition. It dealt in stratagems and spoils. It became a victim of conspiracies, and the mental powers which it possessed were used for tyranny, despotism, and deceit. Thus Plato describes the most unhappy and miserable state of the soul, in which it is therefore said essentially to enter into a state of hell. For as both the Greeks and Egyptians pointed out, hell was simply the soul imprisoned within body, limited by the tyrannies of the sensory perceptions, pressed on by the demoniacal forces of deceit, selfishness, and ignorance, and no longer capable of an existence in itself or even the awareness of its own nobility. Conversely, the soul, suspended in the middle distance between the divine and mortal, could verge toward the divine, could ascend from the tyranny of the body, and incline itself more and more to the contemplation of heavenly things. When the soul chose to join itself to the eternal source of its own being, this soul was said to become an idealist, no longer accepting the tyranny of body, renouncing those procedures and processes which might bind it to the delusion of the sensory perceptions. The soul sought rather the rarefied atmosphere of intuition and vision. Thus it was, according to the Greeks, that the soul might be raised up or lifted up by a mystery, so that it was no longer locked within a body, that the compound being no longer regarded the soul merely as the mental part of its own anatomy, but rather viewed it as a glorious winged creature, capable of soaring into the very presence of truth itself. The ancient mysteries of the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Hindus, and other nations which possessed the secret religious systems, these ancient mysteries had as their purpose the separation of the soul from the body without death. For it was assumed that this was a kind of philosophic death, in which the soul, transcending body and ascending from it, attained liberty or freedom, and existed in the pure air of reality, even while the person was still embodied in a material constitution. The soul which thus liberated itself from body, even though still embodied, was also then believed to have attained an immortality. For the soul, once liberated by its own insight, could not in that embodiment or in any other future embodiment ever lose this enlightenment, because the soul in its own nature could not be embodied, and once it was free from the primordial ignorance which had brought with it from the beginning, once it had matured beyond the condition of ignorance, it could no longer be forced into that ignorance. It could no longer again be identified with body, so that while this person might be born again many times, he would be born and would at an early age or in coming maturity achieve the realization of the dignity of his own soul. This was the concept around which the primitive psychology of the ancients was built. It was built on the great concept of liberating the soul from sensuality. liberating the soul not by forceful measures, not by some desperate discipline, but liberating it by persuasion, by gradually inviting it to contemplate nobility, by instructing it in the noblest and most gracious of the arts and sciences, by perfecting it in philosophy and religious insight, and by inspiring it to seek continuously and unfailingly for the spiritual source of its own life. It was this soul, therefore, that attaining a certain immortality was ultimately, as described by Pythagoras in the Golden Verses, reunited again with the divine power from which it came. This is the panorama of psychology as the ancients held it to be. We can see how modern psychology is a fragment of this, but lacking a larger picture, lacking the great moral inducements, lacking the great ethical institutions, lacking these systems of meditation and contemplation which led to the purification of the soul, lacking even a philosophy for the emancipation of the psychic life from bondage to matter. Psychology cannot bring about the final end which it seeks to attain. It must therefore remain forever a partial science, unless it finally reaccepts into itself the full structure of the ancient learning to which it once belonged. Now, in addition to the problem of psychology, we must turn to the next phase of our problem, which is epistemology. The word epistemology comes from a Greek word which means knowledge. And the main problem and concern of epistemology is to discover the nature of knowledge. And this is a question which is of great importance to thoughtful people and no importance to the thoughtless. Many individuals have no interest whatever in knowledge. They accept certain things as knowable and certain things as not knowable, and that is the end. Or they think of knowledge as opposed to ignorance. Knowledge being that which they know, ignorance that which others know. This situation we find everywhere in human experience. There are very few persons, regardless of the inconveniences under which they subject themselves, will admit that they do not know. Yet, actually, if we begin the study of knowledge, it helps to maintain in us an appropriate humility. What is knowledge? Here is a very difficult thing to define. Even the word itself presents great difficulties. For those who are not thoughtful, there are never any difficulties. But at the same time, there are never any results. But to the more cautious, to the more considerate, the problem of knowledge must presume something else. Knowledge can only exist if there is something to be known. Knowledge must therefore be dependent entirely upon the validity of that which can be known. Now, modern attitudes toward knowledge are quite different again from those of our classical ancestors. Modern individuals, particularly those following the humanistic persuasions, are inclined to assume that all knowledge must be relative, on the ground that ultimates do not exist until they occur. Therefore, there can be no knowledge beyond the condition of the moment. And the condition of another moment must be analyzed at another time. If there is no master plan, if growth is simply a growing up in space, and all growth itself is determined primarily by incident and accident, then we have no ground for more than relative knowledge. We cannot assume that there is any grand plan of existence. If we are therefore to assume that we are making the only plan there is, that there can be no plan apart from us, or others of our kind somewhere in space, if space is growing up only because of the pressure of growth within it, is growing up in isolation and by chance alone. If everything has the right to become anything that it wants to be, and there is no boundary except the boundary imposed by the effort of that which is growing, then we have no absolute knowledge. We can only have, we might say, an absolute fact, namely the fact of infinite growth without any supervision of any kind. That this universe is like a field of weeds that will keep on going forever, simply because of the tenacity of the weeds themselves. The classical point of view on this again differed from that of the average modern position. For most ancient nations established a concept of archetypes. They insisted that somewhere in the infinite mind of things, in the eternal nature of the creating power itself, was a plan. That this plan has always existed. That life is fulfilling a plan. That growth is ordered. That things are growing from something to something. That all growth is leading in a direction predestined and foreordained before the beginning of the world, to use a good old scriptural term. Therefore, that there is somewhere a final, inevitable group of realities. These realities, known or unknown, recognized or unrecognized, acknowledged or denied, remain the same. Nothing changes them. Man may shake his fist at them forever, but he does not diminish them in any way. The individual may live many lives without knowing that they exist, but nevertheless they exist within him and he in them from the beginning. The concept of archetype would assume, therefore, that in the mind of God, reality is a fact, that reality exists. Therefore, that in the nature of mind of God abides what we would call absolute knowledge. Now, this is absolute knowledge to the degree that we recognize deity as absolute life. If we recognize deity as a conditioned existence, then we must recognize the knowledge possessed by deity as a conditioned knowledge. But up to the present time, we have never reached a point where we dare to speculate too greatly on this final problem. We have to assume that for us, absolute knowledge is the full and complete knowing of the universal plan or purpose for which we were intended, and for which the universe was created, and toward which both ourselves and the universe are moving inevitably. The moment we acknowledge or accept the fact of a universal, all-including and all-inclusive plan, we then contemplate on what we can know about it. And then epistemology posits the next question. Man is a conditioned creature. He exists with a certain group of faculties. He exists with a certain mental development. This differs somewhat in all persons, but the whole gamut of it, as manifested on this planet by human beings, is a comparatively narrow field. If we divide or create a concept covering the knowledge of the person who knows the least of all men, and the person who knows the most of all men, we are still within a comparatively narrow limit of knowledge. That the human being, then, if he is a conditioned being in the process of moving from a present state to a better state, it is assumed that the knowledge that he can possess now is the knowledge of his present state, or at his present state. And that if tomorrow he is a better person, he can tomorrow have a greater knowledge. Therefore, man's power to know unfolds with himself. And that because of this, the individual in this world can never be absolutely certain unless he is absolutely perfect. And as perfection of this measure is a rarity, to say the least, there does not seem to be a superabundance of absolute knowledge. Ethically, we go into the next question naturally. Is absolute knowledge necessary to a creature possessing only finite capacities? Is it necessary that the finite should understand the infinite? Probably it is not necessary. But it is part of man's ambition to overestimate himself, and out of a little knowledge to assume that he is worthy of a greater knowledge. But we do know certain things within the range of epistemological thinking. Namely, that knowledge can be increased in man to some degree in the course of even a single lifetime. We may say, therefore, that the child who has been to school has more knowledge than the infant. We may assume that the mature human being has more knowledge of some kind than the child, and that the person who has lived out his 80 years of a rich life of experience has more knowledge than a young person in their teens or 20s. All things being otherwise equal, we therefore say that there are two ways in which knowledge can be increased. First, by education, and second, by experience. These two forms, therefore, gradually increase the knowledge which the person possesses, but this increase is usually limited to a comparatively narrow area of material needs, responsibilities, or desires. The person experiencing material things becomes learned in them. An individual going to school becomes informed in the arts and sciences of his times and conditions. But it cannot be said that either of these persons has broken through the comparatively narrow boundaries of material knowing or material information. Epistemology then brings out the question, are there other ways of knowing? Epistemology does not say that knowledge has to be limited to education and experience, but it points out that these form a simple example of how knowledge can increase even upon one level of activity. Knowledge does not, however, transcend that level so long as it is related to the education and the experience of that level alone. Philosophy also points out that by certain interior attainments above the ordinary, based perhaps upon the advantages of being embodied with a more mature soul than that to be found in another person, certain individuals possess a greater degree of essential knowledge than others. By essential knowledge, we now mean knowledge which enriches life rather than merely enriches living. And knowledge by means of which the internal and eternal values of existence become more clearly comprehensible to consciousness itself. And the world has produced certain heroic persons, great religious leaders, great inspired teachers, of whom it may most reasonably be said that their knowledge of essential values has exceeded that of the average individual. It may not necessarily be said, however, that even the greatest of these has become all-knowing. Thus we observe that by various conditions, circumstances, or by various means, certain individuals have a larger allotment of essential knowledge. This essential knowledge they have conveyed to others. The transmission of this essential knowledge may be called higher learning. Higher now in the sense of deeper or richer learning. Higher in the sense of being beyond and above the common knowledge which we use in the performance of the various tasks of the day. Epistemology therefore points out that all these sources together may be said to constitute one grand part of knowledge. Knowledge arising from experience, knowledge arising from education, knowledge arising from contemplation and meditation, and knowledge arising from the practices of rational disciplines within the person himself. Now, epistemology says, does this sum up the entire pattern of possible knowing? And it adds one other, a highly controversial factor, namely the possibility of knowledge from within the being itself. Knowledge conveyed or communicated by consciousness directly to the mind or to the outer faculties of man. This kind of knowledge has been termed illumination, the mystical experience, cosmic consciousness, or as some of the older mystical Christian writers called it, knowledge which is inspiration, or perhaps knowledge which is bestowed by God. This type of knowledge, epistemology acknowledges. It accepts that such type of knowledge is possible, but points out that by the very nature of it, it presents certain inevitable difficulties. Difficulties which can be cheerfully overlooked or even denied, but whether we deny them or overlook them, they still remain also factual and unchanging. The first problem of internal knowledge or inspiration, or we might say the grace of God conferring insight. This peculiar situation has to be judged again in terms of consequences, which are the only guides that we have. And we observe that so-called inner knowledge is not always in agreement. That individuals having visions, insight, mystical experiences are not always in agreement as to the facts resulting from these experiences. We know also that so-called intuitions and inspirations may or may not prove justified. We know that individuals claiming visions or peculiar insight have frequently been wrong. Therefore, we cannot say that these visions are inevitably true simply because they come from the inside of human consciousness. Psychology steps in here and points out that almost any mental or emotional attitude arising in man can be colored or discolored by the psychic interval through which it has to pass. Thus we can say that empirically speaking, it is perfectly possible for an absolute knowledge to exist in the nature of God, and this knowledge to be revealed to a large degree, perhaps not absolutely, but to a degree beyond the ordinary communications of knowledge. And that this communication is possible by an inward experience called mystical, or of an illumination, or an enlightenment, or a spiritual attainment, by means of which the individual shares to an exalted degree insight into the realities of life. Epistemology covers this, affirming that it is possible, affirming that it has occurred, but not willing to commit itself as to whether even such experiences are absolute. In other words, whether it is possible absolutely for the finite or the conditioned fragment of which we call human consciousness to possess or to communicate either from its own source to its own mind or from its own mind to other minds the absolute knowledge of reality. The general tendency in this view has been to say that theoretically it is possible. Practically it has not been known to occur. But as against this absolute factor, there has been a great deal of relative transmission of knowledge, vastly in excess of that commonly available to man. And there has been undoubtedly legitimate internal inspiration, illumination, and mystical insight arising from the nature of man himself. And it has also been assumed in epistemology that in practical consideration by all the laws of reason, this knowledge coming from within or arising in the inner life of man is the most direct knowledge which man is capable of receiving, inasmuch as it has less losses through transmission, that it is also experienced immediately rather than merely being communicated, and that everything else being equal, experienced inner knowledge is more valid than communicated knowledge, which must pass through various channels to reach the sensory perceptions of the individual. So epistemology is concerned with all of these problems, but it is further also concerned with the practical application of the concepts of these problems. And I think in this phase, epistemology moves very close and into very intimate association with both Eastern and Western mysticism. If it does give us a vision or a concept of a universal process, it must, by virtue of philosophy itself, give us some insight as to how these ends can be attained, how the individual can increase in essential knowledge, how he can use knowledge more effectively in the maintenance of his own life, and perhaps with more understanding in relationship with other people. I believe that the first quality which epistemology is inclined to bestow is modesty, a most seemly and becoming virtue. Modesty arising in this science is based upon the extraordinary difficulties attendant upon essential knowledge. Therefore, that the probabilities that one individual has it in greater abundance than another, these such probabilities are relative rather than absolute. Epistemology teaches us, first of all, not that others are probably wrong, but perhaps that we ourselves are probably wrong. That we cannot dogmatize. That the individual who makes unconditioned, unqualified assertions of abstractions is not true simply because he makes such assertions. That anyone can assert, but that the only one who is able to be sure is a person whose total knowledge, whose total consciousness has been greatly elevated. In the Western systems, the mysteries sought to communicate the laws of such elevation. And in the Eastern mystical systems, Buddhism, Vedanta, and Yoga have attempted to achieve the same end. All knowledge, whether it comes from inside or outside, is subject to the damage wrought by the psychic integration or disintegration of the individual. An individual under intense psychic pressure reduces the probability of their ability to possess essential knowledge. Regardless of what they know, the pure stream of knowledge is disfigured by their own intensity. An individual in whose nature hatred or greed or avarice or intemperance or intolerance strongly exists, such a person is incapable of a clear channel for the dissemination of essential knowledge. Knowledge cannot escape the contamination of the instruments through which it passes. Therefore, a knowledge which in its substance and in its essence may be beautiful is profaned to become a tyrannical error if the instrument through which it passes lacks grace of spirit and insight and tenderness and gentleness and charity. So it was assumed by all ancient peoples that the most important of all channels for the communication of knowledge is the internal channel. That knowledge is communicated, essential knowledge, most directly between consciousness and the mind, and finally through the sensory perceptions of the individual himself. But what we call the psychic focus is therefore the point where knowledge, moving from its invisible causes, flows into visible expression in some form. Either it is put into thoughts, or into words, or into forms and colors, or into formulas of one kind or another. But this knowledge is always moving through the psychic integration of the person. And if this integration is poor, the consequence must be inadequate. So the ancient system sought to purify the channels of this communication. It was assumed that if the individual was able to completely disentangle self-interest from knowledge, that he would be in the most favorable condition to possess true knowing. If, however, self-interest of any kind existed, it threatened the integrity of essential knowledge. Thus, while knowledge from within is the most pure in principle, knowledge from the outside is often the most effective in practice. For example, the individual, under the normal conditions of life, may never be able to intuit or gain from within himself as clear a concept of knowledge as he can read from Socrates. Not because he couldn't, but because he lacked the integration which made possible the communication of this knowledge. He even lacks the thought forms by means of which he could embody this knowledge in practical ideas. He lacks the ability to rationalize the very impulses of knowledge that might come to him. Therefore, while it is true that the mystic, in a pure state of subjective insight, can receive a pure stream of knowledge more clearly, more intimately, more immediately than he can ever receive it from the outside, this is not true of the average person. It is not true of the average person because he lacks a trained instrument. Now we may say that when someone like Socrates puts his thoughts into words, and these words are translated into another language, and we finally read them, that there have been many opportunities for errors to creep in, that we are far removed from even Socrates as a basic source of knowledge. This is true. But it also remains true that human experience has shown us that even with these restrictions, limitations, and imperfections, the average person, living the average kind of life, and with the average degree of internal development, cannot equal of his own thinking the wisdom of Socrates. He simply is not able to do it. He lacks the internal development which makes this possible. Therefore, it is sometimes better for man to choose a good teacher from the outside until he is able to integrate his own psychic organism, until he is able to find that perfect temperance of the soul, which the ancients call the climate of enlightenment. While this individual is subject to temper fits, depressions, spells and attitudes of an intemperate nature, is burdened with innumerable fixations and problems of this world, has solved none of the immediate and environmental situations that confront him every day. Such a person is in no condition to receive a pure stream of inspiration. Now, the answer to that one also presents another question in epistemology, namely the experience that we sometimes seem to have, as in the case of Paul of Tarsus, where an individual with practically no known virtues was the recipient of a divine revelation, and that Paul received the vision of Christ when many of the most pious and sincere of the Christ followers never had any such vision given to them. And yet Paul at that time was on his way to persecute the Master. I think the answer to this has to lie in a chemistry which we cannot solve in a one-life theory. The experience that came to Paul came as the result, undoubtedly, of a long previous record of karma. Actually, Paul was a sincere man. He was doing what he believed. He had not apparently in this embodiment at that time reached the point in which he could transcend the material elements of his personality and receive the full psychic maturity which he had brought with him from a past life. Whereas man matures physically and intellectually, say around his 21st year, the average person does not mature psychically till they're at least 30. Therefore, Paul had not picked up his own insight. He had not revived the pattern of his own previous merits as they had been built up. And it was when he received this maturity of his psychic life that he suddenly realized his mistake and repented of it genuinely and sincerely for the rest of his life. But even prior to that, I think the records all indicate that he was a very sincere person doing that which he believed to be right. And this was important in his karma. Now, in the same way, under certain conditions, individuals who apparently have very little claim to spiritual maturity have apparently had authentic spiritual revelation. Epistemology faces this problem also. It points out certain conditions which can arise within the life of the individual, conditions which have to be lawful even though we cannot fully understand them. One of the problems that seems to play a factor in this is that very often psychic or mystical revelations are found among comparatively simple and untutored people. This may be partly due to the fact that these individuals have not developed the tremendous materialistic intensities which dominate the life of other more sophisticated individuals. Therefore, the simple, the meek, those of extremely humble nature, seemingly are peculiarly suited to receive visions and mystical experiences. Perhaps it is because these simple people have very little selfishness in them. They have never really thought of building a tremendous personal sophistication. I think that was true of Davy, a very simple, pious man who never for a moment questioned the simple faith that he held. He tried to live it. He lived a simple life as a shoemaker. And perhaps by his very detachment from the illusionary pressures that mark more sophisticated existence, he was an available channel. And this availability, again, probably goes back to psychic maturity at a past time. Altogether, in all probabilities, where illumination or the mystical experience seems to strike a person whose qualifications are not obvious to us, I think we have to recognize with the ancients that these things rest with a karmic law that goes back over a very long period of time. And that the working of this karmic law may or may not be obvious to anyone studying merely the external personalities of these individuals. Epistemology also goes into the nature of essential knowledge as to what it is. What is the most essential knowledge that we can conceive of? And I think the only answer that we can positively say to that is that the most essential knowledge is to know that there is a universal or divine plan. That essential knowledge is to know with absolute certainty the power that governs the world and the purposes of that power. From that point on, all growth lies not in knowledge but in obedience. And knowledge must be the basis of enlightened obedience. We cannot obey efficiently or practically that which we do not know. This is the excuse for knowledge. This is why epistemology is important, is that it must provide the individual with the facts needed for the direction of his own conduct in action. If this knowledge is not available, then the individual cannot direct his own life. So the nature of knowledge, the possibility of the attainment of knowledge, and the substance of that to be known, all of these become moral forces in the life of man in his evolutionary growth. Today, we have very largely theoretical knowledge. Therefore, we have many beliefs that are accepted but are not known. We have some beliefs that are acknowledged but not vitally followed, simply because the individual has not experienced any vitality in these beliefs. As a result of this alone, we have hundreds of millions of nominal members of religious groups who are not practicing their religious beliefs. They may to some degree be trying, but there is no energy in this. There is no libido behind it, because this doctrine, this creed, this code is simply something that has been imparted to them. It is something held in common by many members of a sect. It has never been vitalized by any internal experience. It has never taken on the form or quality of essential knowledge. We therefore can go against our opinions, or go against the opinions of others with very little hesitation. But it is extremely difficult to go against that which we internally know by experience. Experience must ultimately convert us all. And experience is either a man's intuitive psychic recognition of truths as a result of the daily processes of life, or experience is man's participation in an overstate of knowing through visions, through inspiration, through intuition, or other extrasensory perceptions. Such knowledge as is derived from the internal has the greater authority, but also presents the greater hazard because we do not know what level this inspiration has touched. We are not sure that it has reached into the core of things. It may only be a psychological pressure arising from some willful purpose of our own, some determination to achieve a goal which is not universally appropriate. So we have to be extremely careful in the estimation of this type of revelation. But it does occur, and other things being equal, internal experience is the most powerful of all forces. In most religious systems of antiquity, religious experience of this nature, as in Zen and in other Eastern sects, was the result of dedication and discipline. The individual gradually grew in the capacity to receive inner light. He placed his life under the most rigid controls. He detached himself from all artificial or unreasonable pursuits. He simplified his conduct in every way possible. He did not necessarily renounce the world, but he certainly renounced worldliness as a force within himself. He sought to moderate all desires and appetites, and most of all to direct his attention most forcibly and continuously towards those noblest aims and ends which were appropriate. He sought to increase knowledge of all useful arts and sciences. He sought to build all of the intellectual and moral strength that he could so that this could support his spiritual endeavor. Most of all, perhaps, in all these processes, he sought for the gradual renunciation of the sense of selfness. He sought to leave behind, as far as he could, all purposes which might be regarded as self-motivated. He no longer wished to succeed. He no longer feared to fail. He no longer worried about pride. He no longer had any competitive instincts about knowing. His only desire to know was based upon his simple desire to obey the laws of God. When he desired only to obey, to acknowledge, to venerate, when his one and only purpose was to fulfill that which deity desired, and he had no human equation left, then, as Plotinus tells us, he approaches divinity. He makes the necessary requirements in his own life. And usually, where we are dealing with mystical experiences, we have a right to examine these factors. And the individual who believes that he has a valid experience must, to some measure, estimate his own character as to whether, so far as he knows, he is a valid person, whether he is entitled to such experience, whether his own life justifies his receiving a greater knowledge that he presently possesses. If he is not using well what he knows already, there seems to be little reason why he needs more. If he fails in the common things, there is no good reason why he should share in uncommon things. If he has not been able to make his obvious life a more orderly and better managed experience, there is no reason to assume that he is in need of extraordinary faculties or powers. So all things have, as the philosophy points out, a reasonableness in them. And epistemology is therefore not only the science of knowledge, it is the science of the reasonableness of becoming able to know, the science of the reasonableness of whom will receive knowledge, how it will be given, what its laws are, how knowledge administers its own estate, and how knowledge, in the proper and full course of things, becomes the inevitable birthright of every living thing. These are the various phases and departments of epistemology, and through the consideration of them simply, directly, and honestly, I think we can find that this branch of philosophy makes a valid contribution to our general improvement. Well, I think that's all for this evening. I'll take my sniffles home.
Our first discussion this evening will deal with the problem of aesthetics. And I suppose there is no matter under greater controversy in the world of culture today. Aesthetics essentially is that part of philosophy which is the concern with the nature of the beautiful. How shall we define beauty? In what way shall we establish the consequences of beauty as a vital force in the experiences of mankind? How shall we define that which is not beautiful and determine, if possible, the consequences of beauty and that which is not beautiful upon the daily experience of human beings? Even the most conservative of our modern dictionaries are in general agreement as to the meaning of the word beautiful. And they all agree that to be beautiful, a thing must be essentially noble, that it must be harmonious, that it must convey a lofty feeling to those who behold it. In other words, to be considered beautiful, a thing must have artistic value, a value which can be readily comprehended and experienced by those without special technical knowledge of the subject. Therefore, a thing that is asymmetrical, deformed or distorted in its parts, cannot be regarded as beautiful. If we go further into the study of the word art, or to that area of knowledge which we call the art, particularly the graphic art, we come also to a rather severe and definite definition, namely that art is concerned with the cultivation and the recognition of beauty. There seems to be no doubt as to the general intention that aesthetics, as expressed through the creative arts, should be a means of enriching the experience of man in the acceptance and appreciation for that which is essentially noble, pure, fine, good, and in all of its parts and relations, colors, and forms, admirable and pleasing to the sensory perceptions of man. Under such definitions, it's obvious that the classical school would come into conflict with the modern school, which holds a somewhat contrary feeling on this matter. But as long as art originated and developed for centuries within the structure of philosophy, I think we must recognize that it belongs to a descent of philosophic insight. And that part of art which is contrary to philosophy must finally be considered contrary to aesthetics. Just as surely is that part of philosophy which in one way or another separates itself from the parent structure and attempts an isolated existence, must inevitably be inferior to that total body from which it has separated itself. To the classical thinker, the search for the true nature of the beautiful was not without full recognition the difficulty with the definition of ultimate beauty, ultimate nobility, or ultimate perfection. For beauty is a kind of perfection. The classical writers, however, were of the opinion that nature again points the way. That in nature,
all forms are essentially beautiful. And the various so-called accidents of nature, by means of which things seem to be injured or broken, these accidents, in the course of time, are absorbed by nature itself into a noble compound, of which no part is deficient in some kind of appreciable value. Actually, in nature, there is normalcy. And that which is normal in its fullest terms in philosophy is in order. Its parts are functioning properly. Normalcy, therefore, means agreement with some recognized norm. In this case, the norm of nature itself. So that which is in its nature natural is not in any way distorted by artificial circumstances, but which continues to manifest through its construction, through its parts, through its organization, through its function, the inevitable laws of nature, without deforming or defaming these laws. And such a structure must be harmonious, must be orderly, and in itself beautiful. Beauty is therefore order, the proper relationship of parts. And to the ancients, it was a thing of itself, although it might not have an existence apart from other things. Beauty, therefore, was present in all compounds, and it was the duty and responsibility of man to discover this beauty, serve it, release it from any bondage in which it might be involved, and give it the full recognition which it deserves. So in our study of aesthetics, we are concerned not only with the beauties of form, but with the beauties of character, the beauties of conduct, the beauties of nobility of purpose, the beauties of patience and honor. For that which in one way or another adorns virtue must be regarded as contributing beauty. Virtue in itself, perhaps, requires no definite or direct adornment. And yet, by its own nature, by the harmony of itself, it is adorned. So wherever things are right, there is a mysterious atmosphere of rightness about them. This rightness we recognize as beauty. Now, there are certainly two or more standards of beauty with which we have to struggle consistently. The Greeks were of this opinion also. There is an archetypal beauty, a beauty which is in substance eternal, inevitable, absolute. This archetypal beauty is the end of all of the questing for what constitutes the beautiful. This archetypal beauty exists forever in the divine mind, in the divine consciousness, and it manifests eternally through the works of the divine, as these are brought to our attention in the various departments of creation. There is also a relative beauty, a beauty which is appreciable by those who have attained various levels or degrees. This relative beauty is a stage or condition of approach to absolute beauty. Relative beauty, therefore, is that part of the eternal or the inevitable which is appreciable by us, which we can understand, which we can sense or know. And it is in the field of relative beauty that we explain the infinite diversity of artistic representation that exists in the world. We know that primitive man had standards of beauty which we regard as in some ways inferior to our own. We also know that the primitive possessed a vitality, an integrity of power, which is often lacking in the decadent art of more sophisticated people. Last Sunday I went down to the Art Museum and Exposition Park to see the archaeological exhibit from Mexico. It's a magnificent collection of material. But as we wander through the galleries, we cannot help but say to ourselves, this art has a certain time and date stamp upon it. It has a true greatness, a greatness which cannot be denied. Yet if one of these works of art were to be copied today by a contemporary artist, it would not be great. Nor would it be great if a contemporary artist simply went back and revitalized the entire school of the Aztec, Maya, Toltec, Saracen culture. This art belonged to a time and to a people. For that time and that people, it was the fullest expression of creative aesthetics. We sense beneath the surface of it a certain degree of this vast, universal, archetypal art consciousness which we have mentioned. But it had not reached a perfect flower. It was strong. It was an honest art. It was an art which obviously the people not only respected but enjoyed. To us it might seem barbaric, but to them it was undoubtedly noble, the highest and fullest expression of their own genius. Because it was honest, it will always be good. Because it was very honest in some of its manifestations, part of it will always be great. But we must recognize it as part of a great parade of changing styles, fashions, and trends and creativity. In the same exhibition, we can move from the period of the Aztec Maya art to a room devoted to the Spanish period. Here we see about as bad a group of decadent productions as anyone would ever want to look at. Productions which showed the tragic consequence of a clean, primitive people taking on the dying sophistication of a decadent master race. Here there was very little of real value. The primitive integrity was gone. A hollow copyism took its place, one in which the worst was perpetuated. Here there was everything but genius, everything but merit, everything but honesty. Because these were lacking, there was nothing. This represents very largely the story of human aesthetics. This struggle to preserve honesty, and at the same time, with honesty, to achieve true greatness, without which none of these values have enduring quality for us. I think, therefore, that in the search for beauty, we must follow the philosophic realization that beauty, like veneration, is always limited by the degree of insight possessed by the human being. We also see this when we look back upon the changing fashions of time and wonder how people a few years ago could be so far from the aesthetic standards which we recognize today. Thus art has an outward life, a life in which it helps to mold or model our behavior. Art, however, like all branches of philosophy and also the general field of religion, must be wonderfully honest, or it is nothing. This honesty, however, is not to be measured according to the standards set up in the Latin Quarter of Paris. Honesty is not realism as we know it today. For realism as we understand it in modern Impressionism and Post-Impressionism is an assumption, a disillusion, an example of a prevailing neurotic tendency in man himself. Realism now assumes that whatever we commonly experience in the dying out of a culture, whatever represents the deformities of human nature and behavior, that these are the realities. That man is actually a being inevitably and eternally sick. And to present him in an artistic treatment means that this sickness must dominate the composition. He must be shown in all of his immediate infirmities. He must be depicted as without those graces of consciousness and spirit which perhaps constitute his true humanity. So the entire theory of realism is based on the concept that the worst is the truth. And that in order to be realistic, we must take the beauty out of things. As a result of this attitude, most modern art depicts the works of men rather than the works of nature. It's very difficult to take the beauty out of the sunset. It is almost inconceivable that man can take the beauty out of a mighty mountain with a stream running at its base. But it is quite possible for man to take the beauty out of sidewalk cafes. It is possible to take the beauty out of shops and stores and factories. And it is very easy to take the beauty out of modern architecture because there was not much there in the first place. So the realist, selecting carefully those things in which human limitations are most obvious, tries to create upon this pattern a canon of an acceptable art. It is the art of the deformed and the trivial. It is the art of the meaningless. It is a vague, vagrant experimentation with so-called artistic elements without any insight, without any penetration, without any nobility of purpose, to give vitality or integrity to the achievement. For these reasons and others equally valid, modern art is not honest. It is not a legitimate descendant of the great classical schools. This does not mean that art cannot grow. It has always grown. It does not mean that it cannot unfold and mature and ripen. It does not mean that there is no place in it for innovation or change, no freedom of expression. What it really means is that progress in art must result from greatness of soul. And that which has no greatness of soul cannot have the dreams or the experiences within self which alone can achieve essential progress in aesthetics. Lacking this inner capacity, the artist, if we should call him such, falls back upon tricks of the trade, falls back upon deceit, falls back upon flamboyance, or values which he cannot legitimately supply. Art, moving in, as Plato points out, covers not only the vast areas of natural representation, as in architecture, music, the laying out of gardens, the painting of pictures, even going so far as the writing of poems, the marvelous painting of word pictures, the high language of Romance literature. Plato points out that art has as its final purpose its adornment of the human being himself. Beauty becomes, Pythagoras said, the medicine of the soul. The soul, in order to interpret beauty, to express beauty from within itself, must, to a certain measure, achieve normal, achieve the rightness of its own experience. The soul has to know beauty. It has to experience the need for beauty. It has to experience the discovery of the beautiful. Thus it was assumed that perhaps the soul or psychic part of man was that most closely associated with beauty, and that beauty belonged to the great descent of emotional value rather than those essentially intellectual. Yet beauty can be rationalized. It is reasonable. Yet if we go too far in the interpretation of it from a mental point of view, we are apt to destroy its sensitivity or shatter some strange, mystical, vibratory pattern which is associated with the great symmetries of creative art. So in the study of beauty, what man is really searching for is something that pleases him. If art is to be truly meaningful to the individual, it must bring with it an instinctive satisfaction. It must cause the person to appreciate that which is worthy of appreciation. Within his own nature, worthiness finds its valuation. So the individual will, unless variously injured in his aesthetic sense, he will inevitably value that which is valuable. He will find the instinct to select that which is the best which he can appreciate. Thus the individual enjoys art. He likes to live with it. He likes to be surrounded by things of beauty and of charm and of graciousness. He likes to find in art also a certain measure of instruction. And this is one of the very sensitive points in modern art. The concept today is that art must have no instructional value. Of course, there is one modern school, well to the left of center, that insists that all art must have social significance. It must be propaganda. And propaganda in this case is nearly always a frontal attack upon privileged classes or groups. The propaganda, therefore, of the modern left-bank artist is distinctly a socialistic or communistic propaganda. In order to achieve, however, propaganda, the person must thrust his own interpretations upon nature. He must use art as a means of selling or overselling an idea of his own, which may or may not have any solid substance in the great realities of life. Thus, art with social significance is really a highly conditioned form of advertising. It is an art of public relations. It is an art of selling the ideas, attitudes, or convictions of the artist to the beholder. Now, for the most part, while we don't realize this, we allow to come into our homes today works of art which we give honored places. Yet the artist who painted these things would not be an acceptable guest. We would not enjoy his company. We would find that he is a bore, that he is a dissipated and profane person with very few ideals and practically no gentility. We would not want to associate with him, but we will pay a fortune for his productions, simply because they have been highly commercially exploited. To the Greeks, this type of the use of art is a blasphemy, a profaning of a great and noble value. We do not use great things to achieve small ends. We do not bind noble institutions to the fulfillment of the passing whims of generations. And in art, we have no right to use it primarily as a means of exploiting ideas. So the classical masters and the philosophers of art tell us frankly that all art has to have meaning, that an art that is absolutely meaningless is sterile, that an art that conveys nothing cannot convey even itself. We look at a picture, if it means absolutely nothing, we turn from it. We're not interested in it. If it awakens no values within ourselves, if it inspires no nostalgic reminiscences, if it suggests no escapes from the monotony of our daily existence, if it seems to possess no virtues and no values, we simply walk away untouched by it. Therefore, while an art should not oversell, it certainly cannot be without some form of reason for its own existence. An art which exists only to support the artist is of no value to anyone. Consequently, we must recognize that great art, which has survived because of some intangible importance in its very structure and nature. Until the dawn of what we call modern times, nearly all great art was religious. It might not be obviously, but for the most part, art was used as a means of revealing ideals. It was not preaching entirely, rather it was teaching. It did not need to preach because the common message which it conveyed was known already to all concerned. But it made a gracious new presentation of this traditionally acceptable message. Consequently, we will find in Europe thousands of Madonnas by great artists, literally thousands of Holy Families, and probably almost as many crucifixions and resurrections, to say nothing of an endless pageantry of saints, martyrs, angels, and related themes. These art productions belong to their time. Many of them would be regarded today as over-sentimental. But they had one value about them, and that is that with a very few exceptions, they would not hurt anyone. You might feel just a little embarrassed at the presence of so much piety, but there was nothing ugly about them, or at least not intentionally. Some religious themes were a little gruesome, and the martyrdom of saints was not an entirely popular subject. But at the same time, it represented an integrity. The saint was dying for his conviction. Therefore, beneath it all, the purpose was to convey value. This value made the art meaningful to its time and helped it to contribute something to the gradual spread of Christian morality. With the rise of modernism in the West, the general trend was secular in art. It became less and less a means of telling anything, until finally it became a psychological art, an art which conveyed only one message, and that is the psychic content of the artist, whether he was a sick man or a well man, whether he was a happy man or an unhappy man, whether he was dissipated and corrupted, or whether he was a person of high sentiments and values. The art became very largely psychological portraiture, and it remains that mostly to this time. The problem then comes back again as to what kind of art is useful. And the Greek would tell us rather simply, and most of the early classic artists and most of the great Oriental masters, that art is a form of ministry. It is a form of providing the individual with a new dimension of insight into value. And with all this value, not the intellectual training of the mind, but the creation of an inward joy, an inward reverence, an inward understanding or insight, by which the individual was glad that this art had been made available to him, the experience added to the richness of his life. This was very largely the case in most of the great arts of Asia, and particularly perhaps in the Zen art of China and Japan. Here we are reminded again and again of the sublimity of the simple, the magnificence of the commonplace, the essential value of simple, humble things. And yet all of this art is permeated with a vast pageantry of honor and honesty. It is an art rich in reminding the individual the wonderful world that he lives in, and all that is here that is glorious and meaningful to him. The struggle between the painter's brush and the camera began to be felt in the second half of the 19th century. A great deal of art disappeared, and a great many artists turned to other trades and professions because they believed that it was impossible for the artist to compete with the lens of the camera. This was again because the artists of that time had already passed into such a photographic type of depiction that they had destroyed most of their own value. Art is not photographic reproduction of subject matter. The camera can never be equaled or excelled if you wish to produce a documentary. But a documentary conveys very little more to the beholder than he sees himself as he stands and looks out against the mountains or toward the sea. The great purpose of art is to, in one way or another, release the beauty in things through the discriminating censorship of the material involved in a picture. No great artist painting a scene ever paints it exactly as he sees it. He paints it with a certain discrimination added from his own insight. His purpose is always to remove from the scene the non-essentials which have a tendency to crowd it or to cause it to lose its essential framework. Thus, an artist painting trees against the sky will not paint them as the camera lens will represent them. He will remove certain trees that are not necessary to his picture. He will just leave them out. Or he will move the mountain a little way to the right or left. He will change things in order to bring the picture into its meaning rather than into its immediate form. Thus, as the Hermetic axiom says, art perfects nature. Art perfects it by revealing it, by releasing it, by freeing it from its own confusion. And here we have a very important point. Man is surrounded by so much that he can appreciate very little of it. Art helps to center his attention. Art captures some salient feature, quietly eliminates the rest, so that the person looking at the picture feels he has seen it all. But a large part of this seeing has been within his own consciousness. He may therefore gain a great insight and a great pleasure from the picture, which he could never gain from a faithful photograph of the same subject. The color it is the same. No man can imitate nature completely. No camera film can reproduce natural color perfectly. So the artist creates a color palette of his own, in which he very marvelously interprets and colorates his own insight. If his insight is real, if his love and respect for nature are honorable, if he possesses something within himself, the gentle, kindly, philosophic teacher, the picture will convey the lesson which he intends that it should present. But lacking these characteristics in himself, he can see no more in the object which he paints than he can bestow upon it out of his own insight. Art must therefore have meaning, but it must have studied meaning. It must have meaning that is based upon a code of value. Artists in themselves must represent a standard of life, a standard of value. They must in some way be superior persons in their power to penetrate into the substances and essences of living experience. If the artist is merely one working with technique alone, he will produce soulless products, which will mean very little to himself and will have very slight surviving power. In the search for the beautiful, man also has to realize that his ability to create beauty and his ability to recognize beauty, both of these powers reside in some psychic dimension of his own inner life. Plotinus, in his great essay on the beautiful, tells us very clearly that beauty is a mood, a force, a power, which arising within the individual ennobles him, rededicates him to all things that are fine and true in life. Beauty is an ecstasy of the soul. It is the soul rushing forth joyously to embrace its own likeness in other things. It is truth within man finding truth in every other thing. And it is finally the truth in every other thing discovered once more within man. Therefore it is part of this mysterious bond that ties heaven and earth together. It is like the rainbow, which is the promise of the forgiveness of God in all things. Beauty is more than merely an aesthetic thing. It is a tremendous spiritual proof of the presence of universal law and eternal principles. For all these principles in themselves are beautiful, orderly, inevitable. Everywhere in nature, law imposes itself upon structure in a lawful way. And this lawfulness we term beauty, even as we experience it in the multiform, crystal-like structures of snowflakes. Everywhere we perceive that God works with beauty to produce good. To the degree that man becomes an artist, he therefore, to a measure, plays God. He takes upon himself certain of the creative attributes of God. discovering these attributes by exploring his own inner consciousness, where he finds forever the presence of God. So the artist is a creator. He is a creator by a mysterious power of interpretation. He is not creating something from nothing, but he is taking all the things that are and rearranging them in new patterns, so that art is a new presentation of that which is itself eternal. Art is also a sort of eagerness to discover the beauty in things in which this beauty may seem to be concealed. Art is a sort of game, an eternal effort to discover value, to solve the riddle which nature confronts us with, the riddle of finding the good in things which seem to be bad, the finding the eternal in things that seem to be born and die, to find the unchanging nature of the infinite in things which appear to be in continuous and perpetual change. All of these factors together mean that art is involved in a kind of mystical experience. And just as surely as illumination that comes to the sage, so the form and nature of this illumination is very often a beautiful experience. An experience of light and color and melody and sound and harmony. The universe suddenly unfolds as a structure of eternal, imperishable beauty, so sublime that the human being is almost unable to bear the vision of its presence. Before this beauty, man falls. He sinks into the sense of his own insignificance. This beauty overwhelms him, producing a strange ecstasy in his own nature. So that everywhere the search for truth is an experience of beauty of some kind. Beauty of thought, beauty of word, beauty of conduct. And everything that is worthy of emulation is worthy because it has a nature which a man can reasonably and graciously copy or admire. Well, the ancients were very clear in their sense of the religious meaning of beauty. They warned against the perversion of its principles. They warned against the corruption of its very structure or the prostitution of its principles. They also pointed out that experience, long even in olden times, indicated that as beauty failed, so peoples failed. The loss of beauty heralded the end of civilization. The men could no longer discern that which was truly noble. When they would no longer sacrifice the lesser parts of themselves to the preservation of greater good, these men were then no longer suited to preserve cultures or civilization, or to extend their dominions and domains. That people which lost beauty within itself was already dying. In a few years, its physical, visible structure would also be destroyed. Moral beauty, as we are told, it has to do with the nature of conduct. And in this we also have some recommendations and suggestions out of the past. When we listen to our own voices, and we suddenly find these voices raised in anger, or in condemnation, or in great impatience, we sense immediately that the beauty has gone out of that voice. We can imagine a chorus uniting its voices in a magic anthem, in a tremendous statement of musical sublimity. And we can imagine the howling, shouting cries of a mob. Perhaps a mob such as came finally to dominate France during the Revolution. We hear in one the noble strains of an exalted spirit, and in the other bitterness, sharpness, hatred. We see in the second the horror of a world that has lost control of itself. And we have this same experience in our own daily living. We look into a mirror. We see our faces distorted by hate, anger, grievances of one kind or another. We see the motions of our bodies made brittle and unpleasing due to the stress and strain of nervous tension. We observe how worry lines the face and takes the graciousness from it. How long-held attitudes of spite and grievance drop the corners of the mouth and form sad, hard lines upon the features. We see how the lack of beauty in ourselves finally communicates itself to the body. But what we do not fully understand is that this loss of beauty is also communicating itself to the mind, to the vitality, to the structure of our fabric, and is opening us to disease and sickness and misery, and is gradually taking away from us all of these better values which we should be cultivating. So that sometimes we see in the kindly face of age the beautiful expression of a patient and enlightened soul. We sense the deep nobility of the face of Plato, and how also wisdom shone through the less attractive features of Socrates, a man not handsome in his body, but in whose eyes and in his face was a great light of insight, a great wonder of understanding, so that when a disciple was once asked how he could endure the ungainly appearance of the teacher, the disciple replied quite simply and honestly, "I have never noticed that he was not handsome." The inner life of things, shining through, not only reveals the beauty of the soul, but smooths the way of life in many, many regards and respects. It helps us to have a richer life, a happier life, kinder. And anything which causes asymmetry to arise within ourselves is not good. Any emotion or attitude that is not beautiful is harmful. And no amount of explanation, no justification can be advanced, any more than we can justify an example of bad art simply because of the time in which it was produced, or the circumstances through which the artist may have passed. Bad art is bad art, regardless of how, when, or where it was created. And a bad disposition is a tragedy, no matter how much the individual can apparently justify his attitude. So as we seek to make the world more beautiful through art, we also attempt to work the transformations of art upon our own character, thus leading to a more advanced and enlightened relationship with the world in which we exist. And this brings us naturally to perhaps the crowning level of philosophy. That phase or branch which is sometimes not included within the 6 branches of the philosophic system, but which was essentially added by the Neoplatonists of Alexandria, who realized that the great structure of philosophy not only arose from one essential principle, but in the end must be gathered again into one essential substance. So they created the 7th branch of philosophy, which they call theurgy. And perhaps we can best describe theurgy as a divine kind of magic, It is the magic of the working of God in man. It is the magic and mystery of enlightenment. It is the alchemy of transmutation, which is accomplished as the result of what Pythagoras calls the philosophic life. So theurgy is that branch of philosophy which has been most completely neglected for nearly 2,000 years. For today we seldom, if ever, hear any reference to the philosophic life. We know that there are many scholars and many great individuals. And we study the biographies of great philosophers and scholars, and we are told that one was a dyspeptic, another was unable to gather his resources together to maintain his own family, or third had the most extraordinary and delinquent personal habits, and another was a political fanatic. These studies that they had made, by which they gained a great distinction for the reasonable and logical unfoldment of ideas, seemingly never touched their lives. They became learned but not wise. They became brilliant but not good. They became skillful but not happy. In some way, the wisdom which they accumulated was put away in some closet or in some department of life or hoarded in some vault where it might be protected against loss or decay. But it was never used. It was never the basis of a daily conduct. And when we think of philosophy as it is taught in modern universities, we know that some of these schools have exceptionally fine schools of philosophy. Although I think it is generally agreed that at this time the greater weight in philosophic studies goes toward psychology, where many young people feel a brilliant profession awaits them. But in the philosophical department, you seldom, if ever, hear of the application of any system of philosophy to any person actually in trouble. They never get around to this. The student himself is not told to use his philosophy in the solution of his own problem. He is told to remember the words of the wise, to compare them, to arrange them, and if possible, to take a highly critical situation in which he seeks in every way possible to find defects in the thinking of other people. Overall is the general concept that philosophy is, after all, a kind of pedantry, a sort of a mental luxury for those who may sometime become professors, or who would like perhaps to have the ornamentation of it in genteel letters. But philosophy is no longer regarded as a living force even where it is taught. And if you should point out to a group of students of philosophy, perhaps working for their masters or their doctorates, that the beginning and end of philosophy is to roll up your sleeves and use it, they would consider you mad. It just has no part in the thinking of things today. But the Greeks, particularly of Alexandria, during the first 3 centuries of the Christian era, were convinced that all philosophy was perfected by the philosophic life, the life of wisdom. That no matter how brilliant you became, or how much you were able to remember, or how conversant you became with systems, you had only a brittle, superficial grasp of things, unless in some way you could transmute knowledge into insight and understanding within your own experience, within your own consciousness. Therefore, as Plotinus said to one of his young disciples, make philosophy your journey. use the philosophic system as a guide to conduct, as something to be continuously applied to the problem of your own day. It would seem very strange that an individual would spend many years studying Aristotle or Plato, and then in any difficulty that arose had to go to someone else for help. It simply meant that this person had never really thought of philosophy as a living instrument. He thought of it only as a cultural embellishment. He thought of it as something that it was nice to know, like a good suit of clothes. It was a status symbol. If you could toss the right words around, it seemed rather important. But to use these items represented a new dimension of approach to wisdom. And this was what the Greek Alexandrian Neoplatonists referred to as theurgy. It was the transmuting, magical power of wisdom operating in the daily life of the person. It meant that as wisdom increased, the individual increased. It meant that with every new discovery there was new richness of character, new nobility of action. And of course, all of the theurgical arts had to do with man's victory over doubt. Doubts in some way were the weaknesses of men. Man, forever uncertain of his own behavior and less certain of the behavior of others, lived in a world of doubting, a world in which he had inadequate faith built upon inadequate knowledge. It was the duty, therefore, of theurgy, so to say, as a part of philosophy, to dispel man's most common and frequent doubts, particularly his doubts concerning providence, concerning God, concerning the nature of good and evil, and the eternality of the world. If man was able to clarify within himself his doubts about justice, if he could really believe to the very core of his nature that he did live in a universe that was essentially just, if he could rationally demonstrate this to himself, if he could logically prove it, if he could aesthetically justify it, if he could metaphysically experience it, if he could find in it all of the reason that was necessary to convince himself, if he could justify in his own thinking the full scope of epistemology and psychology in these respects, then, in a strange way, he came to the end of his uncertainty, his disturbances. He came finally to those certitudes which permit him to relax, to no longer struggle against unrighteous forces, no longer to take the natural, maturing power of reason. So we have in the completely reasonable person the classic archetypal fraternal image of the wise man. We have this wise man as the kindly grandfather, the man who belongs to the long livers, who has lived long and well, who has passed through all the moods and intranquilities of existence and come finally to a gentle and safe harbor, where he is at rest with life and with people and with things, with himself and with God. This type of peace arising from the full use of faculty rather than the denial of it. This peace which is knowledge carried on until it becomes a living value in our daily experience. This, in a way, sets the situation for the theurgical achievement. Well, just as surely as in the Eastern religion, it was necessary to renounce the unreal in order to attain reality, so in the Greek and classical system, man had to penetrate the unreal by the instruments of philosophy to discover the true world that lay behind the appearances of things, and most of all to discover this true world to be a natural marvel of beauty and truth. And in this discovery, gaining a complete confidence in the wisdom and benevolence of eternal providence. Having attained such levels, as Plotinus points out, the wise man ceases all unreasonable attitude. He knows too well the structure of human beings to criticize or condemn. He knows too well the workings of human nature to be confused or deceived by it. He accepts things as they are. He realizes the inevitability of existing conditions. He moves through existing relationships with a full understanding of their bearing upon eternal facts. And he expects this world to be a place of instruction, not a place of gratification. Having thus renounced false values by the aid of philosophic discipline, he is able to reach out to embrace true values. And in this degree, he begins his experience of the philosophic life. He becomes the person who is unmoved by the non-tranquillities of passing occasions and conditions. And dwelling as he does always in a deep internal relaxation, he has at all times the full availability of his faculties. Having no false opinions, he will not deceive himself. Having no unreasonable ambitions, he will not be deceived by others. Expecting no more than is due, he will have no false hope. Perfectly willing to accept that which is his proper responsibility, he will have no false fear. And as the Bhagavad Gita says in India, unmoved in pain and pleasure, this one is fitted for immortality. Philosophy then, by tempering away all of the intemperances of existence, brings the person finally to a happy, amicable relationship with truth, fact, and reality. It is obvious, of course, that all philosophic systems do not inevitably confer such blessings. For these systems may be in conflict with each other. The teachings which they disseminate may be contradictory. Most philosophic systems, especially those of the modern world, were not founded upon a solid insight, but rather upon a scientific analysis of previous opinions. The philosophy was simply another kind of science, groping from one kind of intellectual fact to another. The great philosopher was the brilliant thinker who could unseat some previous opinion and put his own in its place. There was no problem of true greatness of character. As a result, we have had a great many schools of thought, some very brilliant, some very difficult to refute, some pathetic in their inability to confer the slightest consolation upon the human heart, some utterly devoid of idealism, some captured in the most abject melancholy, some fearing the worst, some hoping the worst, but very few with any substance by which man could solve the immediate needs of his day. As a result of this sterility in modern philosophy, it has made practically no contribution to the advancement of society or the preservation of human values. It has, if anything, joined with other bitter and limited perspectives to undermine what ideals and principles the human race had been able to preserve. It is true of this as of aesthetics, that philosophy which does no good must almost certainly do harm. That which gives man no greater nobility takes something away from that which he already has. And to train the young in ideas and attitudes made illustrious by great names, but calculated to destroy the inner value of these young people, to take from them faith in humanity, faith in nature, faith in God, faith in truth, to thus deprive the student of these needed elements of his own maturity is to deform him rather than to advance his culture. There is no great beauty in disillusion, nor is there any use in taking the attitude that we might as well know the worst now as later. If we were not so anxious to know the worst now, we might be able to build a much stronger foundation so that in the future things would be better and not worse. Theurgy is the transforming power of enlightened wisdom. It is the rich, warm quality of friendliness. The word philosophy means friendliness or truth. The philosopher is the friend of truth. He wishes to be a good friend. He wishes to have the deep fraternal relationship with those principles which are enduring. Friends are kindly people, interested more in the good of their friend than in the good of themselves. And in philosophy, the true philosopher is interested in the spreading and sharing of philosophic insight, rather than merely the winning of an argument or the establishment of himself as an authority on some particular school or some previous intellectual. In the Eastern world, we have some interesting thoughts about this. The responsibility of philosophy is always the responsibility of the teacher. The teacher-student relationship is almost inevitable. In the East, the student-teacher relationship is finally summarized in the concept of the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva is the exalted soul in Buddhism that has renounced the attainment of the Paranirvana to return and instruct those who have not yet been emancipated from illusion. So the Bodhisattva becomes the teacher, the savior, the liberator, the enlightener. In all Buddhist literature, this point is clearly brought out, that even the Bodhisattva has to be extremely careful, lest his effort to serve others will swing back upon himself and cause him to strengthen the illusion of his own importance. If any individual believes that he becomes the instructor of others, he must also, to a measure, believe that he is valuable. And it is but a very little way between this recognition of self-value and a hopeless spiritual arrogance. And individuals who claim to be devoting their lives to the service of other people are actually profoundly enjoying the fact that they are able to influence other lives. Philosophy is not sound. Therefore, in philosophy, it is very important always to realize that we are the servants of something greater than ourselves, that our own satisfaction is not important. But the real important thing is that we are able in one way or another to share or communicate a condition of natural existence, which may be properly termed the philosophic life. If through our own conduct we are able to demonstrate that we have complete victory over the intemperances of our own natures, then in this way we become solid instructors of others. If, however, ignoring the innumerable imperfections of our own characters, we hasten out to save others, it may be suspected that our motives are not entirely adequate. So in philosophy, the philosophic life has to be lived from the beginning to the end. Each step has to be taken with the patience, forbearance, and insight of the truly wise. And in the Neoplatonic system, following very largely the Platonic disciplines and the Pythagorean disciplines, a way was set out by means of which the philosopher could gradually recognize the development of his own character. Philosophy began with a decision which only time could mature, a decision that was essentially a dedication. And whether the individual really recognized the value of his own decision at the time he made it, it's hard to say. But he lived in an age, at a time, when this decision was of value. But it was the decision of the noblest of his own people. And it was the decision of those whom he most respected, most admired. He had to formally and without equivocation or reservation within himself dedicate his own nature to the philosophic life. He had to assume within himself that from that time on his life belonged to truth rather than to his own nature. That his entire career must have as its primary objective the purification of his own nature. This did not mean that he had to reject all relationships with the common problems of living. But it did mean that he could no longer drift away or wander away into the bypaths which led to the forgetfulness of his primary purpose. From the time of this basic obligation, he changed the general perspective of his life. He realized that he lived in order to grow, that growth, unfoldment, revelation of the divine purpose through his own nature. This large concept must guide him and regulate his conduct. He lived truly, perhaps, in the biblical thought, not my will, but thine be done. He lived no longer just to do as he pleased, but to do that which was necessary in order that the divine plan should be advanced by his efforts. He became a truth seeker. He became a truth server. And only by these dedications could he ever ultimately attain the goal which all men are seeking. He already assumed truth to be the most precious thing in the world, more valuable than any opinion, more important than any feud which he might like to carry on, superior to any intemperance or intolerance of attitude which was peculiar to his own nature, infinitely superior to wealth, power, or the satisfaction of any worldly cause. That his allegiance to truth came before his allegiance to anything else that existed. But fortunately, his allegiance to truth did not in any way interfere with his allegiance to any other just thing. It merely meant that he no longer bestowed any of his energy or any of his life upon inferior causes or destructive situations. He learned that the only way in which he could live for truth alone was to become indifferent as to his own life, indifferent as to whether he lived or died, concerned only with the basic problem of living well and dying well. It was no longer important to him whether he was recognized by others, applauded, or rewarded in any way. He was seeking that which is the ultimate reward. He was seeking the greatest treasure in the world. Therefore, he must give to this quest all the greatness of himself. By degrees, he recognized and integrated his life around a very important core. But it was without any of the sense of spiritual ambition, which we also have to guard against. There are many people who have selfishly departed from all the responsibilities of life, simply to find their own way to some paradisical sphere to come, with no thought for anything except their own happiness and their own convenience. This is not the point at all. If it is attempted in this way, failure is inevitable. What the wise person is attempting to do is to gain a complete relaxation within the very essence or substance of the divine purpose itself. To become completely dedicated and at the same time strangely purposeless. To have a goal that is inevitable and yet never to fight or struggle for that goal, realizing always that the great attainment is by a complete release of the individual from his own purposes or his own ambitions. Always the distinct and definite determination to remain accepted, to take into himself that which was for him, to fulfill that which was required of him, to fail in nothing, but to have no purpose apart from the divine purpose, so that truly he was God's man, that he served as a proper liege man to that which was eternal truth itself. From this type of dedication, we find the gradual relaxing of the intellect away from most of the complexities with which we associate even philosophy. There is a philosophy which transcends itself. There is a philosophy that is so indescribably simple that words cannot be found that are small enough to define it. There is a philosophy so immediate that it is captured in an instant. There is a wisdom that breaks away entirely from the infinite formalities of definition and description, that has never been held or captured within a syllogism, which has never at any time been subjected to a classification into categories. There is simply this eternal, absolute reasonableness of things, which is so mysterious that it is experienced before it is understood, that it is known before it can be defined. And having understood it and defined it, there is no longer any need to describe it, or to contemplate, or to justify the processes which it indicates. For all philosophy ends in certainty. And certainties are things which arise in the experience of consciousness which cannot be refuted. When man is faced with a certainty, there is a voice within him that says, this is certain. This cannot be changed. This is inevitable, immutable, immovable. These certainties come gradually to the individual. But they certainly arise when he transcends the common processes of the mind. The Neoplatonists were perfectly in harmony with Buddha in realizing that the mind is a wonderful servant, but a heartless taskmaster. That in some mysterious way it was the duty of the mind finally to transcend itself. It was the duty of the mind to give way to a faculty superior to reason. The mind provided a ladder, the so-called escalade de la sage, the ladder of the sages. Up this ladder, which was also Bacon's mysterious pyramid of paths, up this ladder the mind descends, rung by rung, step by step, until it reaches the highest part of the ladder. And here definitions fail. Here all things which arise in the mind become inadequate. Here all systems, as we know them, are transcended and appear somewhat ridiculous. Here man suddenly discovers the meaninglessness of his own speculations and wonders how he might, in his infantile mind, have been so plagued with the doubts and policies which seem so important to him in his daily life. There comes, of course, this point, therefore, in which the mind comes to the extremity of itself, when it can no longer cope with the mystery of reality. Our way of thinking always is the same. It is quantitative, not quality. Our idea of reality as we send our astronauts out into space is the gradual conquest of an infinite number of stars. Our idea of going out, going forth, going toward the infinite is to approach an infinite diversity, a transcendent, incalculable infinitude of forms and beings and powers and images and qualities. Every discovery that we make seems to indicate that there is more that we must know than we have ever suspected, and that therefore we must continually meet this challenge by the infinite development of faculties and propensities and powers, mechanisms, methods, and means. In other words, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So according to the classic thinking, this vast increase in the phenomenal aspects of things is an illusion. There is not a constant increase of knowledge. There is not a universe that is growing bigger every moment. The fact of the matter really is that man, in his effort to grasp the universe, in his effort to understand, in his effort to arrive at a conscious relationship with life, must continually simplify. He must find that when he understands one principle, he destroys 10 million complexities. But when he discovers one law, he wipes out a cosmos of apparent accidents, circumstances, and mysteries that appear incomprehensible to him. As he goes further and further in his qualitative search for reality, reality becomes more and more simple. Its manifestations may be infinite, but its substance is extremely simple. We have the same mysterious experience with life itself. Man is a creature of many and complex attributes and qualities. Yet within each of us is something that makes us alive here and now. And that is a little spark. We actually know nothing about this spark. We know that it can stand tremendous stress, that it may survive accidents and conditions which appear to be beyond the power of man to survive. And yet we know that this little spark may go out in sleep for no reason that we have any understanding of. That it can be blown out like the flame of a candle in an instant. Or it may struggle against the limitations of the flesh for 80 years. We know not what this thing is, but it is life. And it is one thing. And it is utter simplicity because it is utter life. And yet it sustains upon itself and by itself and within itself all the functions of the human body. So somewhere in space is reality. An absolutely simple flame. A tremendous thing that can be experienced, perhaps most perfectly by a child. Most perfectly by someone who has never been deluded or confused by the extravagances of learning. So men going out to conquer time and space are always conquered by it, and leave their own bones somewhere on the shores of the infinite ocean. The conquest of the unknown is this strange, mysterious, simple inner experience by which alone man can arrive at certainty. An experience of a moment, a mystical insight, an instant of silence in space, a moment of absolute rapport between the being and the infinite, and the discovery that this rapport is not man as a humble creature bowing before a vast magnificence, but a strange reaching out of life to life with an absolute intimacy, with a fraternity, with the simplest relationship of parent to child, or the deep and wonderful value of two lovers. It is not this strange, formidable thing we are forever fighting. So philosophy, through theurgy, tries to give us this experience, this wisdom that is beyond wisdom. It tells us some way that we must finally outgrow our own intelligence, outgrow our own mind. We must go through the process of the mind until it discovers for itself its own futility. For until then it can never get over its own insufferable arrogance. But there comes a time when it becomes exhausted of its own ineffectiveness. All its speculations, all its strategies, all its conspiracies come to nothing. All its false knowledge and vain glory fails. And the individual who has mastered all the arts and sciences of the world feels in helpless tears beside the crib of his own dying child, unable to do anything whatever. Life, therefore, has to have another answer to all this. It has to have the tremendous answer of the immediacy of the availability of pure life, of pure reality, of pure truth, of pure insight. This is theurgy. This is this wonderful thing by which man penetrates not only the pretensions of others, but most of all his own pretensions. suddenly discovering the true dimensions of his own wisdom and ignorance, and perceiving his true place in an eternal pattern of things. We have every reason to believe that in the advancing years of his life, Plato achieved this theurgic consciousness. We learn that as he grew older, his mind began to take less interest in the great profundities of thought which had once distinguished him. He was still the great philosopher, but through his greatness was coming a strange childlikeness. It was this gradual liberation from all desire for disputation and profound argument and for deep analysis and for vast interpretation that finally separated Aristotle from Plato. Aristotle wanted to go on systematizing knowledge. He wanted to know more and more. And Plato was gradually discovering that knowledge was a burden upon the spirit. And Plato drifted more and more into the mystical. I suppose some of his more analytical disciples were convinced that the great philosopher was entering his second childhood, that perhaps his mind was weakening with the years. But Plato did not have the kind of mind that weakened. It grew strangely strong. Plato reached the point where he no longer needed philosophy, as we think. What need has a man of philosophy who has lived it all his life? What needs the individual of reason who is by nature reasonable? How much can we require ethics if we are ethical by soul? If we are honorable in the spirit of our very transaction? Why do we have to study ethics? If everything that we think is filled with nobility and beauty, and we have cultivated the virtue as the simple adorations of principles, what need have we of ethics? What need have we of aesthetics? We are all these things already in ourselves. When by our own insight we have evaluated the mind in all its functions, when we know the true nature of our own thoughts and can intuitively interpret the thoughts of others, what need have we of psychology? We cannot be neurotic. We cannot have these problems in ourselves, because into our own consciousness we have through the years built the perfect substance of our own belief. And we have linked our belief so closely to our consciousness that there is no conflict in the subconscious nature of ourselves. What need has such a person of philosophy? He cannot attain it because he already is it. He is an embodiment of it. He does not have to go to school to study that which is his own very nature and substance. But having attained all of this, having come to the strange and wonderful tranquility and prophetic genius of the Platonic mind, Plato began to demonstrate something else. There began to appear in his nature what some of his disciples, particularly his nephew Chrysippus, called the loneliness of an old man. Plato was lonely. He had all this knowledge, but somehow his eyes drifted to the sunset. There was nothing more that he needed to know. There was nothing more that wisdom could teach him. Perhaps he was too tired to learn arts and sciences which were as yet but partially structured in his own day. But everything that was essential to him he already possessed. Yet he lacked something. He lacked freedom. Freedom from his own existence. He lacked that complete freedom of the bird that flies out into the sky. Plato wanted to go home. Plato wanted to be one with this universe, which he already understood. He wanted to be free of these strange fetters and limitations which were the final dividers between the finite and the infinite. He wanted to mingle the common essence of his own soul with the eternal soul in space. He had loved God. He had loved truth. He had served both God and truth with a whole heart. Now he wanted to go home to God and truth. He wanted to be one with that which he had loved so long. There was no other need of wisdom. There was no other goal, no other purpose that was desirable. By his very nature, he went to sleep one night with the poems of Sophron for a pillow under his head. He did not wake again. He died as he had lived, in complete peace. So this peculiar and wonderful concept, the wise person quietly going home, without doubt, without fear, without any uncertainty, with no expectation of heavenly rest, no probability of infernal unrest, only the soul going home to the universe of realities, of beauties, of divinities, which it had rationally experienced. But it is one thing to speak of these things, to bring them up in the mind, to find the experience of intellect about them. It is one thing to know that God is there. Another thing to step across and be one with God. This was the goal. This was the mysterious end which the Alexandrian mystics sought to communicate in the concept of theurgy. Theurgy was a taking of all of this wonderful intellectual mystery, simplifying it to its ultimate, and discovering in this ultimate simplicity the union with truth, which all the complexities of the mind could not attain. There are so many arts and so many sciences, and if things continue as they are now, the young people of the future are going to have a very bad time of it. It already takes over 20 years of life to complete an education. If the present form of knowledge continues to increase, enrich as it is now, adding specialized knowledge of any kind, within the next 50 years, the average young person may not be able to graduate into a technical education before he is 40 years old. This means his life is two-thirds finished before he has been able to accumulate into his own mind the wisdom of his time, the skills, the scientific patterns, formulas, and precision which are necessary to the practice of an advanced art or science. As we go on, the time will continually increase. So man, perhaps in the conquest of the theories of knowledge, will never live to practice. This is not nature's intent. This is not the end. Theurgy would tell us that probably in a few years, 4 or 5 years at most, it might be possible for man to attain the substance of knowledge. That as we progress, our periods of schooling should be less, not greater, because our own insight should be growing, grasping more of eternity constantly and requiring less of instruction. The individual today should be born with a knowledge that the past never possessed. Perhaps he is born with that knowledge, but until he is searched for it, until we give attention to this, and no longer assume that he is born in a state of virgin ignorance, and therefore must be indoctrinated from the cradle. Perhaps if we took a different approach, we would discover that maybe man does not know the prominent and dominating opinions of this generation, but deep within him is a knowledge of the eternal values of the infinite itself. That man who was born to outlive all generations must have a wisdom greater than generation. And this is possible, and this is true. The search for these verities were the very substances of the Neoplatonic philosophy. That sometime man would be able to adjust his consciousness again with the infinite mind, and in that adjustment discover all that was real and quietly reject all that is unreal, recognizing that reality to be the possession of such knowledge as contributes to man's eternity, makes him greater than the ages, brings him inevitably into the full citizenship in eternity. All other knowledge is passive, but the knowledge which transcends knowledge, which may be termed the knowledge of knowledge, the wisdom of wisdom, is that which is discovered by penetrating all systems, to find in their hearts a living fact. That this living fact cannot be analyzed, but it can be shared, it can be experienced, it can be conferred by intuition alone. It can be known because it is a fact. This knowledge can come instantly, whereas the knowledge of the consequences of this fact might require ages to accumulate. So theurgy is this instantaneous availability of the infinite, based, however, upon man's dedication to the qualification of his own nature for the experience of truth to occur within himself. This then represents the application of philosophy, the final fulfillment of it, where it verges to mingle its courses with religion, where it becomes part of the great process of man's spiritual growth. Well, I think our time is up, folks, so I guess we'll have to call it evening. Now, I'd like to point out that this evening and next Wednesday evening, these being the last two evenings of our classes, our little gift shop will be open for those who might wish to look around. It will be open this evening and next Wednesday evening after the lecture as well as before. Also, the library is open with a new exhibit which we think you will find most interesting. And there are also some delightful art things there that you may enjoy seeing. We thank you and hope to see you again next week when we're going to take up one of the most interesting of the sections of our book, and that is the mysterious story of the 10 bows. This is the Zen fable of illumination, and I think it is one of the great classics of philosophic literature. Thank you very much.
One of the most delightful of all the Oriental fables relating to Zen and Taoism is the wonderful series of crude but delightful old woodblock prints called the 10 Bows. We do not know exactly where this symbolism originated. It was probably in China. But from China it migrated to Korea and later to Japan. And among the Japanese people, the quaintness and simplicity, naivete of the little group of pictures found a special favor. And this series have been built into most of the texts on Zen that have been prepared in Japan in the last 300 or 400 years. And among those who have written delightful commentaries on it, we must list Dr. Suzuki and other prominent exponents of Japanese Zen mysticism. The whole concept is an effort to explain the relationship of being and body, or perhaps more generally, consciousness as the indwelling spirit of reality, and the personality, which is the always clumsy, always inconsistent element in the human compound. It is said that a disciple once asked a Chinese sage, "What is Buddha?" And the old master replied, "It is a man seeking a bull or an ox while he is riding on it." And this, to a degree, is the basis of this peculiar but wonderful fable. The human being, according to Zen and Taoism, consists of a principle manifesting mostly as an instinct, and a personality manifesting mostly as an appetite. So there is a continual struggle in the human compound between principle and personality, between the instinct to achieve to some noble destiny and the appetite which holds us to the commonplace. The personality of man is likened, therefore, to this bull or ox. It is represented, to begin with, as in a wild and primitive state, living in a very pleasant valley and used to the concept of perfect liberty. This ox, like a young horse that has never been ridden, has no concept of ever being bound to the service of anything. So the bull or ox in his native state represents the individual who gambles about the pasture as the wild animal does, free of all burden, free of all need, simply surviving for the pleasure of survival itself. In the human being, of course, the situation is somewhat refined, but not especially improved. The ox is that part of man which intends to do exactly as it pleases and always has. It is that part of man which, if it is angry, and has no reason to doubt its privilege to be angry. The ox is selfish because it is its nature to be selfish. It loathes responsibility because it has never been taught to assume any burden or duty. It carries no load, it serves no purpose, and it tills no field. This ox also represents whatever the individual at the moment is resolved to accomplish. His wants, his desires, his appetites, his ambitions, all these are part of the study of the black ox. And this creature has never even considered the possibility of being something other than it is,
And here is where we get very close to the beginning of our Zen and Taoist study. That is the realization that any creature can become something that it is not. That is, it can manifest attributes or qualities the existence of which it is not aware. Surely the potential has to be there, for man cannot be that which he lacks the root or substance for. But he can have thoughts that he never expected to have. He can live in a way that is different from his common and general feeling about the proper way to live. So it is part of the Zen philosophy that it is conceivable that the human being can control his own personality. Now, at first, this doesn't sound like a very extraordinary achievement. Many people will say instantly that they can control themselves. A person told me not long ago that they had marvelous self-control. The only thing is they never had any desire to use it. And that is about where the situation rests. We are all quite certain that we can do anything we want to do. But when the time comes, we never want to do anything very different from what we have done. And if the desire to do something better does come along, it lasts only a little while, goes to sleep again unfulfilled. But in Zen, there is this definite belief, this preachment, that man can take hold of his own life. He may have been born impatient and lived half his lifetime in an impatient mood, but it is possible for him to be patient. He may have lived in a highly competitive way, seeking only the satisfaction of his own desire, but it is possible for this person to be unselfish. He may never achieve this possibility in a present life, but it is still a possibility. Or any individual can do that which he wills to do. He can control his temper. He can refine his nature. He can overcome bad habits. He can break the bonds of alcoholism or narcotics if he wants to. If he has the deep and serious determination to be better than he is, and the willingness and the consistency to improve, there is nothing reasonable to man that he cannot accomplish. So our little scene opens in the story of the bull with a boy, the shepherd, or the keeper of the cattle, who is holding in his hand a very tempting morsel of green fodder and trying to attract the attention of the large black bull that is rushing by, going in the opposite direction from the boy. The boy is going one way, and the bull is cheerfully going in the opposite way. And the boy is holding out his morsel of food to try to lure the bull over. This is the approach. This is the beginning of the struggle to bring the personality under the control of principles or of reality. And as the personality goes its headlong way across the pasture, the boy holds out the green herb. And on the side of the hill back of the boy is a pine tree growing. And in the sky above the bull is a very deep, heavy cloud. There is a setting for this particular situation. And the setting is the beginning of the Buddhist Zen Taoist preachment. The herb that the boy is holding out as an inducement is the hope that through self-control the individual will escape misery. This is the temptation which is intended to lure the bull to the point where he can be bridled. The hope always is that man, following his own personal, selfish, self-centered way, is finally going to become so miserable, so burdened with the inevitable consequences of his own conduct, that he will receive the first inspiration of leadership from the boy in the form of an answer to some immediate problem. As the individual goes along, sickness strikes him, his home is disrupted, his business does not succeed well, his friends depart from him, and he discovers that this wild life of freedom that he has thought so much about and labored so desperately to preserve isn't paying off anything. He is free, but freedom has become his bondage. The very liberties which he believed he wanted have led only to the excesses in his own nature which have crippled him and injured him. So the doctrine, which is always the evergreen, the symbol of enlightenment, in Buddhism the Buddhist message is represented by the pine branch. This represents the promise of a more abundant life. It is the inducement also to bring conduct under the dominion of character, that health may be improved, that the daily problems that we face can be more easily overcome. And so the boy uses the only inducement that he can use. The bull is selfish, so the boy appeals to its appetite. And no matter how selfish we may be, we also want to be happy. And in our selfishness to be happy, we are brought gradually into the presence of learning. For we come to know in the end that only learning can make us happy. That only the improvement of our own minds and our own lives can solve the problems that make us unhappy. Well, the boy waves his luring bait before the animal, and when we turn to the second picture in this delightful series, we find that the animal has done the expected. He has gotten close enough to the boy for the boy to be able to put a halter on him. He has become more docile because he has gained confidence in the boy. He has gained confidence in the self. He found that when he came close and took the food that the boy offered, that no evil happened to him. The bull found that the food was tasty, that it was even more pleasant than that which was gained by going out and foraging for oneself. He also found that the boy was kind. The doctrine which was symbolized by the young shepherd was a gentle doctrine, a wise and friendly belief. And so the bull did not object greatly when the halter was slipped over its head, for it found that the yoke was easy, and that the law, instead of being a terrible thing that was going to take away from it every liberty and freedom, was really bringing it into a relationship with insight, or a relationship with knowledge. The shepherd could make life better for the ox. The boy could make the life of the animal more secure. For human wisdom, or the wisdom of philosophy, can protect not only the inner part of man's nature, but also his outer nature as well, if man himself will permit. So a friendship is established between the ox and the boy, and the two together now head in the same direction. Through the beginnings of wisdom, a fraternity, a relationship, a kinship has been built between the consciousness in man and the body which must fulfill the works of consciousness. Buddha very directly in his own teachings explains that it is not the purpose of the doctrine to make the personality a troubled creature, or to take away from man any of the really good things which he can enjoy or hope to have. The purpose of consciousness is to enrich the person, so that the things we have become really meaningful, that joy becomes real joy, that insight becomes real insight, that understanding becomes a practical instrument for the achievement of everything that is reasonable and desirable. Once man has accepted the yoke of the doctrine, everything in his life is made simpler, made more convenient for him. He moderates his intensities and has less pain and sorrow. He controls his appetites and his body is healthier. He achieves moderation of goods and his worries are fewer. And so under the guidance of the boy, the ox begins his gradual transformation. And you will notice in the picture that when the boy has finally got the bridle on the ox, the nose, the very tip of the ox's nose, has turned white. Up to that time it was all black. Of course, the black ox was the symbol of ignorance, of darkness, of benightedness. But after the yoke has been placed upon the animal, the place where the yoke is has turned white. This is the beginning of the transmutation of the ox. It is the beginning of the transformation of character. Also, as you look, you will observe that the landscape has changed. The dark clouds are gone. There are pleasant trees and mountains and a beautiful expanse of water. It is a very much more charming, verdant land than it was before. And the ox is slowly and ponderously turning in its course to follow the leadership of the boy. This is also the beginning of discipline. For in one hand now, the boy carries a rod. Now we do not see the boy injure the animal with the rod, but the thought or concept of discipline is introduced. In this case, the discipline represents the leadership of consciousness over the body. It means that the boy now has the advantage. He is able to command the body, and maybe reluctantly, the body will obey. It has been a very delicate operation to get this far in this partnership. And working as we do all the time with folks, I may say that getting that halter on to the bowl has taken many a sincere person 10 or 15 years of hard work. Always remember that that first effort is the most difficult. We resent so desperately the very solutions to our problems. And worshiping this sense of the right to do anything we please, we forget to please to do anything. Still we maintain that we have this inalienable right to be miserable, to fulfill whatever purpose we intend. And any subtraction from this privilege is tyranny, even though the teacher may be wiser than we are. If the teacher interferes with our right to do as we please, he is a tyrant. So it is quite a strategic undertaking to finally reach the point where the personality, with its mind, emotions, and psychic integration, is willing to accept the leadership of the consciousness itself. But here the bull has finally done so, and the end of its nose is appropriately emerging from the dark cloud of its own matter or materialism. And the reason why the end of the nose is probably so pictured first is because the first release is on the level of the most physical of our appetites. It is on the level of our sensory perception, represented by the face of the animal. And having gone this far, we turn the page and we come to the third picture of the bull. And here we have a very docile, pleasant scene indeed. Here the bull is following the boy along the edge of a pleasant stream. And we cannot but remember the words of the psalmist, "He leadeth me beside the still waters." Well, that is exactly what is happening in the picture, precisely what is happening. The boy no longer has his rod either. He is now carrying a flowering branch, which again suggests, perhaps, the mysterious rod of Joseph that budded, or the mysterious shepherd's staff of Tannhäuser. At this stage in the development of the theme, the entire head of the ox is now white. This means its rational or upper part, the highest part of the personality, the mind, is now liberated, at least theoretically, from bondage. The ox, however, is still haltered, and the boy is still holding the cord. Principle must still lead, and the consciousness must still direct the way. Otherwise, the ox would stray and would not continue its journey. But the mind, now having been relieved of its darkness, represented by the head turning white, shows an immediate fondness for the boy. The ox and the boy are now truly comrades. And the ox is very happy in this newfound relationship. And in this relationship we find something of philosophy. For in philosophy the mind has accepted the leadership of consciousness. The mind has taken over a certain rulership even over the body itself. Like the great enlightened thinker, the sage, the seer. The mind has resolved to follow in the footsteps of the leader, of the boy, and finds its greatest joy now in an obedience which once it resented. With the mind more clearly developed, the purposes of life become more obvious. It is no longer necessary to tempt the ox with better fodder or fine foods. It is simple enough for the ox to understand the commands of the boy. Therefore, in this scene, the boy is speaking to the ox, and the ox understands him. There is now the relationship between consciousness and an instrument being developed within the personality itself which understands consciousness and can respond naturally and properly to the commands that consciousness gives. So here is almost the relationship of master and disciple in the old Eastern way of learning. For in the old way, the disciple was the servant of a master. Surely this servitude was done only for one purpose, the good of the disciple. But in all the older systems, the disciple was taught absolute obedience. He had no right to question or doubt the will of his teacher. He had only the right to accept immediately any demand placed upon him. and the demands were usually such as would humble his pride, or demand from him great patience or resignation, endurance and tranquility of spirit under pressure. These were the things that the philosophy of life dealt with. So now the ox, with its fine white head, follows quietly behind the boy. The rope is slack. The animal is following mostly of its own accord. It just needs a little leadership now and then. And consciousness itself turns back a little to encourage the ox to come along the way of life. Very simple, natural little pattern. The next theme, the transmutation of the ox, has continued, and now the area of the heart is white. The animal is white in the entire forepart of the body. This means that not only has the mind been regenerated and elevated, but now the emotions have been purified. The desires have been transformed. And the most difficult problem that man ever has to face, the pressure of appetite, has been successfully met. We can often reason things out. And if the reason has a chance, we may win. But when some terrible passion racks the body, we are unable to control. That which is a vast emotional strain eclipses reason, drives us from our reasonable purposes, blinds us to the consequences of our own conduct, and under the pressure or stress of emotion, we are no longer thoughtful or rational creatures. But now the bull or the ox has reached the point where this part of its nature is also transmuted and regenerated. And now another very interesting thing is happening. The boy is now tying the ox to a tree. This tying the ox to the tree instead of to the boy becomes therefore the next step or part of this transformation or transmutation. The boy represents the spirit, the consciousness, the insight, the natural good in man, seeking to bring the body into a state of redeemed relationship with life. But the tree has a greater meaning. And all through the mystery of Buddhism, the tree plays a tremendously important part. It was under a tree, the garden of the palace of Kapilavastu, that Buddha was born. It was under a tree at Bodh Gaya, near Madras, that the Buddha was illuminated. And it was under a group of trees on the Indian roadside that Buddha entered the Parinirvana. All through his life, the symbol of the tree went with him. And in ancient Buddhist art, particularly in India, the tree was always a symbol of the doctrine. The tree was the great protecting growth under which man could sit and be guarded from the heat of the sun or the wetness of the rain or the force of the wind. He could find security beneath the tree, and perhaps also he could find there rest and peace, for the tree was the symbol of the oasis. And in the deserts of the Near East, the tree was the emblem of life itself. Wherefore, wherever there were trees, there had to be water. And where there was water, men could hope to live. So now what has happened? The boy consciousness has now tied the ox to the tree. In other words, has bound it to the operations of universal law. The tree is the symbol of the law. It is the symbol of the great doctrine. And this is a step which occurs frequently in the advancement of the purposes of discipleship in the Eastern system. Man himself, be he consciousness or be he body, depends upon the law. And in this relationship, the human purpose, the human desire, unfolds naturally until it reaches a certain stage or degree of growth. We begin by inwardly desiring to be better people. We begin by seeking to bring to an end the suffering of life. We seek that noble path which leads to the end of misery. And from within ourselves, like the good and kindly people of long ago, we build our little folk philosophies. We say, as the old housewife used to say in the small New England town, I just do the best I can, and I treat everybody fair and square, and that's my philosophy of life. It's a good philosophy. The only thing is, it has its limitations. We go a certain ways, and our own insight, our own instincts are not strong enough to lead us further. So we must either come at the end to a little better, a plain or prairie or pasture, and there remain for a while, or else we must shift from our own initiative, from our own beliefs, our own hopes and purposes, from our own interpretations of things. We must shift from these foundations and follow the ancient Buddhist Zen doctrine. I take my refuge in the law. Therefore, the three jewels of Buddhism represent the three symbols of the principles by means of which the individual in this system gained his hope of salvation. For the three jewels were the life of the Buddha, the doctrine of the Buddha, and the assembly of the saints. These were the basis of the formal instruction. And the individual passed from his own efforts to regenerate his own nature and came under the discipline of one of the great world systems, whether it was Buddhism or Platonism or Hinduism or Taoism. This is not so important. But somewhere along the way, the individual must take on the regular disciplines, the ordered leadership of the great schools of wisdom. When he does this, he then takes the personality, which is his instrument. He renounces his own leadership over the personality and binds the personality to the great pattern of existence. He therefore releases the bull from his own control and takes the opportunity to give the animal the strongest leadership, the strongest center, the strongest support possible by binding it to the tree, by tying it to the immovable doctrine, the unchangeable basic law of existence. For it's this way the bull comes into the best instruction, the best leadership, the best help that it can possibly receive. Then also by releasing the bull or ox from his own leadership, man escapes a further negative possibility in his own nature. It is possible that man will renounce all the different things of life. He will renounce a fine home and become a wanderer, homeless upon the face of the earth, like the monks of old. He will renounce honors, like the Taoist mystics of the Diamond Mountains, and go off into hermitage in the hills, refusing to hold public office or have any part in the transactions of business or barter or exchange. He may give his wealth to the poor, and his body to be burned. He may renounce everything that he possesses, and still he has not renounced selfness. He has not renounced this mysterious something within the individual that makes him determined in some way to achieve his own purpose regardless of anything. The Buddhist warns that even the determination to become enlightened can be a fixation of the mind, which will restrain and limit the disciple. The resolution to be good can quickly become an ambition, a gratification of the psychic determination. The resolution to help others can become the basis of a glamorous self-centeredness. Almost anything that the individual desires to do can lead on to more desiring, and thus prevent the final achievement of the end that is most desired, liberation from desire. For unless man is able to achieve freedom from the instinct of desire, he can never completely release himself from the net and web of appetites and from all the illusions and delusions that the mind can be afflicted by. So sometimes when we think that we have reached a high plateau of vision, we are really only under some form of paranoid pressure and we do not know the difference. So the boy ties the bull to the tree and gives up the leadership of the bull. The boy now has no longer the right to control or to dictate or to direct or to demand anything from the animal. The animal, or the personality, the symbol of the transitory mind and emotion, has now been turned over to the law, to be established in it forever. The need of the bull is now that it shall obey the law and not the shepherd. It shall obey the infinite itself and no longer the personal consciousness of man, even though this consciousness may be essentially well-intentioned. So the boy finally sacrifices and gives up his friend, the bull, who is now rather an odd-looking animal with considerable areas of white. The forelegs are white, the shoulders and the chest are white. The transmutation is going on, but the boy is no longer the master of the bull. It has released it. It is no longer leading, demanding, or requiring. And we come to the next picture. And in the next picture, the boy is walking along holding the halter in his hand. Behind him is the bull. The bull is now white to the midriff and is really becoming quite an amazing-looking animal. But now the bull follows the boy. There is no halter. Having given up the ox, the boy discovers that he cannot lose it. He discovers that once the personality, the integration of the mental, psychic, emotional complex has progressed to a certain point, it changes its own basic psychology and becomes the willing servant of the boy or of consciousness. Now it is the ox that is seeking. Now it is the ox that finds the companionship of the boy the most valuable of all things. Now the mind is turning naturally to the spirit and follows in the way of mystical insight and mystical illumination. We find this everywhere in the story of mysticism, both in Asia and in the Western world. We observe how the mystics, through their years of struggle, sought communion with the infinite, sought to mingle their own natures with this universal plan of things. And then sometimes, somewhere, the great wheel of the law turned, and to these mystics came some kind of an inner experience, an actual mystical awakening of life within themselves. And from that moment, the mind, the emotions, the person that we know became, in a sense, the dedicated servant of this experience which had occurred within. Among the Sufis and dervishes of Islam, this experience of God is called the knowledge of the beloved. And the moment the individual has this experience, he becomes the slave of the beloved. He becomes the slave of truth. He follows resolutely in its way, bearing all things, patiently, inevitably, following with humbleness but continuity the subtle thread of doctrine that must lead through the mystic maze of things to the final presence of reality. So now the person has turned and pursues the man. The bull, having achieved this greater enlightenment of itself, having redeemed more and more of its own nature, having purified its own parts with increasing insight, begins to sense the need of consciousness. There comes a point in our own experience of life, each of us, where that which at one time we had to discipline ourselves to achieve suddenly becomes the most necessary of all things. As inner experience grows, as the divine takes precedence over the human in the mysterious structure of our being, man suddenly longs for reality. To him it suddenly becomes the all-purpose of things. Whereas before he was looking for the gratifications of the flesh, now he seeks the exaltations of the spirit. So quietly and patiently, and in a very friendly way, the ox now follows the boy without a halter. There is no need any longer of controlling the animal. The animal has found its own light, and now chooses to be the companion of the Spirit. And the garden and the foliage of the mountainside and the general view is most delightful. And even though the engraving is extremely crude, there is a look of extraordinary contentment on the face of the ox. The ox is well pleased with the whole thing. The personality now follows the way of the Spirit toward truth. In the next picture, the ox truly has been made to lie down in green pastures. It is very comfortably curled up on the ground, and now almost all of its nature is white. There is just a small patch of black at the rear with the tail. Otherwise, the ox has now been entirely transmuted. And it listens with great delight, presumably, to the boy, who, seated nearby, is charming the bull by playing upon a flute. Here, the Spirit truly is entertaining the ox. And the ox is very peaceful, subdued, and quiet. This begins to suggest the teachings of yoga. For in all these Eastern symbols, the flute, with its several openings, becomes a symbol of the mantram and the mudra, the magic vibratory tones and patterns, the secret steps of inner wisdom, the meditations and the contemplations, by means of which man gradually brings the total personality to peace. Here the individual, the person, the being within has brought harmony and beauty and fineness and tranquility to the thoughts and to the passions and to the problems of life. We now have that beautiful pastoral concept of man at peace with all parts of himself and in complete conformity with nature. And for the first time in our picture, the peaks of great mountains rise in the distance. There is a new and universal vista opening. The peaceful soul, dwelling always in the music of reality, is here something like the East Indian concept of the bull, seated while the divine flutist, Krishna, plays the wonderful melodies of the spirit. The spirit, the self, is the great musician, the great harmonizer, the one that strikes the vibrant chords of life, is now entertaining the personality, the outer nature, which has been brought into complete and perfect harmony. The whole scene suggests meditation. It suggests that the individual has now reached a point in which he has achieved quietude. And in the quietude of his own inner life, he hears for the first time what Pythagoras called the music of the spheres. He begins to be aware of the celestial harmonies which cannot be heard because of the constant cry and the constant shout and confusion of mortal life. It is only when man is still, quiet, detached from all worldliness, that the wonders of the inner life can be made known to him. It is in this quietude that he hears the voice of the silence. It is in this quietude that the Spirit of God comes close to him, as this Spirit walked in the garden in the cool of the evening in the old story of Genesis. So here is truly a happy, peaceful, contented scene. And to most people who could hope for such an end, this is paradise itself. All is peace, all is contentment, all is happiness and rest. The striving and the struggle ends, and the individual seemingly has reached his goal. But in the Eastern Zen philosophy, this is not the end. This is only a pleasant interlude. This is a promise of still greater things to come, more to be accomplished. But it is certainly the dividing point which brings in the second half of the series. In being the sixth picture, it is the first of a second set of 5 which together make the entire pattern. Here we see the contemplative taking over, the inner life becoming victorious, and the individual turning more and more to the mysteries of the internal in the development of his discipleship and the patterns which lead to his emancipation. Now, at this stage of the picture, we see in view 7 that there is no longer any halter on the ox. The ox has had the halter removed. Also, all of its body is now white. The boy is now sitting on the far bank of a stream which flows between him and the ox. And the boy is sitting under a tree very quietly in meditation. And the ox is drinking deeply of the waters of everlastingness. Here we have the self which has found its ultimate peace and security we find the contemplating consciousness detached from all the labors of things, and the great liberation which wisdom brings into the life of the person who is truly wise. The wise man is not one who is able to resist temptation, for beyond this is a greater virtue, the simple virtue of being untouched by temptation. Instead of being strong in the presence of problem, the individual is problemless. Instead of controlling his emotions, he finds that they no longer arise within him to be controlled. But when he has reached the point represented by this picture, and his nature has been fully inwardly transmuted, then there is no longer any need for the eternal watchfulness of consciousness over the conduct of the person. Consciousness is no longer a policeman. Morality, ethics, conscience are no longer the heartless dictators of conduct. The enlightened mind, the redeemed emotions, the purified body, these are now dwelling forever in peace together. There is no longer any problem, any rise of problem. Nothing can lure the consciousness away from the simple dignity of its own peacefulness. Though there may be confusion around it, it will never be confused again. It has formed its inward pact with reality. And the individual then has the strange freedom of being able to do anything that he wants to do, because he will never want to do anything that isn't good. This is a very high degree of your Zen mysticism, but it is represented in this picture. The boy is no longer even watching the ox. The ox is now completely subdued, and it drinks of the edge of a stream which in this view divides it from the boy. And in the Buddhist philosophy, and also in most other religions, by the way, you have this stream of water. In the old Christian theology, it was the Jordan, and the old hymns about gathering on the other shore to welcome souls that have come finally to the bank of the river between this world and the next. The Egyptians had their celestial Nile that flowed through the Elysian fields, making them fertile. And in Buddhism there is a strange ocean across which the ship of the doctrine carries souls to peace and truth. And at this stage in the development of our story, there is between the boy and the ox the mysterious river of life that divides form from spirit, divides one world from the other. And this mysterious divider was always shown in the old mystery religions and things of that nature as a kind of temptation, a test or a trial that the individual had to learn to bridge in some way through his own understanding. He must build a bridge to bind the worlds together. For the spirit belongs in one region and the body in another. But the ox now is drinking of the waters of foreverness. It has no longer bound itself to the material plane or the material garden in which it lived. It is seeking also the everlasting waters of the Spirit, that those who drink thereof shall never thirst again. So we find the purified ox now also beginning its acceptance of the great universal mystery of life nutrition. It is beginning to live not on the bread of this world, but upon the fruits of the Spirit. And little by little, its dependency upon nature, its dependency on the earth, its dependency on all mundane things is lessened. It has a source of food ye know not of. It has a source of constant wealth and strength and insight that flows out of everlastingness. So the ox in its own quiet way is attaining its discipleship. It is becoming the redeemed and purified and vitalized instrument for the manifestation of consciousness itself. It's a very pleasant, pastoral, happy scene. The mountains are not as veiled as they were before, and everything seems to suggest a wonderful enrichment and a wonderful purposefulness in all that happens. And so we come finally to the next scene. And in the next scene, something strange has happened. The earth has disappeared. The outer world has vanished utterly, and our ox, now I might say, looking a little embarrassed by it all, is wandering around on a beautiful feathery cloud, which is a very difficult place for an ox to be. It seems to be almost up to its knees in clouds, and it is becoming almost like the mysterious heavenly ox of the Chinese fable of the Bridge of Magpies, which is one of the old legends, of the shepherd boy and his ox, and the spinning maiden who wove the garments of the star gods. It's a very beautiful old Chinese fable. But now the ox is beginning to look the embarrassed part of a saint in its own right. The boy is still there, but he seems to be standing on some intangible ground also. There are no longer any mountains, there are no longer any rivers, but in the sky is a ball that may represent the sun, and also 4 stars linked together with lines, the ancient Chinese way of representing a constellation. So the bull is now being picked up, or gathered up like the Mithraic bull that was raised to become the constellation of Taurus. Now the symbol of the personality is moved out of worldliness entirely, and the individual, having achieved a very much higher state of meditation, is now advancing into unregenerated ox. But that as these faculties are regenerated, he returns to his universal citizenship. That he neither needs the world, and for in that matter does the world need him. For the world will never understand him, and he will never understand the other. The boy and the ox, strangely, have an interval between them, which is not easy to cross. Yet each in its own way achieves a victory over the mystery of separateness. And that is represented in this particular story. In meditation, the being and its mind, the emotions, the whole psychic integration that we know, suddenly experiences an aloneness in space. The self and the personality together float in the clouds. They are no longer attached or related to any objectivity whatsoever. Yet the meditating mystic still thinks, still feels, is still moved by all the most refined and transmuted emotions and moods. But still these things are not tied to earth. He does not need this earth to know beauty. He does not need this world to know wisdom. He does not require this physical planet on which to stand, nor does he need any of the things which belong to it. For strangely, all things necessary are in himself, and always have been. And in himself is the comradeship and companionship of the eternal. So in our picture, the meditating mystic has suddenly experienced his own existence in a vast and infinite area of eternal being. In his meditation, he has left the world behind. Although he may still be seated upon old earth itself, he has forgotten it. He looks out with a clarified vision and beholds only the stars and space and himself. And he looks out from within himself to the outer part of himself. He looks from his soul through his eyes. And his soul is the boy, and his eyes are the ox. They are still two beings, but they have become much closer. And it is through the eyes of the ox that the boy sees the fields of space, even as the meditating mystic is aware by his inner sensory perception of his own relationship to both time and eternity. He still is. He still experiences the strange, fleeting sense of selfness. As long as self remains, the ox is there. But the ox in space, like the self in space, is at disadvantage, because space does not belong to selves. It belongs to eternities. So it is only reasonable and natural that we should turn the next page, and suddenly we have another peculiar situation. We are back again to the situation we started with. We are back to the point where the boy is standing again in the garden, or by the side of the cliffs and mountains on the edge of a precipice overlooking the sea, and above him also are clouds and mountains, and the sky, the constellation, shines forth. The boy holds up his hands in amazement. There is no bull. Something has happened. This very ethereal bull that was floating around on the clouds has now vanished utterly. And in this vanishment of the bull, in the ancient concept of the mystic meditation, the individual has simply extinguished the sense of separateness between its own nature and every other nature in space. And as the Swami Vivekananda tells us in his work on Raja Yoga, there is suddenly only one. And if we want to say that, from one perspective to another, we can say this one is myself. Or we can also, with equal propriety, say this one is something else, everything else. But if the one is self, then everything is part of self. If the one is the something else, then I am part of something else, because there can only be one. And it is either I or not I. If it is I include all. If it is not I, then I am included in all. So the boy holds up his hands in astonishment. The whole mystery of duality has vanished in the Pythagorean monad. And here it is hard to know what really happened to the ox. Whether the boy has transmuted the ox into himself, whether he has cast aside the instrumentality of the sensory perception, whether they have been absorbed back into the spirit from which they came, whether man now experiences with new faculties that are no longer individualized or personified, but have an enduring existence in a universal condition. And in any event, man reaches what might be termed in Buddhism the bodhisattva experience. He comes very close now to the portals of the supreme mystery. He has observed one by one everything vanishing away. Each step of the path, something that was dark has become lighter. Something that has become lighter has become fainter. Until at last, there's nothing really left but a point of consciousness. It is as though a person was passing slowly into sleep. The last memory was this strange sense of existence. No longer where we exist or how we exist or what moves or motivates our existence, but just this one fleeting realization that we must exist. Because without this existence, we could not know that our existence was slipping away. So there is this mysterious movement in which nothing remains of the elaborate complex of self, of person, of things, of emotions, of appetites, of desires, of ambitions, of hopes and fears and resolutions. Now there is nothing remaining of these things except a kind of conscious watcher, a beholder of things that can behold everything but itself, but has reached that point in which there is no longer anything to behold. We come to the very edge of our supreme problem. Namely, if there is no illusion in man, if there is no further retention of worldliness, if there is no link between the individual and the corporeality which he has left behind, then is it not true that in meditation the world fades out? That all these things have a ceasing because they no longer are needed. And that which is not necessary does not endure. So the boy, to his astonishment, sees the whole elaborate pageantry of his own nature evaporate. He sees his memory and his mind and his thoughts and his feelings all fading away. Yet in a mysterious manner he exists, for he is capable of seeing them fade. He is capable of surviving the loss of the bull, which means that the individual life, the consciousness in man, is capable of surviving the death of the mind. And this is one of the great points in Zen philosophy. And I think it is one of the points that will sometime have to be reconsidered in Western psychology, where we are going to have to realize that it is the thought that produces the thinker, and not the thinker producing the thought. That in the beginning was not the mind, but the thought. And the thought was everywhere and in everything. And in order to express itself, the thought brought forth the mind. And the mind became the instrument, and thought and soul the mind. But the mind can die again, and the thought remains. And this thought is a kind of vagrant sense of existence, moving and floating upon the deep sea of meditation. And in it we find the concept of the bodhisattvic life, in which by degrees the individual comes so close to the dividing line between the state of being and the state of eternity that he can hardly realize which he occupies at any given time. And so we then turn the diagram from this to the 10th figure, the last of the figures. And what do we have? The boy is gone. The ox is gone. The trees are gone. And all that remains is the Zen Taoist symbol of eternity, the circle. This is the circle that a good Zen priest can draw with one stroke of the brush, and it will be perfect. A perfect circle drawn freehand. But in this circle is the end of the mystery, either for Taoism or for Zen. For now there is nothing that remains except the infinite mystery itself. The mystery of the Samadhi, the mystery of the Mahaparinirvana, the mystery of the dying out of all the fires of existence, the end of suffering, the end of the long road that leads to the end of suffering. There is no longer the shepherd or the ox. There is no longer that which causes pain or that which experiences pain. There is no longer the thought flying out like a bird seeking a place to land. There is no longer any land. There is no longer anything except the infinite expanse of the inevitable itself. In this, as the Buddha says, the drop of water has returned to the infinite ocean. All separateness has ceased. All condition as we know it has ceased. And if you wish to know the incredible profundity of this mystery, you only have to remember that it happens to you every night when you go to sleep. Suddenly, you are not. And yet, not having an existence, you are never aware completely or totally of the end of an existence. And suddenly, in the morning, you awaken again, out of not existence into existence again. And you pick up the threads and strings of life, and you go on. And each little day we live is rounded by a sleep. And all of us can sometimes wonder where the dream really is, whether man is dreaming of strange things or whether strange things are dreaming of man. We do not know, but we depend upon certain orientations to clarify. There are examples known in which dream life and active life have been so closely interrelated that it has been impossible for the individual to tell which was the dream and which the reality. This is part of our problem. But Zen ends not in a frustration, in the sense that Western scholars have insisted on assuming that the Buddhists were nihilists, that they were some strange type of extinctionists, in which to them the supreme end of everything was to be nothing. This is the first thought that may come to mind. The idea that the only way you can escape from pain is to die. The only way you can escape from your mind is for the mind to die, or for you to die and leave the mind behind. This is not really the substance of the matter at all, however. For there is a great deal more to this Buddhist philosophy than extinction. We have extinguished the man, and we have extinguished the ox. The world is gone, and nothing but the circle remains. And the circle is reality. So how shall we estimate the nature of reality? Have we right to say how deep it is, or how wide? Have we any way of estimating what is locked within it? Do we know what potentials may emerge from it? We have the experience here of beholding an unknown, or coming into the presence of a mystery. Perhaps one name we give to this mystery is space, and space is an excellent symbol of Tao. But on this side of the mystery, we behold space stretched limitless, beyond the galaxies that fill the firmament, or are scattered and strewn about through the infinite expansions and extensions of time and distance. And from this invisible, mysterious space, we know we have to derive all that we are. It is from space that comes the atomic and nuclear energy that we fear today. For it means that this thing that seems to be empty around us is really filled with an infinite life so vast that it can shatter in an instant all the material structures that it supports. So we see from this mystery of space, flowing downward into matter, the infinite diversity of creation. We see coming out of space all the planets and all the lives upon them. We see man coming out of space. We know that his nutrition is derived from space. Everything that we know, everything that we are, began somewhere, somehow, as a seed in something that we cannot see, and the seed itself we could not see. And only after ages of growth did this thing become manifest to us. So we are indeed like a great tree with its roots in an invisible heaven above, a silent, abstract earth that seems to be utterly transparent and to go on forever and to be fully empty. And yet, we have to be wrong. For this space, which is the most rarefied of atmospheres, contains everything that has ever been or ever can be, even as it supports everything that at present exists. What happens then if we now ascend to union with this space that to now we have considered emptiness? Supposing this space was a strange wall, invisible, but nevertheless as adamantine, as the hardest and most unbreakable granite. Supposing this space is the mysterious looking glass of Alice, who not only gave us the little story of her adventures in Wonderland, but tells us of how she went through the looking glass to another world. What would happen if we stepped through to the other side of space? Would it be empty? Would it be a complete vacuum? Is it possible that beyond space itself there is this other side, and that from this other side other things are being generated, created, and fashioned, to flow out into other dimensions of existence we know nothing of? Buddhism takes the position that when man is restored to identity with reality, which is the Mahaparinirvana, when in that moment he is born for the first time into the true universe, he is born into the world as it really is. He goes out of the sphere of seeming into the sphere of being. And he comes, therefore, not to the end of everything, but merely to the waking out of a sleep. And what we call the reabsorption into eternity through meditation is the gradual releasing of the individual from the nightmare of some strange dream which he calls existence. But what we call this way of life is a dreaming of the spirit. And suddenly, in the Mahaparinirvana, the individual awakens. He awakens from the nightmare of selfishness. He awakes from the horrid dreams of pain. He wakes from all these doubts and fears about the finality of things. He awakes from the terrors of an atomic age. He awakes from the ruthlessness of competitive enterprise, from the endless thoughtlessness of mortals. Suddenly, this universe changes. He then realizes that what he has called life was this life of seeming, this life of make-believe, this life which was nothing but the elaborate tapestry woven by his own sensory perceptions. a world of illusion that exists only because he has faculties of illusion with which to cognize it. A world that has substance only because it comes within the registry of a strange, insubstantial pattern within himself. So just as a man in a terrible nightmare is rescued suddenly by awaking, and in an instant finds himself back in a reasonable existence, so to the Buddhist of ancient times, the Mahaparinirvana was this waking up into a real existence. What it is like, we cannot know. What it means, we cannot even comprehend. But we believe it and hold it firmly to be the beginning of man's true existence. We hold it to be something which, when it is attained, brings to the individual for the first time a positive relationship with life, instead of being forever opposed to life, instead of being forever under the displeasure of willful gods or under the pressure of unchanging laws. Man suddenly, for the first time, comes into the benevolence of the all-beautiful, the all-wonderful, and the all-good. And in order to signify this wonderful, incredible state of things, the Mahayana Buddhists, from which the Zen derived most of its teaching, picture against the mysterious background of the cosmic shades and shadows the rising figures of the Dhyana Buddhas. They recognize there that somewhere behind the veil of things there will sit in eternal meditation the mysterious realities that govern all things. These realities go on forever in the quiet, unchanging contemplation of the infinite itself. Man can only find these beings by becoming like them. He knows them when he discovers the realities in himself, and as he finds in his own heart and soul the quietude of the meditative life, the dim shadows of these great meditating principles begin to intrigue him, begin to mean something to him, something away from and apart from all this worldliness which we generally consider. So in the story of the 10 bulls, we end with a circle that seems to be frustration, but which is actually ultimate and inevitable opportunity. Man moves from the finite which boxes him in to the infinite in which there are no limitations upon himself. But he finds this unlimited existence only a vacuum as far as his present faculties and sensibilities and conditions of consciousness are concerned. He cannot know the meanings of these things that lie beyond. When the bull and the boy have both vanished, when the world of things as we know the world simply no longer endures. Yet the boy and the bull have not ultimately or utterly vanished. That which has a nature never ceases. That which has an existence somewhere within it can never cease existing. And as Buddha himself tells us, he says, I am not an extinctionist. I am not an atheist. I am not one who teaches the exhaustion of life into darkness and not being. He says, rather, that what he teaches is a way of life that leads to the end of sorrow. You notice that in all the Buddhist writings, there is no actual statement of man attaining happiness. There is no Buddhist statement of the fact that someday man is going to be filled with unspeakable joy. There is no radiant heaven world in old Buddhism such as we have in other religions, although Mahayana, to a measure, filled this interval with the blessed region. But in the original teachings of Buddha, there was no promise of good. There was simply the promise of the end of evil. This is because in the philosophy of Buddha, the human being, the human mind, the human nature is simply incapable of a positive statement of reality. We cannot define that which we consider as ultimate good. What we can do only is to define that which is not good. Therefore, we cannot say what this thing will be, but we can gradually remove from it those qualities which we know that it cannot be. We cannot therefore say we come in the end to great joy, but rather, as far as we can tell, we come in the end to great quietude, the great quietude of the circle. We have come to the end of pain. We have come to the end of sorrow. Now, what is the state of no longer being sorrowful? Is this merely another way of saying we have found joy? Is the absolute extinction of sadness the full expression of joy? Or is it some strangely quiet thing in which there is neither joy nor sorrow? And if for that matter we think carefully, is this not in itself, this quietude, the ultimate joy? These things we do not know. We can only use the faculties that we have to estimate as best we can. To Buddhism, the nearest we can come to reality is to extinguish the illusion. When we are no longer deceived by that which is not so, we are free. When we are no longer victims of the unreasonable, victims of ignorance, superstition, and fear within ourselves, victims of selfishness, self-interest, when gradually we have released ourselves from these falsenesses, then we have finally come as far as man could come. For these purifications of man's nature exhaust man, and that which is left when man is no longer imperfect in any respect, that which is left we can hardly call man. When we have taken everything from man which divides him from a superior form of life, only that superior form then continues. So what we know of man, what we know as man, is merely the human imperfection. The man we know exists only because he is not complete. If he becomes complete, he vanishes away. If he becomes perfect, he is no longer recognizable. He is beyond our grasp, beyond our span of thinking. So when we say that man becomes perfect, we are actually extinguishing man himself. When we say that man becomes completely good, we are extinguishing all of the qualities of his nature. For in the perfection of anything, there is release from all the stress and striving of parts and things unfinished. So all this stream of fragments, all these diverse pressures and appetites and attitudes flow back into the mysterious circle from which they came. And then, as it were, the door of the circle closes, and there is nothing here anymore. But this is in no way evidence that anything has ceased. It merely means that everything has its full existence beyond our faculties. The only part of us that is real we cannot see. The only part of the infinite that is real we cannot see. All that we can see are the extensions of things, the bones and framework of a living creature. But the living creature is invisible. And just as the soul of man cannot be known directly by any sense that we possess, so likewise the soul of the universe is not in the stars, not in the elements, not in the vast pageantries of things, but as a silent mystery behind these things. Yet it is the soul that has made all else possible. It is the life in man that, though invisible, makes him alive. If things then all return to their invisibles, it merely means that they have returned to their realities, the rock of life itself, the very substance that is unchanging. And if in the wisdom of the infinite mind and the infinite consciousness it is right and proper, from this dark, mysterious mystery of the void, as the Chinese called it, from this doctrine of the void, from this invisible center of the strange ring of existence, there can at any time pour forth the seeds of worlds. For this mysterious circle is full of life in every part. It is germinal and seminal. Everything that is alive comes from it and returns to it. So that there is no right to say that the things that disappear cease, any more than it is right to say that things exist only because they appear. These are attitudes that we have. But in Buddhist psychology we go beyond these. We go to the position or the relation of things to themselves only, not their relation to other things. And out of this concept, I think we can get the main pattern or picture of the story of the 10 bulls, which is, of course, something we can meditate on for years if we want to, without ever exhausting its potential. But it does challenge in us the consideration of all these old legends and this fabled story and the lore and the wisdom of antiquity. That each will interpret it some way according to his own insight. He will identify. He is either the boy or the bull. Then he is both. Then he is neither. And lastly, he is the circle that goes on forever, that has neither beginning nor end. And by these identities he discovers his own growth, the mystery of existence. Well, I think our time is pretty well up, so that's our little story, and we hope that you will find it interesting and worthy of consideration. And if you don't have a copy of the book, I think you might want to have it, because I don't know where you're going to find these pictures more conveniently than in this little volume, so we leave it to your consideration. I'd like to also call to your attention that this evening after our talk, our little gift shop will be open, and also our library with its exhibit and with other art treasures and things there for you to see, in order that as the time to Christmas gets nearer and nearer, you can do a little last-minute shopping, or perhaps look around a little and relax in a rather pleasant atmosphere in the pressures of last-minute shopping. In any event, also I would say that although we have no class here next Wednesday evening, the gift shop will also be open Wednesday evening next week, so that if you have the time and the inclination, perhaps you will find here a convenient place to do a little of your last-minute shopping. I might also point out that in our gift shop you can secure gift coupons or little gift certificates in which you can give your friend a little card, a rather attractive, beautiful Christmas card, which they can come in with and select whatever they wish to secure for themselves. So if you're in doubt about what to get someone, perhaps one of these gift certificate cards will be appropriate. We hope you will take a look at the exhibit in the library. We think it is a very good story of the unfoldment of man's consciousness in his struggle for learning. And we think that it tells how, perhaps symbolically at least, man captured his thoughts and his dreams and his hopes, the mysterious forms of letters and of words and of characters and sentences. And these, in a way, became also these symbolic oxen. that became the instruments of his own purpose. Man identified with his thoughts, put them into words, and created literature. Created a world of learning for other men to enjoy. Men passing through the ages of learning turned from one book to another, from one leaf to another, until they found in the simple stories of Zen perhaps the whole substance of the written word. You will find some interesting examples of man's struggles for learning, struggles for insight, and how he gradually recorded the best that he knew for the good of other men. The history of the written word in our library exhibit we think you will find interesting. So we hope you'll visit the gift shop and the library, and we will see you all, we hope, next Sunday. Thank you very much.